Daniel Farke watching on, hoping to see his side muster one final opportunity. Loose ball inside the centre circle, cleared away downfield, and Manchester City will get a free kick, which Guardiola is already telling them, just kick it long.
How many times have you seen Pep Guardiola give an instruction like that? Just boot it in the corner, just win the game, see it through.
And also, they are not sending the sky blue shirts forward as well. Brentford 3, Burnley 1. Sunderland, who were 2-0 down, have come to lead Bournemouth by 3-2. Commentary from Everton coming up at 5:30 as the referee gives a free kick, this time to Leeds United. By my watch, we are into the 11th minute of stoppage time. Manchester City 3, Leeds United 2.
Pep's morphed into Sam Allardyce there, hasn't he, with that type of football?
He's now saying to the fourth official, how much longer are you going to play? As Perry clears it downfield, there is the full-time whistle. Sports Report on its way, don't go anywhere. It's finished. Manchester City 3, Leeds United 2.
Straight to Brentford, they've taken all 3 points. John Southall.
The final 12 minutes, Brentford 3, Burnley 1 in the 81st minute. Thiago with a penalty to give them the lead. Equaliser 4 minutes later from Zan Fleming, again from the spot. Then a minute later there was Thiago again, 11th of the season, smashing into the roof of the net. Ouattara wrapped it up for 3-1. Breathless. Brentford 3, Burnley 1.
All gone wrong for Bournemouth. Chris.
Now they're down to 10 players. Lewis Cook has just been sent off for an elbow on Mukiele. Sunderland 3, Bournemouth 2. Sunderland from 2 goals down look likely to win this 3-2. They have been excellent in this second half. Bournemouth will be kicking themselves. Still playing and a good 4 minutes to play. Sunderland 3, Bournemouth 2.
Big game at the top of League 2 was Walsall against Bromley. The home side were 2-1 up. There's been a late goal. Nikesh Ragani.
There has. They've managed to get a third, Walsall. The final whistle has just gone. Walsall stay top of League 2 after starting the day there. Courtney Clark putting the final touch on it on the break as Bromley were pushing hard for an equaliser. Bromley took the lead though in the first half through Ben Crowehouse. They looked good for that lead too. 3 changes for Walsall at half time, turned the game on its head. First Daniel Kanu with an equaliser, then a Ryan Finnegan header, and as I just mentioned, Courtney Clark deep into stoppage time in the 101st minute, taking all 3 points. Finished Walsall 3, Bromley 1.
No doubt who's top of the championship. Charlie Slater.
None indeed. Coventry 3, Cheltenham 1. Nibs set Cheltenham on their way, but 2 goals from Sims, either side of one for Eccles. See Coventry win a 5th straight. They're 10 clear at the top. Coventry 3, Cheltenham 1.
Middlesbrough staying with them though. Shojo Saka.
Middlesbrough 2, Derby 1. Derby led from the second minute through Patrick Anjuman, but they showed no ambition in the second half. Borough fully deserved the win. Their goals from Matt Targett and Morgan Whittaker. New manager Kim Hellberg up and running with a win. Middlesbrough 2, Derby 1.
Sheffield Wednesday beaten again. Naz.
Sheffield Wednesday 2, Preston North End 3. Visitors up to 5th. Goals from Whiteman, Dobbin and Frockyar, enough for the visiting Preston North End. Sheffield Wednesday 2, Preston North End 3.
Norwich have won at home. Listen to that noise, Sahel Sahi.
And that's the first home win of the season at the 9th attempt as they beat Queen's Park Rangers by 3-1. It was a nervy second half, but they were backed by a vocal home crowd, as you can hear, who pushed them to a first win in 3 months. Full time, Norwich 3, Queen's Park Rangers 1.
4 goals there, 5 at the Den. Mark.
Millwall made hard work of it but got the win they fully deserved. Behind to an Armstrong penalty, Aziz's arrow levelled. A cracking Caleb Taylor hit from range had them ahead, only for Azaz to bundle in a scrappy leveller. But with 7 minutes of added time gone, Kramer won it. Millwall 3, Southampton 2.
Elsewhere in the Championship, West Brom came from 2-0 down at home to Swansea to win by 3-2. It also finished Wrexham 1, Blackburn 1. Into League 1, Wigan against leaders at the start of the day, Stevenage. Ben Croucher.
Finished 0-0, Stevenage down to second. A poor game. Wigan should have won it late on, only for Fraser Murray to skew a free header wide. The visitors offered little. Wigan 0, Stevenage 0.
Cardiff have gone top. Laura Kenyon.
Cardiff 3, Mansfield 0. The division's top scorer should arguably have buried more, but get the win to leapfrog above Stevenage. Will Fish heading home in the first half, consolidated by Yusuf Salek and sealed by Cian Ashford tapping home a rebound. The first time these two sides have met in the league in 22 years. It's ended Cardiff 3, Mansfield 0.
Leaders' Hearts stumble again in the Scottish Premiership. Kenny Crawford.
Score Motherwell 0, Hearts 0. Action-packed despite the scoreline. All it needed was a goal or a goal that stood. Motherwell had 2 disallowed. Hearts goalkeeper Alex Swallow in tremendous form, and visiting striker Lawrence Shankland had a header cleared off the line. Hearts 5 points clear. Motherwell 0, Hearts 0.
Let's go to Wales again, South Africa in the Rugby Union. Molly Stevens.
South Africa masterclass, Wales a mess. 78 minutes on the clock. Wales 0, South Africa 73 with 11 tries.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Mark Chapman. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live at 5:05, and this is Sports Report. The headlines this Saturday tea time. In the Premier League, City leave it late to beat Leeds and close the gap on Arsenal to 4.
This is Foden inside the penalty area. Foden keeps his balance, gets the shot away and scores. Phil Foden finds a way.
Finished 3-2. Sunderland are still unbeaten at home. They fight back from 2 down to win 3-2 against Bournemouth.
Robbie! Off the bench as Sunderland come from behind to lead against Bournemouth.
2 goals for Thiago give Brentford a 3-1 win over Burnley at 5:30. Everton Newcastle. Mike Minor.
With Idrissa Gueye suspended and Seamus Coleman injured, Everton bring in Jake O'Brien and Tim Irabunan. Lots was made of Newcastle's goalkeeping situation. 6 changes for them, including the man between the posts. Nick Pope is injured, so Aaron Ramsdale starts for the first time this season in the Premier League.
Spurs Fulham is an 8 o'clock kick-off. Coventry still 10 clear at the top of the Championship. They beat Charlton 3-1. Norwich have got their first home win of the season, 3-1 against QPR. Cardiff go top of League One. They beat Mansfield 3-0. Stevenage and Stockport both draw. Walsall fight back to defeat Bromley 3-1. They stay top of League Two. Finished Motherwell 0, Hearts 0. The Scottish Premiership leaders now 3 games without a win. Oscar Piastri cut McLaren teammate Lando Norris's championship lead by 2 points with victory in the sprint race at the Qatar Grand Prix. Victory tomorrow will seal Norris's first world title. South Africa are thrashing Wales 73-0 at the Principality. The defending champion Judd Trump is through to the last 16 of the UK snooker in York. The former champion hurdler Constitution Hill fell once again as Golden Ace came through to win the fighting 5th hurdle at Newcastle. Reports and reaction to come before full commentary of Everton against Newcastle. I'll give you all today's football results as well in England and Scotland, and we will start with the Premier League. Just the 3 games at 3 o'clock so far. Brentford 3, Burnley 1, Manchester City 3, Leeds 2, Sunderland 3, 10-man Bournemouth 2. Let's go to the Etihad. 3 points for Manchester City, just Ian Dennis.
I know, at half-time Manchester City were cruising, leading 2-0. However, the introduction of Dominic Calvert-Lewin transformed Leeds United and the game. So much so that Daniel Farke will feel disappointed that they didn't get something from this. Phil Foden scored the quickest goal of the Premier League season with a volley after 59 seconds. And when Gvardiol stabbed in a second, you feared the worst after 25 minutes. Perry made saves from Foden and Gonzalez. Reinders fired over. If Leeds were passive in the first half, they were anything but in the second period. Calvert-Lewin reduced the arrears. He gave them a focal point, and his presence caused problems. He won a penalty after a clumsy foul from Gvardiol. Metch's penalty was saved, but he scored from the rebound midway through the second half. Leeds were fighting for everything. It could have gone either way, and then Phil Foden found a way in injury time, keeping his balance and his composure to get a 91st minute winner as Manchester City moved within 4 points of leaders Arsenal.
Sort of feels like it's 3 points for Manchester City, Chris Sutton, but plenty for Leeds to build on.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't compete in the first half, and Ian described them as passive, and that was spot on. Manchester City get off to the perfect start, scoring inside a minute, get the second, and they were cruising. They were in total control, playing at will, totally dominating the first half. And then the change from Daniel Farke, who's often criticised for not being as proactive as he should be, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin came on, and Leeds just went direct, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin roughed up the Manchester City centre-backs. They get the goal back through Calvert-Lewin. Poor defending from Nunes allowed Calvert-Lewin to finish and then another long ball. They win the penalty. Calvert-Lewin wins the penalty. Metcher misses the penalty and pops in the rebound. And then you're thinking, here we go. Is this going to be a massive turning point in Leeds' season? But Manchester City, who barely laid a glove on Leeds in the second half, score late on from a bit of brilliance from Phil Foden. He's so good in tight spaces. He found the corner, and City get away with one. 3 big points. They're still in a title race. You felt it was an important game for them, but they stumbled over the line. And for Leeds, you think, as a performance, you can take something from it, but they would have preferred a point or points.
All 3 promoter sides in action this afternoon. Leeds stay in the bottom 3 after that defeat. Burnley also in the bottom 3 after their defeat at Brentford. John Southall.
Yes, forget the first 80 minutes. What a final 12. The game had been meandering along when Brentford got an 81st minute penalty. The demons of Brighton 7 days ago must have been consuming the thoughts of Ego Thiago, his missed penalty in added time. No mistake this time. This time he went to the left, and this time he scored. That lead lasted 4 minutes. A penalty at the other end. Zion Fleming dispatched it. Burnley were then heading for a precious away point. That hope lasted a minute when Thiago smashed in his second. His 11th league goal of the season, 12 in total. What a success story he has been. Dango Ouattara wrapped it up in added time. A remarkable final 12 minutes. This Brentford's 5th home win of the season. Imagine where they'd be if they could win away.
John, thank you. The 3rd promoted side in action, Sunderland. They've won again. They came from 2-0 down to beat Bournemouth by 3-2. Danny Murphy, part of the Match of the Day team, and he watched this. It's a cliche, isn't it, Danny? But they are turning the Stadium of Light into a fortress.
They definitely are. I got lucky today, chappers. When you pick one of the games, and this was an absolute classic. It was end to end. I mean, did
you do the senior pundit thing back in your box, Joe? I'm going to pick the game I want.
No, I actually went with the flow. He's the City man, isn't he?
Yes.
So Bournemouth were outstanding as well. They both had a go. I think the way the styles set up, because Sunderland went to a back 4 today, and you felt that they were, willing to try and go toe-to-toe with them and be more on the front foot and more creative, because we've seen them be pragmatic at times, and which there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. So it was end-to-end, and it could have been, after 20 minutes, could have been 3-3.
I think that's probably the beauty of that game, isn't it? Because Bournemouth are more than happy to go man for man as well.
They are, and then they did. And I think Sunderland will feel a little bit lucky in that the decisions went their way. The crossbar saved them near the end. The decision to get them back in at 2-0, chappers, is a big turning point, because it got the crowd back on side and it shifted back momentum to Sunderland. But I think it's a really soft one. They gave it on pitch. We'll have a look at it later, but it was one of those where the lad who got Ronaldo he initiated the contact, basically, and when you see it, you'll be like, oof, if it was your team, the manager is not going to be happy. It's a big decision, but we'll have a good look at it later.
I mean, Sunderland are flying. They're 4th. They've lost 3 games on their return to the Premier League. Bournemouth are just wobbling at the moment a little bit, aren't they? Psychologically, you kind of think they could have done with holding on to something there.
Yeah, but the way they play, this is going to happen. They're going to have spells where they lose a few and concede a lot of goals, and they're going to have spells where they get a few big wins and look really good on the eye. You can't have your cake and eat it. It's like they are so cavalier and so on the front foot and willing to try and win games that they're going to lose some when they're trying to win them, if that makes sense. So I just think for Bournemouth fans, it's part of the journey. Your manager plays that way. It's great to watch. The players look like they enjoy it, but sometimes it's going to go against you. They didn't deserve to lose today, chappers.
Okay, we know he doesn't like to use the furniture. Has he sat on the floor the whole time in the office, John?
He has, he's just got up, just this second.
Thank you, Danny.
Take care, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Bye.
Danny and Joe with Gabby. Match of the Day, 10:25 tonight on BBC One. All the extended highlights and the analysis. Still got Everton, Newcastle and Spurs, Fulham to come. Let me give you the Premier League table. Everybody has played 12 unless I say otherwise, because just the 6 teams this afternoon have played a game more. So Arsenal have 29 from 12. Then Manchester City have 25. from 13. Chelsea have 23. Sunderland 22 from 13. Villa have 21. Palace 20. Brighton 19. Brentford and Bournemouth also have 19, but they've played 13 each, so they've played a game more. Spurs, Manchester United, Everton, Liverpool all have 18. Newcastle have 15. Fulham have 14. Forest have 12. West Ham have 11. Leeds also have 11, but they've played a game more. They've played 13. Burnley have 10 from 13. And Wolves continue to prop everybody else up. They have 2 from their 12 games. They go to Villa tomorrow afternoon. In the Championship, 3 games at lunchtime. Leicester were 3-0 down at home to Sheffield United. They pulled 2 back. They couldn't quite get the third, so it finished Leicester 2, Sheffield United 3. Portsmouth 0, Bristol City 1. Stoke led Hull at half-time by a goal to 0, but the visitors came back to win that 2-1. Coventry beat Charlton 3-1. Middlesbrough 2, Derby 1. Millwall 3, Southampton 2. Norwich 3, QPR 1. Sheffield Wednesday 2, Preston 3. West Brom 3, Swansea 2. Wrexham 1, Blackburn 1. I'll give you the table after details of another win for the leaders from Charlie Slater.
Yes, it did finish Coventry 3, Charlton 1. On Tuesday night at Middlesbrough, I called Coventry inevitable. And I'm going to use the same word again today, because even when Charlton went in front through Harvey Nibbs, a Coventry comeback felt exactly that, inevitable. They are irresistible like that. Their equaliser came late in the first half from Josh Eccles, before Ellis Sims put them in front before the break and made sure of all 3 points 15 minutes from time. His 4th goal in 2 games, Coventry's 50th of the season. That's 20 more than anyone else in the Championship. For Charlton, it's 4 defeats on the spin, but for Coventry, 5 straight wins, and Frank Lampard celebrates a year in charge by maintaining that 10-point cushion at the top.
And I always give their goal difference because it is remarkable compared to everybody else in the division. Their goal difference now up to plus 32. The next best in that division, Stoke, who are on plus 12. So Coventry have 43, Middlesbrough 33, Millwall 31. So they go third after that win at home to Southampton. Stoke dropped to 4th on 30. Preston also have 30 after winning at Sheffield Wednesday. Bristol City have the final playoff place. They have 29. In the bottom 3, Sheffield Wednesday still on minus 4. Norwich now on 13, Portsmouth 17, Swansea also on 17 and only out of the drop zone courtesy of goal difference. But the story at the bottom, 3 points for Norwich at home. Sahil Sahi.
Yeah, there's so many numbers you can throw at Norwich winning today, but maybe the most important factor is what this will do for the confidence of the team. They took the lead after 9 minutes, but they were pegged back 2 minutes later, and the nerves were once again very apparent around Carrow Road. But Norwich were not to be denied as they scored a further 2 goals before the break. Here's a few numbers then to end with. A first home win of the season after 9 attempts, a first win home or away from their last 14 games, and a first win for 3 months.
Into League One then, at lunchtime, Blackpool 0, Reading 3. Stockport ended their run of recent defeats with a draw at home to Barnsley. It finished 1-1. Then at 3 o'clock, Bradford 1, Exeter 0, Burton 0, Leyton Orient 4, Cardiff 3, Mansfield 0. That's taken them top of the table. Details of that shortly. Doncaster's winless run of 10 games has come to an end. They beat Peterborough 2-1. Huddersfield 3, AFC Wimbledon 3. Lincoln sneaked past bottom of the table Port Vale by a goal to 0. Luton came back to rescue a point against Bolton once the visitors had been reduced to 10. Finished Luton 1, Bolton 1. Plymouth also reduced to 10 men. Their top scorer, Lauren Tolai, sent off in that game as they were beaten 3-0 at home by Northampton. Rotherham and Wickham drew 1-1. Wigan 0, Stevenage 0. Details of Cardiff's win to take them top from Laura Kenyon.
A comprehensive win, Cardiff 3, Mansfield 0, but in all honesty, it could have been a lot more, Mark. Goals from Will Fish, Yusuf Salek and Cian Ashford. Salek in particular could have had 4 or 5, but absolutely showing today why Cardiff are amongst the favourites to go straight back up to the Championship, and that's without an injured Ruben Colwell. Have a game in hand over lots of the other teams amongst the playoff places, 1 point above Stevenage in second, so looking really, really positive for them. It's a 3rd defeat on the bounce, meanwhile, for Mansfield in such a congested league. Nigel Clough, he'll clearly not want to be dragged into a relegation scrap, Mark.
Thank you. They're currently 6 points above the drop zone are Mansfield, but Cardiff, the teams are all over the place when it comes to the number of games played here. So Cardiff top 32 from 16 and Stevenage also 31 from 16, but Bradford have 31 from 17, Lincoln 31 from 18, Stockport 29 from 17 and Bolton have the final playoff spot with 28 from 17. Port Vale are bottom. They have 14 from 18 games. Plymouth have played 17 and have 16 points. Blackpool have 16 points as well. They've played a game more. They've played 18. Peterborough also have 16 and they've played 17. They are the bottom four in League One. In League Two, Walsall are the leaders. They beat Bromley 3-1. Details of this game from Nikesh Ragani.
Yes, it finished Walsall 3, Bromley 1. Walsall staying top of League 2. They had to come from behind, though, after being outplayed in the first half. Bromley taking the lead through Ben Crowhouse. At that stage, the visitors were heading top of the table. But at the break, Matt Sadler made 3 changes, which completely transformed the home side. Their equaliser coming from Daniel Carney before Ryan Finnegan headed them in front late on. Bromley then pushed forward hard, looking for an equaliser, which didn't come. Instead, Walsall countered in the 101st minute and Courtney Clark sealed the 3 points for the home side. Bromley's 4-match winning run is over, but they can take huge credit from today. It finished Walsall 3, Bromley 1.
Elsewhere, Accrington 1, Oldham 0 and MK Dons 2, Fleetwood 1 at lunchtime. Then at 3 o'clock, Barnet and Harrogate drew 1-1. Notts County, despite being reduced to 10 men, won 1-0 at Bristol Rovers. Cambridge got a late winner at home to Crewe. It finished 2-1 there. Swindon were down to 10, but they won 2-1 at Chesterfield. Colchester 2, Cheltenham 0. Newport 2, Barrow 2. Salford 4, Crawley 3. Salford had been 3-2 down. Shrewsbury 3, Gillingham 3. So Walsall are top. They have 35. Swindon 34. MK Dons 32. Notts County 31. Bromley 30. Cambridge and Salford, the final 2 playoff spots, they're both on 29. The bottom 2 remain Newport on 12 and Harrogate on 16. In the National League, at lunchtime, Solihull Moors 1, Wealdstone 1. Altrincham were 2-1 down at home to Scunthorpe going into the last couple of minutes, and they won by 4-2, did the home side. Braintree 1, Morecambe 0. Carlisle 2, Tamworth 1. Forest Green Rovers beat Southend 2-1. Hartlepool 3, Truro 1. Rochdale 2, Eastleigh 0. Sutton 4, Gateshead 2. Woking 2, 10-man Brackley 0. Yeovil 2, Boston 1. York 5, 10-man Aldershot 1. So tight at the top. Rochdale have 2 games in hand on those below them, but they have 46 points. Carlisle have 46. York and Forest Green Rovers both have 45. In the Scottish Premiership, just the 2 games at 3 o'clock. Dundee 3, St Mirren 1. And Motherwell 0, Hearts 0. So a third game without a win for Hearts. They have a 5-point lead over Celtic at the top of the table, but they've played 2 games more. It was also Scottish Cup for all the other teams in Scotland away from the Premiership. Airdrieonians beat Hamilton 4-0. Annan 4, Buckie Thistle 0. Ayr beat Turriff United 3-0. Bankside 0, Ross County 2. Benburb, who were the lowest side left in the competition, were beaten by Montrose of League 1 by 3-0. Bonnyrigg Rose 1, Spartans, who are the League 2 leaders 2. Camelon Juniors 2, Edinburgh City 1. So that's a shock. That's 6th tier beating League 2. Dumbarton 0, Auchinleck Talbot 4. That's also a shock. League 2 being knocked out by a 6th tier side as well. Dunfermline 2, Queen of the South 1. East 5-0, Arbroath 2. Elgin and Stirling has gone into extra time, with Elgin leading Stirling 4-2. Forfar 0, Partick Thistle 2. Kelty Hearts 2, Brechin 0. Peterhead and Morton are in extra time, and they are level at 2 all, are they? Yes, 2-2. Wraith beat Alloa by 1-0. St Johnstone, the Championship leaders, are in extra time against Cove Rangers of League 1, and they trail by 2-1. Stenhouse Muir 4, Clackner-Cuddin 1, and Stranraer Clydebank 2-1. Again, that's in extra time. From the Scottish Cup to Pep Guardiola, live on Sports Report with Gary Flintoff.
The dancing Pep Guardiola. Pep, congratulations. That was a great way to win the game. Was it a relief to win, or was it an enjoyable match to watch?
Well, it's a relief. At the end, we won. The situation that we had in the Premier League, we know what's going on. So I think as it was not a perfect first half. We were a little bit too I would say we lose some balls, but the result, we didn't concede one shot, and we create to make 4 or 5, the game will be over. And after the second half, they changed the system, Daniel. They made 5-3-2, and we concede the goal first, and we have to adjust the way the press, and we are struggling in that moment. And after the 2-2, we make a step up. We put more players at the end, in the box. With Omar, with Phil, with Ryan and everyone there, and we create enough chances to score the third, and at the end the quality from Phil that we're happy is back, and again with 2 goals and the quality in the finishing. And we took the 3 points. You see the game in general, so the first half should be over, and in the Premier League when you concede the third, it's never over, never. But sometimes win that game is necessary, and today we sleep second in the table, and I keep going.
I mean, ultimately, how important do you feel it was to take all 3 points today?
It's a business, no? So this is a business, and when you win you score a goal, so always how you win the games is important for the next one. On Tuesday, a real tough game, but the players did everything, and happy for that.
Thanks for joining us on Sports Report. Thank you.
Pep Guardiola live with Gary Flintoff. Now, the big racing story of the day came with Constitution Hill. The former champion hurdler won his first 10 races, but on his comeback in the fighting fifth hurdle at Newcastle, he fell. So that means he's now fallen 3 times in 4 outings. Here's John Hunt.
Well, indeed, Mark, what happened to Constitution Hill remains the hottest topic in racing. He jumped the first flight of hurdles splendidly today, but then at the second, he either panicked or simply got too brave and hit the hurdle with his front legs before tumbling to the ground. His rider, Nico de Bonville, punched the ground in disappointment before watching his main rival, the New Lion, also fall late on, and then champion hurdler Golden Ace eventually winning from Amsterdam a length and a half away in second place. Constitution Hill's trainer Nicky Henderson watched the fall from Newbury and spoke in the immediate aftermath, and you can tell that he was perplexed, dismayed and emotional about what he had just witnessed.
I don't know where to go, what to do. I couldn't be responsible for asking him to jump a fence if something happened and he got hurt. And that's the issue that comes into it. It's beyond belief, to be fair. Yeah, it really is. So the only thing that matters, they're both okay, but it seems horribly unfair on everybody. I mean, as you can imagine, the work and everything that's gone in is, we really thought we were on top of everything.
Events at Newcastle certainly overshadowed the build-up to the Coral Gold Cup at Newbury. That race too was full of drama. There was a ragbag start with the well-fancied The Doyen Chief left behind before a fence was jumped. The favourite Moortown fell when leading just before halfway. But then Panic Attack, a remarkable mare, eventually galloped clear to beat 3-Card Bragg by 6.5 lengths, with the Changing Man third and Gorgeous Tom fourth. So another major race for trainer Dan Skelton, who is having an incredible season, but who, like Henderson, also witnessed his star hurdler, the New Lion, fall at Newcastle. Panic Attack becomes the first horse for 45 years to land the Paddy Power Gold Cup at Cheltenham and the Coral Gold Cup in the same season.
Thank you, John. Now, Oscar Piastri won the sprint race earlier in Qatar, so that means Lando Norris has a 22-point lead over his teammate Max Verstappen, 25 points off Norris. Qualifying for tomorrow's Grand Prix starts at 6 on Sports Extra. Harry Benjamin.
Yeah, but Qatar has so far been the Oscar Piastri show. He's got strong form around here and followed that up with the full 8 points in the sprint earlier on. Lando Norris still with that sizable advantage now, but if he wins the Grand Prix on Sunday, he will be champion. But important to put a crucial lap together to stay ahead of his rivals in qualifying under the lights at the Losail International Circuit.
So Sports Extra, if you want to listen to that, the Principality where Wales have been thrashed, Molly.
Oh, thrashed. That's a good word for it, yeah. The world champions inflicting a record home defeat on Wales. From a South African perspective, 11 tries. They ran the show in every single area. That's why they're the best in the world and haven't lost a game all year. But for Wales, what can you say? It's an absolute mess. They were without some of their best players, but what I think seemed most disappointing was the way in which they played the game into the Springboks' hands and lacking in areas where they could have taken some control, like discipline. Miserable day. Wales 0, South Africa 73. Derby.
In the Gallagher Prem earlier, Gloucester 26, Quins 15. In the Women's Premiership, Loughborough 50, Leicester 15. Saracens beat Trailfinders 57-5. In the Rugby Championship, Lions beat Bulls 43-33. Cardiff won 29-14 away to Zebra. To the opening day of the UK snooker, Jamie Broughton.
And the defending champion, Judd Trump, beat Stephen Maguire by 6 frames to 4. Trump was 3-1 up at one stage. Maguire then threatened a famous comeback to level at 3-all. He knocked in breaks of 111 and 82. He then had further chances but couldn't take enough of them, and Trump wrapped up the win. He now plays Si Jiahui.
Sports Extra 2 has commentary of England-China at Wembley. Katie Smith.
Serena Wiegman not making as many changes as perhaps we expected as the Lionesses return to Wembley for the first time since defending their European crown this summer. Sold out 80,000 inside. News this morning that goalkeeper Kiara Keating's withdrawn from the squad with a minor injury. Hannah Hampton already out. So the big news, Orlando Pride's #1 Anna Morehouse making her debut in goal at the age of 30, just kicking off 0-0.
St Johnstone have gone out to the Scottish Cup to Cove Rangers 2-1. Barlatown 2, Cardiff 2. Britain 2, Flint 2, Colwyn Bay 5, Pennybont 4 in the Welsh Premier. And in the Northern Irish Premiership, if I can find the scores, I can't find them at the moment, so I'll tell you what I'll do them at half-time of Newcastle's trip to Everton. Mike Mino.
Mark, thank you. Welcome to Merseyside, where the players will be very glad that the rain has stopped. The drizzle that has penetrated the northwest for most of this afternoon, most of the day really, has finally stopped, and it should make the surface nice and slick. And already the palms of Jordan Pickford have been tested. Low shot from Anthony Elanga straight away from kick-off. He ran down the right-hand side, pushed it around the post, giving Newcastle a corner on the far side. Ball goes in straight from the header of Malik Chow. And Newcastle, inside 55 seconds, have taken the lead at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Corner from Newcastle's left. Chow was in the 6-yard box, glances it on into the right-hand side. And if Phil Foden had claimed the title for the quickest goal in the Premier League this season, Malik Chow has just stolen it from him. Everton 0, Newcastle 1.
What a start from Newcastle. Everton absolutely shell-shocked. Half the Everton players, majority of the Everton players haven't even touched the ball yet. Straight from kick-off, they went down towards the Everton goal. Anthony Elanga, one-on-one with Jordan Pickford. He gets the corner, and it's a wonderful in-swinging corner into the 6-yard box. Causes the Everton defence all kinds of problems. And Malik Chow, he rises the highest above James Tarkowski, in between him and Michael Keane. Glances it into the bottom left-hand corner of Jordan Pickford's goal. Nothing the Everton goalkeeper can do. What a wonderful start for Newcastle.
A club plagued by terrible away form this season. They're yet to win in the Premier League, just the one win on the road for the Geordies this season so far, and that came in the Champions League in Belgium against Union Saint-Gilloise. Well, if there's any way to start to get over that poor form, it is score with inside the first minute and give your side the positive boost they need. Malik Chow's first goal for Newcastle.
It's actually a really good save from Jordan Pickford that led to the goal, that led to the corner kick. Newcastle made a really bright start. Anthony Elanga starting today on the right-hand side, on the right wing. He got the wrong side of Mikalenko on the angle about 12 yards out. Fires it low and hard across Pickford. He makes a really good save. But then the Everton defence just switch off from the in-swinging corner. And it's a superb start for Newcastle. And those travelling fans away to our left.
Tucked away in the corner over on the northwest side of the ground from where we're sat, high up on the main stand of the brand new Hill Dickinson Stadium. Newcastle operating sharply early on, try and force their way forward in the Everton half once again. Everton in those royal blue shirts, the white shorts and blue socks are right to left in this first half, and Kiernan Dewsbury Hall now starts to get Everton into their first attack of the game, into the penalty area on the right hand side. Dewsbury Hall just hangs back a little bit from Iliman Ndiaye, who rolls himself out towards the corner, trying to twist and turn up against Hall of Newcastle United in that left-back position. We'll run you through the two teams when we get chance, but it's been a fast-paced start here on Merseyside. The give and go, but Dewsbury Hall chooses not to return it to his teammate. Here's Iraboon, and one of those two changes made by David Moyes ahead of the game. Jack Grealish just creeps forward, level with the left corner of the penalty area on the near side. He loses out, he's challenged, and then he slips trying to work out where the ball's gone. And Lewis Miley can bring the ball away for Newcastle United. Forward to Nick Waltermada, who Turns on the edge of the centre circle inside the Everton half. Good recovery from Njai, and the home side are back in possession.
What a lively start it's been to this game. Everton just trying to get a foothold in the game, trying to retain possession. Michael Keane now trying to rotate the ball to Mikalenko. But it's a really good start from Newcastle. The changes that Eddie Howe's made to his side today. I know you're going to run through the changes in a minute, but there are a number of them. 6 in total, I think. Started extremely well for Eddie Howe. They've come out with a really poor away form. Won in their last 11 away in all competitions. So it was a big start for them.
Certainly has been. Malik Chow's goal. We've played 4 minutes. Everton 0, Newcastle 1. And it's almost like the stadium screen operators here at the Hill Dickinson Stadium predicted that as well, because before kick-off they flashed up a test of the scoreline on screen, and it had Newcastle winning by a goal to 0. So a bright and lively start. 55 seconds is how quick Malik Chow has given Newcastle the lead here on the banks of the River Mersey. Everton intercept the ball just before the halfway line inside the Newcastle half. James Garner inside the centre circle, just steadying himself down, steadying Everton down. They need to get on the ball and just calm down. The advantage for them is Malik Chow scoring inside the first minute. There's still 89 minutes to recover this game.
Something to notice immediately different about Newcastle away from home. They're playing a 4-5-1 formation. Harvey Barnes and Anthony Elanga are dropping in alongside Gomeres, Miley and Joe Linton, who will be a central midfield 3 when they're out of possession, and Nick Voltemade will cut a lonely figure on his own in front of that midfield 5.
So 5.5 minutes played. Everton 0, Newcastle United 1. 2 changes for Everton, with Seamus Coleman injured and Idrissa Gueye suspended, having struck his own teammate on the face in that win over Manchester United on Monday night. So Jake O'Brien comes in to the defence. Irabunam is chosen in midfield. So Pickford is their goalkeeper. O'Brien, Tarkowski, Keane and Mikalenko the back 4. Garner and Irabunam hold the midfield. And Jai, Dewsbury Hall and Grealish operate just behind Barry up front for David Moyes' side, who's just retreated to speak to his staff in their dugout down towards the right-hand side of the halfway line. Newcastle go long. Nick Voltemade's got a lot of work to do in the corner on that far side, awaits for the support. Newcastle in their green away kit this evening, green shirts and shorts with white socks to boot. The cross comes in from the left-hand side, headed away by Tarkowski out towards the far side touchline, and Jai tries to backheel it to keep it in play. He can't. So Newcastle, 6 changes. Chow, Byrne, Guimaraes, Livramento and Barnes are the only ones that remain from the Marseille defeat in the Champions League on Tuesday night. The big change is in goal. Nick Pope, whose performance was questioned in France in midweek, is injured, we are told. That's the official line from the club. So Aaron Ramsdale starts in the Premier League for the first time for Newcastle United. Livramento, Chow, Byrne and Hall are there, back 4. As Elanga just pushes it down the inside right channel for Livramento's continued his run. Little touch comes off Mikalenko, and that gives Newcastle another corner. The rest of their team, Miley, Guimaraes and Joe Linton, and then it's Elanga and Barnes either side of Voltemade.
They've had some good early joy down this right-hand side of Newcastle. Livramento playing in his more favoured position at the right full-back, with Gomeres tucking in on the right-hand side. The link-up play between Livramento and Elanga has already proven a source of joy for Newcastle as they get this corner down on this side.
So corner which Lewis Hall will take, swings it in towards the near post. Everton are able to see that clear up towards the halfway line, but they had everybody back, so it's an easy recovery for Livramento. And Aaron Ramsdale, all in what, a light shade of purple, the Newcastle goalkeeper tonight, almost a pinky purple, isn't it, is able to clear it long, and they've swung the ball into the box, and Harvey Barnes takes the shot, which deflects wide, well wide in the end of Jordan Pickford's right-hand post, and goes behind for a Newcastle corner. Harvey Barnes is in form. You'd have backed him to score there, but the block comes in, and it's a Newcastle set-piece instead.
The Everton defence are all over the place at the moment. Newcastle are picking holes at will. This time it's down the left-hand side. Lovely ball in to Harvey Barnes on his left foot, 6 yards out on the angle. It's Michael Keane who actually gets across and makes a lovely block just in front of Jordan Pickford, because that was heading towards the bottom corner.
So Hall goes with the corner again. He's put that right under the crossbar, and Pickford clawed at it. There's a foul given by the referee, Craig Pawson, inside that 6-yard box. Dan Byrne was flying in there. It's gone behind for a goal kick anyway, so Everton can have a momentary relief. 9 minutes played, Everton 0, Newcastle 1. Paul Robinson.
Yeah, they're causing problems as well from set plays, Newcastle. You can see it's something that they've clearly worked on. I think there's a weakness there from Everton. Almost everyone piled in the 6-yard box, and it's one of those corners swung in right under the crossbar, right under Jordan Pickford's crossbar. All the bodies pile in. Dan Burn, I think it is, that clatters everybody, puts about 4 players in the back of the net. Get the free kick in the end, Everton, but Newcastle have been superb from the start.
Now it's Everton's turn to try and respond on the right-hand touchline, midway inside the Newcastle half is Iliman Ndiaye. He gets a good cross in towards Barry. Livramento takes no chances, kicks it straight behind for a corner, just beyond the head of Barry.
Better from Everton, Ndiaye and Grealish in the wide areas. They've got to look to make the pitch big, get some joy in those wide areas.
Everton go quickly with the corner, doesn't work out. And they've had to settle for a throw-in instead. So nearly 10 minutes played, Newcastle leading by 1-0. First time since 2022 that Everton have come into this fixture above Newcastle in the table. But with Newcastle's lead that they have at the moment, Newcastle leapfrog them and go one place above them. Everton throw from the left-hand side, the near side. It is flicked out by 2 Newcastle heads, bounces once awkwardly. Elanga is trying to get some control on it and set Newcastle on their way. He can't. So Everton playing out towards this near side again. Mikalenko with a floating, hanging ball in, and then Keane deflects behind for a corner. Keane met that on the half volley, edge of the penalty area, central, caught it nicely enough, but Newcastle body's in the way, and it's going to be a Toffees corner on the far side.
I tell you what, that was on its way from Michael Keane. We know he's a good striker of a ball. It's a good diagonal ball, and here's a sentence that you won't hear very often. Tarkowski chests it down in the 18-yard box to Michael Keane, who strikes on the half volley, and it takes a deflection and goes for a corner. The 2 centre-halves looked like expert centre-forwards at that point. It was a lovely piece of play.
Unlikely assist, would have been unlikely goal scorer. Everton corner from the far side, in swinging towards Barry. The header's looping onto the roof of the net. And it will be a goal kick to Newcastle. But that's pleasing to the Everton fans who, despite being sat in their seats, some of them with their arms folded and certainly their bobble hats and scarves on this evening, do give a warm round of applause. Their team fighting to get level. 11 minutes played, Newcastle leading by 1-0. And
it's a great atmosphere inside the stadium, isn't it? I know we've talked about it a lot on 5 Live this season. Covered a lot of games here, but this is my first visit here, and you cannot help but be impressed. It's a wonderful stadium and a wonderful atmosphere, it really is.
They've architecturally done it brilliantly. You've still got the brickwork pattern on the outside, rising up to the roof, which keeps it in the feel of the Liverpool dockyards. It is right on the River Mersey. And you've got the nice modern finish with the metalwork roof that surrounds this stadium. And inside, on those laser blue seats, it is a steep banked stadium, looping round on all 4 sides, and that really does make it quite a hostile atmosphere. Goodison Park could be the same, and they've obviously tried to keep that as they come here.
It's a lovely description. You have to Dion's job.
It is the master of Ian Dennis that we learn from. Everton attacking, Garner through to Grealish, left of the penalty area. And he'll look for the support to lay it back to, can't find one man, but then Garner curling shot, never get the curl on it, it goes wide. Newcastle goal kick. There has been a goal at Wembley. England taking on China, women's international this evening, and Katie Smith can bring us up to date.
And it's the European champions that leads the Asian champions. England 1, China 0. It was China who started the brightest, but England starting to find really lovely pockets of space in the last 6 or 7 minutes. Lucy Bronze with the work up the right-hand side. First time she crosses in, scuffed header by Alessia Russo. Second time she tries it, finds the right foot of Beth Mead, tucks it home. England 1, China 0.
Katie, thank you. We will keep you up to date with that. You can listen to it on Sports Extra 2 right now. On Sports Extra in around about 15 minutes time or so. Build up and action from Qatar, qualifying for tomorrow's Qatar Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri winning the sprint race earlier today. He's taken 2 points out of Lando Norris's lead. So he leads fractionally, slightly less Lando Norris, but a win in Qatar will give him the championship tomorrow. Everton try and get control on the halfway line, and Ndiaye wriggles his way inside and then plays it across the centre circle, but it was too easily read and cut out by Anthony Elanga. Newcastle, Livramento heavy touch, just gives the ball back to Mikalenko, and Pickford can send that long out towards Jack Grealish. Control isn't the best with his bright orange boots, but he keeps it in on the near side touchline, and Mikalenko just calmly knocks it back to Michael Keane. 1-0 Newcastle.
Well, what Newcastle have done well is that midfield 5, what I talked about. They've flooded the midfield and Everton found it hard to get any kind of momentum going and rhythm and get the ball moving forward because the green shirts are all over them in the middle of the park.
There's been another goal at Wembley. Katie Smith.
England are loving their homecoming, playing at Wembley for the first time since defending their European crown this summer. England 2, China 0. Toon with the cross from the left-hand side, and Beth Mead, a second goal in 2 minutes. It's England 2, China 0.
Thank you, Katie. So, fast start for England. We've seen fast starts everywhere. Not always successfully today. Newcastle leading as they are by a goal to 0. Came inside the first minute from Malik Chow. Manchester City scored early this afternoon, were then pegged back by Leeds to 2-2 before Phil Foden won it late. Bournemouth 2-0 up on Sunderland at the Stadium of Light, but the Black Cats certainly not unlucky. They have come back once again, and once more Brobby the hero, just like he was against Arsenal a few weeks ago. He's won the game, so Sunderland have beaten Bournemouth by 3-2 this afternoon. Brentford 3-1 winners, all those goals coming late on against Burnley at the G-Tech. Everton have won a free kick here, very central. Jack Grealish wants to take it quickly. Newcastle players giving him no room to take that free kick. Referee's called it back. Everton will have to think again, but the free kick is pretty central, midway inside the Newcastle half.
Yeah, they're still going. Bruno Guimaraes and Jack Grealish didn't like the challenge. Grealish told Guimaraes as much, and they both walked away pushing and shoving each other. Heads were almost together at one point. Better from Everton, though. They've got a free kick in a decent position now, which they've taken.
And cleverly so, to Jack Grealish on the left of the penalty area. He's put it into the 6-yard box. I think it was Nick Voltemade sliding in there to make sure that an Everton shirt didn't get hold of the ball in a dangerous position. Support from the Everton crowd, some of them on their feet. This is James Garner. Everton a little bit more controlled, and he uses James Tarkowski. Newcastle have fanned out a little bit from the free kick in those green shirts of theirs. Their away strip this afternoon. Mikalenko, the left back, he's now playing on the right hand side of the field because Everton haven't managed to readjust themselves after that free kick, because they're still in possession. Here is Mikalenko, and here is another goal at Wembley. Katie Smith.
England are absolutely flying. The 80,000 here don't know what to do. They barely sat down before they're up and celebrating it again. England 3, China 0. This time Lauren Hemp back for injury, playing for England for the first time since the Euros this summer, sliding at home. Another beautiful team move from the Lionesses. England 3, China 0.
England going well. 16 minutes played here. Newcastle going well. They're leading by a goal to 0.
Yeah, Everton are just starting to get back into the game after the early shock that they had from the very start. Starting to keep possession a little bit more. Newcastle very rigid in this defensive shape when they're out of possession. The thing I've noticed for Everton so far is that everything's been very central within the width of the 18-yard box, not really made the pitch big within Dye and Grealish. Every time Grealish has got the ball, looked to cut inside on his right foot, which is obviously natural to him.
Grealish slides it on through. Dewsbury Hall also sliding. Dan Burn matches that, blocks it, behind it goes for a corner. Everton working that left-hand side of the penalty area well, particularly through the magic of Jack Grealish.
Yeah, and as we say about Jack Grealish there, cutting inside, he does exactly that. Ball into him from Barry. He's got a little bit of space, creates more space for himself, and he slips the ball between 2-3 Newcastle defenders into the path of Dewsbury Hall. Hits a slide in Dan Burn as he crossed the 6-yard box and out for a corner.
Which is to Everton on this near side, in swinging right into the 6-yard box. It is Grealish who brings it down for Everton. He'll have to turn away from goal, lays it to the edge of the D for Dewsbury Hall. He pushes it back out to James Garner, the corner taker. Drifting cross in, arcing into the penalty area from this near side, the left. And it is dealt with by Newcastle, but Everton still in possession, edge of the centre circle for Vitali Mikalenko. 5 live from the Hill Dickinson Stadium this evening, where Newcastle lead by a goal to 0. Mikalenko sends it up towards the right-hand side. One header is an Everton one. Then it's Dan Burns' turn to get it away. Lewis Hall tries to bring it down. Showed too much of the ball to James Tarkowski. Newcastle think that went over the touchline. Linesman's very close to it and remains unmoved. And now this is Garner, central position. Everton feeling a sense of momentum here. That was until Anthony Elanga stepped in. Both him and Jack Grealish slide for the ball. Referee says throw in to Everton initially, and then I think the linesman on this near side has said no, that's a Newcastle throw. David Moyes is angry about it, and Jack Grealish has run all the way to the halfway line to have a word with the linesman.
I agree with you. I think that Jack Grealish did superbly well. He looked like he was chasing what was a lost cause. Anthony Elanga just letting the ball run out. And looking at the replay now, Jack Grealish, he hooks his right foot around the lost cause, plays it back against Anthony Elanga. The referee, who was the closer out of the two, the assistant on this near side, was further away than the referee. Referee gave the throw into Everton, the assistant gave it to Newcastle. Wrong decision. The referee should have given the throw into Everton. He should have stuck with his original decision.
Yeah, Jack Grealish, David Moyes have every right to be slightly furious about that, because Everton have grown into this game, conceded the early goal inside the first minute to Malik Chow. Some concern for Joe Linton here, who's having his right knee tested, his right leg stretched by the medic. He's got his back lying down on the floor, but Everton, having gone behind early, haven't let that affect them too much, and they are getting back into this game.
Yeah, it's a worrying one for Joe Linton, because he's gone down with nobody around him. Physio's come on, looked at his right knee, I think. He's hobbling off towards us on this near touchline, just giving David Moyes an opportunity to do that team huddle like we see when there's a break in play, when the teams come over for a drink. Pass some communication, some instructions. He's down beneath us now, talking to Jordan Pickford. Quite an intense conversation by the look of it. Maybe a little restructuring after the early scare, but they've certainly got themselves back into the game, Everton. For the 5 minutes it took them to warm up into the game, they've had the better of the chances. And Newcastle, when they are attacked, there is that fragility. They're a completely different side away from home than they have been at St James's Park this season.
So Joe Linton moves to the side of the pitch. Eddie Howe's just had a chat with him. Scored in Newcastle's last win at Everton. Did Joe Linton. Came all the way back in April 2023. A 4-1 win at Goodison Park. Many teams coming to the Hill Dickinson Stadium for the very first time. This modern arena right on the River Mersey. Here's Jack Grealish. Newcastle leading by a goal to nil after 20 minutes. Grealish just waited for Mykolenko to get onside. Mykolenko's cross from the left is easily dealt with by Newcastle. Now Elanga, we know he's got the pace. Jack Grealish is trying to go back with him. Elanga is able to force the ball out towards the left-hand side. He's down on the deck, thinks he got a touch as he played the ball, wants the free kick. Newcastle still in possession.
If they are going to play deep now, they've got the goal up, Newcastle. If they are going to sit and invite Everton onto them, players like Elanga with his pace in behind on the turnover of possession are going to be a threat. Elanga and Harvey Barnes on the left-hand side, they will look to use those type of players on the counter-attack.
Anthony Elanga yet to score this season since his big money move from Nottingham Forest in the summer.
Surprised the amount of changes that Eddie Howe's made from the midweek game, I really am. When you look at players like Fabian Schär, Tonali and Anthony Gordon, those two in particular, who you would expect if they were fully fit would start the game, find themselves sat on the bench today. A number of changes, obviously, including the big change in goal.
Well, if it works, he's a genius. If it doesn't work, then I'm sure Chris Sykes, our producer, will be asking many questions to Eddie Howe, not least about Nick Pope's situation with the World Cup draw on Friday. You can hear that on BBC Radio 5 Live. Also watch it on the iPlayer with Kelly Cates. Lovely ball through to Dewsbury Hall, played from the left-hand side. Here's Irabunum, he's trying to take on Dan Burn. He's got round him, and the deflection off Bruno Guimaraes carries it into Aaron Ramsdale's hands. There are appeals from the Everton fans behind that goal, that maybe there was a hand in there from Bruno Guimaraes. We'll wait to check the replays on that one. VAR can, of course, check in the background. For now, play continues, Paul Robinson.
I think it was in more hope than expectation from the Everton fans behind the goal. It was a cross like a lifted to the far post. It hit the underneath of Guimaraes' boot and then bounced up. And I'm not so sure there was even any contact with his arm. I think that one will be OK.
Yeah, play certainly has continued with the referee not finding a need to stop it. Mykolenko sees that one out for Newcastle throw-in right in front of David Moyes, 10 yards or so inside the Everton half. Home side right to left in the opening 45 minutes. Newcastle from left to right. So the throw-in taken by Livramento on this near side. Back to the goal scorer, Malik Chow. The summer move from AC Milan, and Newcastle play it dangerously across the back, but Miley's there to help them out, and they survive a nervy moment with Everton going for the high press. Now it's Irabunum all over Lewis Miley, flicks it up beautifully, chips it down the right-hand touchline. Livramento controls well. Now Nick Voltemada, who is far back from where he'd want to be, as Newcastle start to look forward here. Haven't really had an attack since they took the lead. They've done what they need to do. They lead Everton by a goal to nil. We're past the midway point of this first half on BBC Radio 5 Live. 23 minutes gone. Newcastle now starting to string passes together. Everton's defence has got to be careful here. Jake O'Brien had to be decisive. Everton looked half asleep there, and O'Brien didn't realise what was behind him and just had to belt it into the south stand away to our right-hand side.
Yeah, Lewis Miley finds himself in a lot of space in the middle of the pitch, and he looks to thread a ball in between Michael Keane and Jake O'Brien, the right back. He does that. Jake O'Brien's unaware of the presence, I think, of Harvey Barnes on his left-hand side. Lets the ball run across him and almost sweeps the ball out to play.
Last time the corner was out on that far side, Newcastle scored from it. It's Dan Burn who gets the header, but he heads it actually away from goal and up in the air. Newcastle first to the loose ball as it exits the penalty area. Back it goes to Aaron Ramsdale, who's closer to the centre circle than he is to his own box. Elanga, there's been another goal at Wembley, we'll be there in a moment. Here's Elanga cantering towards the right corner of the box. Then he puts a cross in. Heavy touch by Irabunum, I think it was, has given Newcastle the ball back. Barnes tries to square it to Voltemade. There's Livramento, wild shot from him. Then it comes to Miley, and it finds a way through. And Newcastle United have doubled their lead. Maybe they are heading for their first Premier League away win of the season. It is Lewis Miley bouncing the ball down into the ground. And Pickford got a touch, but it wasn't a convincing one. He's got a sarcastic smile on his face like he can't believe it. The Newcastle players mob Lewis Miley, and it is Everton 0, Newcastle 2.
Oh, what a defensive mess from an Everton point of view. A number of opportunities to clear the ball. Anthony Elanga again on this right-hand side. The ball goes in. Michael Keane half clears it. Comes back to Livramento. Harvey Barnes keeps the ball alive. And then it's Mikalenko half clears it. It's bobbling around. It's a real mess. And then Livramento strikes it. It looks like it's going out for a goal kick on the far left-hand side. Deflected again back into the middle by Dan Burn. Lewis Miley strikes it with his left foot. It's an awful strike. It's bobbling. He hits it into the ground. Bobbles through bodies, bobbles through Tarkowski and Keane. Jordan Pickford goes to pat it down with two hands. Makes a real mess of it, the England goalkeeper. He actually pats it on his palms between his own legs. Everton defensively are an absolute shambles at the moment. That is a goal that none of the Everton defenders nor goalkeeper will want to see again. David Moyes down beneath is on the monitors, got a face like thunder. Jordan Pickford's made a real mess of that, he really has.
Stands with his hands on his hips. James Tarkowski, I think, was asking questions of the England #1 goalkeeper. We go back to that World Cup draw, we go back to the talking point with the Newcastle United goalkeepers today. Nick Pope injured and Aaron Ramsdale's chance to impress. So Thomas Tuchel, watching on, will have 3 goalkeepers that he might have been expecting to have a look at this evening. And in fact, it's his #1 that's got some questionable goalkeeping errors to his name tonight.
Listen, it was a poor mistake from the goalkeeper. He should have done better. But there's no conversation about his England #1 spot for me. You look at his record: 81 caps, 71 of them competitive caps, 26 in major tournaments, 26 in qualifiers. Nobody more qualified to do that job. Yes, that was a mistake, but his England jersey is not under threat.
There's Barnes, left corner of the penalty area. We'll get to Wembley in a minute where there's been another goal, but Newcastle on the attack again, leading as they are by 2-0. They've had effectively 2 efforts at Jordan Pickford's goal, and they've scored them both so far. Joe Linton back to the halfway line. We'll go back to Wembley, Katie.
Where it is now England 4, China 0. England in party mode. China have been poor this time. Lauren Hemp winning the ball over on the far left-hand side, crosses it in from the byline, palmed away by keeper Pan, but into the path of Georgia Stanway, who slams it in at the far post. England 4, China 0.
Thank you, Katie. That's available for you now on Sports Extra 2. If you get the BBC Sounds app, you can flick across the dial. You'll get 5 Live, you'll get Sports Extra, and then these 2 other streaming platforms are Sports Extra 2 and 3, and when there's live sport, that is often where you can find it as well. For example, tomorrow, West Ham Liverpool is at 2 o'clock on BBC Radio 5 Live on Sports Extra 2. It'll be Nottingham Forest against Brighton on Sports Extra 3, the West Midlands derby between Aston Villa and Wolves. More live football than ever before on BBC Sounds, so make sure you've got the app. Here come Newcastle United with Lewis Hall having a go, left-footed, the left back getting forward, left of the D, and his shot takes a deflection and goes out for a Newcastle corner, far side.
That was the 2 fullbacks combining, and he's really unlucky there, Lewis Hall. Looking at the replay, it's the top of the crossbar. Michael Keane and James Tarkowski having words with each other. The Everton defence all at sea. They really are. They lose possession, and on the turnover possession, Newcastle are extremely quick, and it's Livramento who plays the ball to Lewis Hall on his left foot. He takes a deflection off Michael Keane, loops up and over Jordan Pickford. He's beaten again, the Everton goalkeeper, hits the crossbar and goes out for another corner. Offensively, Everton have been okay, but defensively, they've been awful.
Approaching the half-hour mark, Newcastle corner far side, in swinging. It is the head of O'Brien, and there was pushing and shoving in there anyway, so it has been given as an Everton free kick inside their own penalty area.
I don't think David Moyes would have seen this coming today from his team. I mean, you look at the win last time out against Manchester United, clean sheet. A win last time they were here, 2-0 against Fulham, a clean sheet. Looking for the third clean sheet in a row, and they're already 2 down with only 30 minutes played, but obviously avoidable goals as well. You know, the set play, very, very avoidable. Free header inside the 6-yard box. And then the second goal there, far too many mistakes and far too many opportunities for Everton to actually clear the danger. And if they are to get anything today, they're going to have to do it the hard way now.
Well, Everton came into this game having their best start to a season after 12 games for 4 years when Carlo Ancelotti was the manager. Newcastle, despite all that's been made about them, only 3 points worse off after 12 games. That's a good ball into the box, left-hand side for Barry to chase. Byrne has the strength, has the know-how, has the body position, and can just shield that ball out for a goal kick, and he gets low fives off Aaron Ramsdale and also off his defensive teammates as well.
It's a really good piece of defensive work from Dan Byrne. Ball slipped down the side of him, he's kind of out of position, very quickly alters his position, gets back goal side, doesn't have to do much, he just ushers Barry out to play. It's a heavy first touch from Barry with his left foot. Dan Byrne just steps across him, puts his left arm and shoulder out and says, no, not today.
So half an hour played, 5 live, Everton 0, Newcastle 2. Everton went behind inside the first minute, got back into the game, and if you were to say around about the 20-minute mark who was going to score next, it probably would have been the home side, but Newcastle, in a moment of fortune and some lucky play in the way the shots fell from Livramento into the path of Byrne, and then Lewis Miley's strike on out, 2 goals up. You can watch it all back on Match of the Day tonight from 10:30 with Gabby Logan, Joe Hart, Danny Murphy in the chairs this evening. Also highlights of Brentford beating Burnley by 3-1, Manchester City's late win over Leeds by 3-2, and Sunderland's comeback win over Bournemouth, 2-0 down. They won at the Stadium Light by 3-2. We've got 14 minutes to half-time here. Everton trailing by 2-0. Mikalenko back to the halfway line for Michael Keane.
We normally have a conversation about who's going to be last on Match of the Day, don't we? We see which game's going to be the last pick. Tonight there's a race to be the first. I mean, there's been some incredible games today, and this one's by far from over.
And we're not done yet in Premier League terms. We'll have reports later from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium when Spurs host Fulham from 8 o'clock. We'll bring you team news. Here's Everton's chance here back in the game, or at least it was. Barry down the middle. It hit the back of his heel, not the front of his heel, and the ball goes the wrong direction, and Everton lose a promising bit of attacking play, and now it's Newcastle's turn. Down the far side left to try and get themselves up the field. Here's Harvey Barnes, uses Hall as an outlet. He just flicks it with the outside of his boot to Joe Linton. Hall again, now he's lost it. Showed far too much to Iliman Ndiaye. He missed his footing a little bit, and now Ndiaye can try and give it to Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall on the right-hand side, who's got 2 Newcastle players around him, yet with a little swivel can get away from those. Now Jack Grealish. David Moyes wants to see Grealish add goals to his games, but he'll be happy trying to assist them if he can. Foot race between Byrne and Grealish out towards the right-hand side. Everton weren't on the same page there as the ball was played out to a flat-footed and almost stalled Jack Grealish, and Newcastle have a reprieve once again.
He'd stopped his run, Jack Grealish. It was a good little interchange between Garner and Ndiaye. Ndiaye looked for Jack Grealish. He thought that he continued his run on the outside. He hadn't. He'd looked to stay and try and regain possession. Maybe not as quick as Everton wanted to be. It's a little bit clunky, isn't it, from Everton? They've not really managed to get anything going. The 2 goals for them have come at the wrong time, just as they were getting a foothold into the game and looked like they were building up momentum. They've conceded again. Be an interesting team talk for David Moyes at half-time.
Well, they have got issues in midfield, Everton, and they've got a few injuries. Obviously, that added to by the fact that Merlin Rawle has now had to have an operation for a hernia, so he's out till January at least. They've got the suspension of Idrissa Gana Gueye from Monday night, and they'll miss him for 3 games. So is it Everton's midfield that's letting them down in this game?
I think, well, the defence as well, obviously. I mean, when you look at the goal back, the second goal, there was a number of errors. I mean, the amount of times that they had to clear it. I think Michael Keane, and on this right-hand side, Anthony Elanga has clearly got the beating of Mikalenko, got the ball far too easily into the box, rebounded back to Harvey Barnes. I just think it's the number of opportunities that Everton had to clear it, and then the mess that they found themselves in, and then Jordan Pickford doing what he did.
And here come Newcastle. Miley's crossed on the right-hand side. Headed away by Everton in the penalty area. Lewis Hall first to it, back to the halfway line for Dan Burn.
It was a tough one when you actually analyse it for Jordan Pickford to actually do what he did. I mean, he's gone down in almost a star shape, where you see the goalkeeper's going in the K shape, and he's trying to pat the ball down to take the sting out of it. But as he's patted it down, it's hit the underside of his palms and gone between his own legs. Granted, there was a couple of players in front of him on the 6-yard box. It may have had a slight deflection, but he didn't really get his full body behind it, and he made a real mess of it, in all honesty.
Chow with a crossfield lofted pass out towards the far side, the left. Chow, who got Newcastle in front after just 55 seconds. Now Bruno Guimaraes, and he gives it to Harvey Barnes, who's cantering in from the touchline, tries to get to the byline. Jake O'Brien, well-timed tackle, stands on his feet, wins the ball back, and then can send it up towards Barry. And Dye slips but keeps it in on the touchline and does really well to avoid Newcastle stealing in with Lewis Hall to win the ball back. Everton have it thrown on the halfway line.
Newcastle are celebrating defensive tackles like the goals at the moment. The away supporters to our left-hand side in the corner, they're getting very excited. Another good tackle there by Bruno Guimaraes in the middle of midfield. They look up for this Newcastle. They're biting into challenges. They're quick into the, trying to get the press. And they're in a very, very good shape. As you said, was sat very high up here in the stadium, elevated, and you can look down and you can see the shape. And it's clearly a back four and midfield 5 out of possession. And the spaces between the units are what's keeping Everton away.
Elanga gives it to Mikalenko whilst trying to control the ball out of the air. Midway inside the Newcastle half. No foul given on Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall. So Newcastle push it out towards the left-hand side with Lewis Hall. Newcastle, who've drawn 4 and lost 5 on the road this season, with 10 minutes to half-time here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Lead by 2-0. They have maintained their record as well as we hit 35 minutes. Newcastle, the only side this season not to concede in the opening half an hour of a game, and they're leading by 2-0. Malik Chow and Lewis Miley, perhaps the 2 unlikely goal scorers. Lots made of Lewis Miley from Newcastle fans on social media. Eddie Howe's stuck by him, and he has certainly quietened a few critics with his goal tonight that has Newcastle 2 goals to the good. Jack Grealish left-hand side, back to Mikalenko, and back to Michael Keane just inside his own half.
I think you forget Lewis Miley's still only 19 years of age, an academy product, doing extremely well. I saw him play in the England under-21s at Birmingham on a Friday night a couple of weeks ago. He's an integral part of what they're doing at the moment. The new development under Lee Carsley, and I think he's going to have a big role to play at this club for a long time. And as I say, you forget, still only 19 years of age, starting Premier League games regularly.
And he was on Instagram this week picking up his brand new car as well, Lewis Miley. Newcastle on the road to success, leading as they are by 2-0, as are England, who have fought to the good against China. And there's a penalty as well for Katie Smith.
Yeah, a chance to make it 5. VAR, a lengthy stoppage, but a review here to give England the penalty after a handball in the box from a Russo shot. It is Georgia Stanway standing over the ball, Pan in goal, all in green for China. This to make it 5-0 for England. She strikes low and she strikes true. Georgia Stanway with her second in this first half. It's England 5, China 0.
Thanks, Katie. England beat China 6-1 at the Women's World Cup a couple of years ago. Well on course to beat that by the sounds of what we're hearing in the first half from Katie at Wembley. Commentary of that right now on Sports Extra 2. On Sports Extra, qualifying underway for the Qatar Grand Prix, tomorrow's race, which could see Lando Norris win the world title for the very first time. A couple of F1 fans out on the pitch today. James Garner's a big F1 fan. Dan Burn was at the Spanish Grand Prix with a couple of his England teammates earlier this season as well.
Qatar this week, and then Abu Dhabi, is it, next week?
Straight after.
Still all to play for. 2
shots for Lando Norris to win the title, or maybe 2 shots for Oscar Piastri or Max Verstappen as well.
That's if they're not disqualified.
It's a touchy subject with McLaren, that one, I think. It's just opened up the World Championship and added a little bit more drama. Max Verstappen in the hunt for his 5th world title. Everton 0, Newcastle 2. I think either of these two might be going for the Premier League title this season, but both want to be looking in the top half of the table. 3 points this evening would certainly be doing that, and Newcastle on course, leading as they are by 2-0. Everton, you feel, could do with one before half-time.
Yeah, they need a way back into this game. I mean, we talked about Aaron Ramsdale coming into the side tonight. He's had very little, if anything, to do. Can't remember Everton creating anything of any note.
Hurried across in from the right-hand touchline there, Everton. It was always going to be ambitious to find one of two options in the box. Now it's swung in by Mykolenko from the left-hand side. That one's a little bit more threatening. Newcastle have hashed away the clearance, and Tim Irabunam has it back for the home side. Grealish just nudges it back, a little bit of space for Irabunam. Grealish is able to turn and look forward. Midway inside the Newcastle half, out on this left-hand side. Here is Mykolenko, level with the corner of the box, but closer to the touchline. It's a bit slicker there from Everton, but Garner couldn't turn it out towards Grealish, and now it's Mykolenko once again. Here's Irabunam. Slow and steady and patient from Everton, but Newcastle are well organised.
Very well organised in a new, well, with the changes, the newish shape that they're playing within the midfield, and actually not many days since the Marseille game for Eddie Howe to work on this. That's probably the most impressive thing, the lack of time that they've had on the training ground, the amount of games that players have now. There's more focus on recovery and preparation rather than, you know, looking forward to the next game and doing tactical work on the pitch.
Mykolenko, Irabunam. Everton in possession, but they're not worrying the Newcastle penalty area at the minute. It's all happening on the edge of the Geordie's defensive third, but nothing more than that as they try and play it down the left-hand touchline. Mykolenko's pass is blocked off by Tino Livramento. That's the little cue for a few Everton fans to go for a half-time refreshment. Will they stop on the stairs? There's maybe half a chance. Barnes, though, gets there before, and Dyer can hack it away and then goes chasing out for it by the touchline to hopefully release himself, and the ball on that far side, he can't, he's stopped. Brilliant defensive work from James Tarkowski sliding in. It'll be a Newcastle throw midway inside their own half.
Well, he had to get that right, James Tarkowski, because if Harvey Barnes had just nicked that over him, he was sliding off the pitch, and Harvey Barnes was away. I mean, he had half the length of the pitch still to go. Could have been a nasty challenge, or he could have got caught out, Tarkowski. Good piece of defending from the central defender.
Half-time, we'll be hearing from Ruben Diaz after Manchester City won it late against Leeds, and be interesting to hear what Daniel Farke has to say. We'll hear from him as well. His side down and out at the break by all accounts. Passive, I think, was the word from Ian Dennis and Chris Sutton at half-time. And they came back 2-2 before Phil Foden won it late.
Yeah, I thought he was bang under pressure this week, Daniel Farke, but his side have produced a performance that would suggest he's not lost them.
Langer cut off by Mykolenko towards the Everton penalty area. It came from a nice back heel, whether he meant it or not, from Nick Voltemade. Not too sure he knew where the ball was or where his teammates were, but it did work for Elanga. Newcastle now have it on the far side left. 3.5 minutes to the break, leading as they are by 2-0. Here's Guimaraes. Now Miley out towards the left touchline. Jacob Bryant just almost in that crouching position, tries to shield him, but then Hall's managed to break free on the left-hand side. Looks for Voltemade in the 6-yard box. That's blocked by a host of blue shirts of Everton players. Now it comes to Guimaraes. She's sending it out towards Elanga. Voltemade gets his head on it. Everton fans a little panicked here by just how promising Newcastle look. Livramento, Elanga, short pass along the turf to Guimaraes, who was able to turn 180 and face infield. Has Dewsbury Hall stride for stride with him. Now Elanga and Livramento combine, back with Elanga. Livramento just stood off the ball and provided a distraction. Newcastle have a throw.
They're getting a lot of joy, Newcastle, when they go forward. You just can't help believe that if they just play with that more belief and confidence in the final third, you can see this Everton defence creaking. Lewis Hall's been a constant threat down the left-hand side, cutting inside. That time he gets an opportunity to run into the 18-yard box. Michael Keane knows that he can't touch him. Comes to nothing in the end, but again the ball's rotated out. Elanga on this right-hand side. You just feel in the wide areas Newcastle have got the pace and the beating of this Everton defence.
Which is ironic, really, because it was Eddie Howe giving the praise to David Moyes and Everton for their wide play this season. Newcastle can't work the throw-in. Jordan Pickford bowls the ball underarm out towards the right-hand side. Everton in their blue shirts, right to left as the first half has just a couple of minutes to run. Can't imagine there'll be too much added time either. Feels quite mild inside the stadium this evening. The drizzle has just started to fall again. The floodlights create a little haze on these winter evenings. Plenty of fans heading for the concourses as Everton come down the right. It's an early cross again from Ndiaye, didn't really get off the ground and was blocked at source by Lewis Hall.
You say about Eddie Howe conscious of Everton's threat in the wide areas, and that's probably one of the reasons that he's actually played with that midfield five when they're out of possession. Normally we see Newcastle in quite an obvious 4-3-3, but with Gomeris, Miley and Joe Linton, when they're out of possession, they go narrow. Barnes and Elanga tuck in, and when they break, they've got the power and the pace in the wide areas to not allow the Everton wide players any joy going forward. It pushes them back in the other direction.
Jake O'Brien, long throw, headed out of the box by Malik Chow. Garner steps in, Everton have won it back, and Jai pushes it to the right-hand side. It'll be Jake O'Brien's cross that deflects up into the air, and Aaron Ramsdale makes a good call. The ball was in the air for a while, but he caught it with two hands and can get Newcastle looking forward again.
Not been troubled at all, Aaron Ramsdale. What he has had to do is look confident and comfortable. Another easy cross for him to deal with.
And Elanga gets round Irabunam, misses Voltemada, lifts it over Pickford and into the back of the net. What an away performance this is from Newcastle United. Their fans go berserk in the northwest corner from where we're sat. Voltemada, a little punch in the air from him, but it was the work of Elanga to get round Irabunam, and Voltemada had most of the 18-yard box to himself. It's a delicate chip over Pickford that Tarkowski couldn't recover, and David Moyes slumps in his chair in his dugout, arms folded. His side might be beaten by half-time. Everton 0, Newcastle 3.
It's a delightful finish from the big German, it really is. It's such a delicate touch over the on-rushing Jordan Pickford. From back to front, very quickly Newcastle, from Aaron Ramsdale's gloves into the back of Jordan Pickford's net. Within 3 passes, Anthony Elanga it is who puts Voltemada through. One-on-one with Pickford, the ball's still bouncing. What he does, he takes his time. He doesn't rush, he doesn't lash at the ball. He looks up and he sees the England goalkeeper on rushing. He uses the bounce of the ball, side-footed, helps it over a hapless Pickford. Garner rushing back into the net, can't get his foot round it to clear it. And Newcastle are 3 up going into the break.
His first goal in 5 games, Nick Voltemada. £69 million man with his 5th Premier League goal. Everton now desperately need a response. Dewsbury Hall goes down inside the D, and the referee doesn't look twice at it, and Newcastle could be off again. They'd spotted the run of Elanga on the right-hand side. It couldn't get to him. Handball given against James Garner, I think it is. Newcastle free kick just inside their own half to the left of the centre circle.
Eddie Howe's game plan in this first half has certainly worked, but I bet even he couldn't imagine them to go in 3-0 up at half-time. Geordie's away to our left-hand side. Some of them with their tops off, as usual this time of year, singing the hearts out. They're delighted. Without doubt, the best 45 minutes away from home for Newcastle this season. The way that they've set up, the way that they've hit Everton on the break, and the way they set up now, it's perfect for them with the pace of Elanga and Harvey Barnes on the counter-attack. If Everton are unlikely to get anything out of this game, they're going to have to open up, they're going to have to come at Newcastle, and that's exactly how they've just got the 3rd goal.
It's quite a mild night by Geordie standards, isn't it? No wonder the tops are off. Gloves are on from Paul Robinson. I don't think there's anyone out there wearing gloves, is there, player-wise? Rumours are Ian Dennis had his heated gloves on earlier today.
By the way, don't knock them, they're the way forward.
Soft on a rather temperate night. Here's a chance for Everton. Dewsbury Hall, brilliant sliding challenge from Dan Burn. He's furious at the referee for something there, Dan Burn. But as Dewsbury Hall got in narrow angle on the right-hand side, Burn recovered brilliantly. And Everton have a corner to close out this first half. They're trailing by 3-0. 2 minutes of added time was shown. We've had that. So it's an Everton corner, far side the right. This will be the last action of the first half. Is there hope for Everton? Newcastle headed away to the edge of the penalty area. It's recycled by Ndiaye. Cross comes in, bouncing around, skipping into the box. Newcastle bring it away. And there are boos around the Hill Dickinson Stadium for Everton, who trail by 3-0 at the break. It was a fast start. Malik Chow's header from a corner made it 1-0. Lewis Miley The 19-year-old doubled the lead for Newcastle after a bit of Everton pressure for 2-0, and then right on half-time, Nick Voltemada got Newcastle's third.
There's a lot to unpack from an Everton point of view. A really poor defensive performance from them, but you've got to give this Newcastle side a lot of credit, the way that they've played away from home this season. You certainly haven't seen a performance like that coming. A change of personnel, a slight change of shape from Eddie Howe today. They've looked dangerous, they've looked decisive, and they've taken their opportunities when they've come, and they've put themselves in a superb position to go on and get all 3 points, having scored 3 by the time the half-time whistle's blown.
Newcastle yet to win in the Premier League away from home this season are on course. Only Brentford have dropped more points from winning positions this season than the Magpies. It'll be a tough ask for Everton to extend that Newcastle record. At the break mark, Everton 0, Newcastle 3.
Yeah, dominant for Newcastle at Everton, dominant for England at Wembley. Katie Smith.
England 5, China 0. England have been excellent. The fans are loving it, but China have been really poor. You do wonder what Serena Wiegmann's learning from this. The first 3 goals, 2 for Mead, 1 for Hem, came in the space of 3 minutes and 53 seconds. England then waited a whole 7 minutes before adding a fourth. That came from Stanway, drilling in at the far post. She added another from the spot. It was a penalty awarded by VAR for a handball. So Anna Morehouse, making her debut in goal today, has quite literally had nothing to do. So surely we'll see plenty of changes from Wiegmann in the second half. She's got a chance to test out a lot of new faces sitting on the England bench. At half-time, England 5, China 0.
Earlier in the Premier League, Brentford beat Burnley 3-1. Manchester City were 2-0 up at home to Leeds at half-time. Leeds came back to make it 2-2, but a late Phil Foden goal gave Pep Guardiola's side the win. Sunderland came from 2-0 down at home to Bournemouth to win that 3-2. In the Championship, Coventry remained 10 points clear at the top. They beat Charlton. Middlesbrough beat Derby. Stoke dropped down a couple of places. They were beaten at home by Hull. One other big story, Norwich get their first home win of the season. They beat QPR by 3-1. Cardiff are the new leaders of League One. They beat Mansfield 3-0. Stevenage, the morning leaders, could only draw 0-0 at Wigan. Walsall stay top of League Two after a 3-1 win over Bromley. In the Scottish Premiership, Hearts were held, so that's 3 games without a win now. They drew 0-0 at Motherwell. In the National League, the big 4 at the top all won. So that's Rochdale and York and Forest Green Rovers and Carlisle. All of them were winners today. I didn't give you the Northern Irish Premiership at earlier on, the full time. So they are as follows: Crusaders 0, Coleraine 2, Dungannon 1, Larne 2, Glenavon 3, Ballymena 1, Linfield 3, Carrick Rangers 1, Portadown 2, Cliftonville 3. Oscar Piastri won the sprint race earlier in Qatar. At the moment, it's qualifying for the race tomorrow. Jenny Gow.
Thank you. Yeah, so all eyes are on the championship title, which could be sewn up tomorrow with Lando Norris winning. That would be enough to seal his first ever world title for McLaren. But first, it's a small matter as qualifying, as you said. And Norris tips the tables for Q1 ahead of Piastri. Verstappen also up there and looking a bit more improved than he did in the sprint earlier on. But those out include Lewis Hamilton. Ferrari's rows continue to elude the form, but when it comes to McLaren, they are back on top. Norris first, Piastri second.
Let's go to the snooker next. First day of the UK Championship. Judd Trump through to the last 16, Jamie.
Yeah, the defending champion Judd Trump beat Stephen Maguire by 6 frames to 4. The sellout crowd saw 2 centuries plus 6 of the breaks over 50 in what was an entertaining match. This season, Trump has been trying out a new cue, but today he reverted back to using his old cue, the one with which he's won multiple tournaments. But why did the world number 1 want to experiment with a new cue?
I just felt like sometimes under pressure, I just don't have full confidence in the cue. So I hate changing cues and stuff like that. For me, as last resort, if something's not broke, then don't fix it. So if I'm winning tournaments, I just felt like I needed some of the heavier conditions, some more consistency and maybe some more power.
Judd Trump will now play Si Jiahui in the last 16 after the Chinese star hammered Ryan Day 6-0.
In the Scottish Cup, a couple of the big headlines were wins for non-league Auchinleck Talbot and Camelon Juniors against sides in League Two. St Johnstone, the championship leaders, went out to Cove Rangers of League One. In the Rugby Union, South Africa thrash Wales 73-0 at the Principality Stadium. In the Gallagher Prem, Gloucester beat Quins 26-15. nearly at half-time in the other game, and Bristol lead Northampton by 28 points to 0. In the Women's Premiership, Sale and Exeter drew 26 all. There were convincing wins for Loughborough and Saracens over Leicester and Trailfinders respectively. Lions and Cardiff have won in the United Rugby Championship. Half-time in 2 games, Edinburgh 5, Ospreys 5 and Munster 21, Stormers 6. And the former champion hurdle Constitution Hill fell once again as Golden Ace came through to win the Fighting Fifth hurdle at Newcastle. Panic Attack won the Coral Gold Cup at Newbury. We'll bring you some reaction to the day's Premier League football before we return to Everton, who are 3-0 down at home to Newcastle, after the latest BBC News at 24 minutes past 6.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The award-winning playwright Sir Tom Stoppard has died at the age of 88. His family says he died peacefully at home in Dorset. President Trump says the airspace above and around Venezuela should be considered completely closed. In a message on social media, he said the warning was aimed at airlines, pilots, drug dealers and human traffickers. Torrential rains have triggered floods and landslides across parts of southern Asia, killing around 600 people. Monsoon rain exacerbated by tropical storms caused some of the region's worst flooding in years, with millions affected in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand and Sri Lanka. And Zara Sultana is accused leading figures in the new party she's founding with Jeremy Corbyn of carrying out a witch hunt to purge left-wing activists. Sultana boycotted the first day of the Your Party conference after several members who also belong to the Socialist Workers' Party were expelled.
BBC iPlayer is the home of EastEnders. You ain't seen nothing yet. You can watch whenever you want, with new episodes landing at 6 a.m. All this entertainment, eh?
Must be my lucky day.
The best way to watch EastEnders. BBC iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sports with Mark Chapman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Let's bring you some reaction to the day's Premier League football then. Manchester City were 2-0 up at home to Leeds. Leeds got it back to 2-2. Phil Foden got a late winner. City goes second. Here's Ruben Diaz.
At the end of the day, obviously, we're not happy with the beginning of the second half. These kind of mistakes, they can cost us heavily, but still, we faced the situation. We kept on fighting. We had obviously the goal from Phil. We had a clear chance from Omar just before, and I'm proud of the way the team kept on fighting. Even Ryan, the way he came on, wanting to help us and finish the game. I really appreciate everyone's effort. Yeah.
So after a couple of results which have gone against you, what does it say about the character in the dressing room that eventually you find a way to win this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think essentially it just means that we need to play one game at a time. One game at a time, one game at a time, one game at a time. And whenever we try and deviate from that, it causes problems. So we need to play one game at a time, and that's the message. That has to be our core. That has to be the only thing in our minds, and period, nothing else. Just next game and period. There's nothing else after that.
Is that sometimes hard, though, when everyone else is talking about, Manchester City are closing the gap on Arsenal with a win today?
I feel like that's the challenge. That's where we need to be professional and be able to avoid the noise from outside.
Ruben Diaz with Gary Flintoff. Leeds have now lost 5 of their last 7 in the league. Here's Daniel Farker.
Disappointed because we came here in order to win points. Not for compliments, not for warm words. We wanted points, so the overriding feeling is disappointment. But of course, the lads should be proud of themselves. So after the worst possible start into this game, if you concede here at the Etihad in the first minute, normally it's a long afternoon, and then so we concede out of a set piece. If you want to travel away with points, normally you have to win the set piece scoreline. It was the worst possible scenario in the first half, but we showed great character, great resilience, great passion, and also great quality in the second half. Fully deserved to equalise the game. It was an open game in the last 10 minutes. Both teams could have won it. They had the better end for that. It's disappointing for us, but the boys should be really proud of it.
Sunderland came from 2 down to beat Bournemouth 3-2 at the Stadium of Light. They're now back into the top 4 on 22 points. Here's Sunderland's Regis Lebris.
To be fair, I think we started well, especially with the ball. We felt that they were strong on their left side, so as expected. But the game was balanced. We made 2 mistakes, and this league is so demanding that if you make 2 mistakes, you can be punished with 2 goals, and it was the case. So a bit hard at that moment. But we didn't feel that we were far from the level. So probably the players were aware of the situation as well. And then now just one goal can change the dynamic, and it happened with this penalty.
What does it say about your side that you've come from 2-0 down to win 3-2, helped by the crowd clearly, but you must as a head coach be so proud of your team to be able to do that?
Yeah, it's a big achievement, especially in this league. It shows the character, it shows the consistency of the tactical model and the depth of the squad as well, because our finishers were really important, and the connection with our crowd is crucial. We know that to be efficient in this league we need this extra drive, and it was the case today.
Igor Thiago got 2 for Brentford, including a penalty as they beat Burnley 3-1. Here's Keith Andrews.
I thought it'd be a game of patience. You look at their results and the way they've played this season. I think they're such a well-drilled team. It was always going to be a game for us today that we had to keep doing the basics really well, not get frustrated, because we've no divine right to win football games. You got to earn it, and in the end I thought we did earn it.
And what about Igor Thiago? Some mental strength he had to show for that penalty.
Yeah, listen, he's shown a lot of mental strength, full stop, to get to this point in his career. So again, doesn't really surprise me. First half I thought he could have and should have imposed himself on the game a little bit more. Some of that was down to the service. I think it's fair to say in the second half he certainly did that.
I mean, what an impact he's had on the Premier League. Has it surprised you?
I knew he'd have an impact, but in terms of what he is as a centre forward and the attributes, you never quite know, because he's been out for so long, and then before that he was playing in Bulgaria and in Belgium, so it's a huge trajectory for his career, but he settled so well, and last season being injured and how he integrated into the group and the culture of the football club, I think that's what made it easier for him this season. He's worked so hard to get to this point. He loves it here. It's a big part obviously of what we do. So am I surprised? Probably a little bit, because it's not easy to do what he's done. It's not the norm, I suppose.
Keith Andrews with John Southall. Tomorrow afternoon on Premier League Sunday, Chelsea Arsenal at 4:30, West Ham Liverpool at 2:05. Alistair Bruce Ball will be your commentator at the London Stadium after he's got through 6:06.
Good evening, Mark. Yeah, just on Brentford there and Keith Andrews. I look at the Premier League table tonight. They're sitting in 8th, 3 points off the top 4. Igor Thiago on 11 goals. We don't hear from that many Brentford fans on 6:06, so why not give us a call tonight? 08085 909 693. Has your club surprised you this season? Has Keith Andrews surprised you? Did you think it was going to go this way? Has Thiago surprised you? Listen to Chris Sutton. He was sitting there, wasn't he? Busy boy this afternoon. Good second half at the Etihad Stadium. Love to hear from the Leeds fans, because I heard Chris Sutton and Rob Green going at it, Mark, earlier in the show on the job Daniel Farke has done so far. And Chris very much sticking up for Farke, wasn't he, in terms of the resources he's had available to him as a Premier League manager. So I'd love to know where the Leeds fans stand on that one. Daniel Farke made the changes at half-time. Leeds got back in the game, gave Manchester City a real run for their money. I think from City fans, I'd like to know, what did you make of that second half, and where did the control go, and what do you make of the way your team is playing at the moment? Sunderland in the top 4 again tonight. Next 3 fixtures for them: Liverpool away, Manchester City away, Newcastle home. So Sunderland fans, how many points are you going to get from those games? That's a classic sort of Chris Sutton question. And obviously ahead of that game, Mark, I'm doing tomorrow. It's our 2:05 commentary on 5 Live. Liverpool fans, would just love to hear from Liverpool fans tonight, just on, what are you thinking? What are you expecting? How is this going to improve? How is Arne Slot going to dig you out of the rut? So loads to go out tonight. And Norwich fans as well, Chris.
Well, I was going to say... Chris.
Whoa!
Oh, dear.
I do apologise.
I mean, I've been called some things in my time.
Yeah, that's poor from me.
Right. I mean, I would like to hear from, I don't know, maybe former Norwich and Celtic players on what they think about the job Philippe Clement has done this afternoon.
Yeah, and the other one, do you know, Mark, just, there's loads of great stories in the EFL, but Leicester fans as well tonight lost at home to Sheffield United today, didn't they, by 3-2, and were well behind in that game. So if they want to give us a call, whoever you are, whoever you support, give us a call, 08085 909 693.
Thank you, Ian. Let's go back to Everton, Newcastle. Very comfortable at the break. Here are Paul Robinson and Mike Minor.
Thanks, Chris. Sorry, Mark. We are just seeing Newcastle players come out from the tunnel below us. I can't imagine they'll be making a change for Robinson, but we know, or we heavily suspect, Charlie Alcaraz will be coming on for Everton. He was warming up at half-time, and in fact he does emerge down below us as part of the Everton set that are walking out across the white line, ready to start the second half. 3-0 down. What's this change going to do?
He's going to have to change something, David Moyes. One thing he's going to have to change is the mindset. 3-0 down, they're going to have to find something. They need an early goal, try and get themselves back into this game somehow. The ball's just gone up. It's Irabunam who's gone off. Almost a like-for-like substitution, but Alcaraz will offer more going forward, I think. So it'll be Garner out the midfield that sits, and Alcaraz will be allowed to join in higher up. Dewsbury Hall, Grealish and Ndiaye. They need to find something, Everton. They need to find it quickly.
Well, he turns 23 tomorrow. This is Charlie Alcaraz. Summer signing, permanent deal after being on loan from Flamengo in the second half of last season. That reminds me that the Copa Libertadores final is on the BBC iPlayer this evening, which you can watch. The South American Champions League final. As we prepare for kick-off in the second half, then with Newcastle, 3 goals to the good. Goals from Chow, from Miley and from Voltemada. In a first half that started quickly for Newcastle. They got the goal on 52 seconds through Malik Chow. Then Everton grew back into the game, but effectively with Newcastle's second attack, they got the second goal, and that really deflated the Everton team and the Everton crowd that aren't exactly rushing back to their seats for the start of the second half.
No, this wonderful new stadium, we're getting to see quite a lot of the blue seats at the moment. I mean, there was an early exodus at half-time, wasn't there? And they're certainly not rushing back to the seats in front of us. Very difficult for the team 3-0 down. I, for one, probably them included, didn't expect the team to be getting beat in the way that they have at this point today. Normally defensively under David Moyes, difficult to pick gaps. That's one thing they are. They're a tight unit. If they do concede, it's very rarely a lot. I know they lost here 3-0 to Tottenham, but you look at the other games, they're always tight games when David Moyes is involved. Played 14 all competitions and got 5 clean sheets.
Including in their last 2 games, Everton. The win at Fulham, the win at Manchester United. They were looking to keep 3 clean sheets in a row in the Premier League for the first time since April 2024. 3 clean sheets in 3 wins in a row, I should say. December 2024 is the last time they kept 3 clean sheets in a row. And Jordan Pickford in goal, but he was certainly at fault for the second goal in terms of keeping it out. You can watch that back on Match of the Day tonight. Everton looking for a bright start to this second half. Comfortable header back to Aaron Ramsdale, who's the Newcastle goalkeeper. We talk about Jordan Pickford at one end. Aaron Ramsdale in goal. We'll come to that in a moment because we're off back to Wembley. Katie Smith.
Well, we played a couple of minutes of this second half. England 5, China 0, and probably as expected and hoped for by the fans, Veegman's made a few changes at half-time. So off go Esme Morgan, Beth Mead, Lauren Hem. In come Chloe Kelly, Jess Park and Lotte Verbemoy. So we're seeing rotation. Still a lot of unused substitutes, uncapped, and I think a lot of fans would like to see some of them come on. England 5, China 0.
Thank you, Katie. So that's on Sports Extra 2 with commentary right now. Over on Sports Extra, you've got qualifying for the Qatar Grand Prix. I can tell you that Lewis Hamilton out in Q1 again. It has been a miserable month or so for Lewis Hamilton in the Ferrari.
As if you can have so many problems with a Ferrari.
You'd know about that, would you?
Big problems to have that, isn't it? Oh no, my Ferrari's not working.
First world problems is Ndiaye for Everton. I'll run you through the 2 teams when we get chance in a moment. 3 minutes gone in the second half. Everton trailing by 3 goals to 0. Here is Garner out towards the near side touchline. Everton in their blue shirts, white shorts, blue socks, are now left to right attacking the south stand, which is kind of designed to look like a single tier rising steeply. It is got a little slight separation about halfway up, but an impressive architectural feature of this new stadium that can be noisy when Everton are going well. Certainly the PA system had us deafened pre-kick-off. It has gone very quiet in and around the Hill Dickinson Stadium in this second half. Still so many blue seats on show, particularly in the home end. Newcastle end in the northwest corner. There's a little bit more hard to find the seats, and they are applauding their team who've won a throw in midway inside the Everton half. Newcastle in their green shirts, green shorts and white socks are left to right, leading as they are by 3 goals to 0. Everton, Pickford in goal. O'Brien, Tarkowski, Keane and Mikolenko at the back 4. Garner is holding the midfield. Alcaraz on for Irabunum at half-time, and Dewsbury Hall and Grealish behind Tierno Barry up front. As for Newcastle, Ramsdale is their goalkeeper. Nick Pope injured is the line from the club this evening. Livramento, Chow, Byrne and Hall the back four. Miley, Guimaraes and Joe Linton in midfield. Elanga and Barnes either side of Nick Voltemada up front. And Guimaraes has used a lovely bit of skill to almost flick the ball with the heel of his boot to Joe Linton. He sends it on the Hall. This is Barnes with a cross standing up towards the back post. Elanga tries to get there, so does Joe Linton. Michael Keane hacks it high into the night sky above the Merseyside Stadium, and Everton have survived that Newcastle attack again. They don't attack often, Newcastle, but when they do, they look threatening.
Last gasp defending again from Everton. Michael Keane it was that time, swinging a left foot at it, clearing it away from Jordan Pickford's goalmouth. Poor defending all afternoon, all evening, from Everton. Newcastle, you can see what they're going to do in this very early stage of the second half. They're quite happy to sit back and allow Everton possession so long as it's in front of them. They've got the back four, the midfield, and Voltemada as the isolated striker. Sit together, sit tight as a unit, but they know on the break, as they had then in Elanga, they've got the pace on the right-hand side, and it's all about managing their way through this second half, Newcastle. Everton need a goal. I mean, if they need to change the atmosphere here, they need to change the mindset, because at the moment they're struggling.
They get one, there might be a renewed sense of belief, but for now, they are heading for their second defeat in the Premier League at their new stadium, having left Goodison Park. Still tributes to Goodison Park. I noticed the LED boards and a kick-off kind of created this metal pole and stanchion effect to kind of give you that old Goodison Park feeling. That's a lovely ball through to Barry, who just takes a touch onto his right boot, edge of the D, lays it off for and dies. He got a route through the goal. He curls his shot on target. Ramsdale saw that all the way, goes to the ground on his knees and clutches the ball at his chest. But it is positive from Everton. 6 minutes in the second half, they trail 3-0.
Barry's had very little involvement this game. I mean, his touches have been minimal, but every time the ball's come near him, he's looked like he's going to fall over. He looks like he's going to slip. I don't know what boots he's got on, but David Moyes is down there. He's talking to his kit man, because every time that Barry touches the ball, he looks like he's walking on glass. He looks like he's going to slip at any time.
Signed in the summer from Villarreal, has featured in every Premier League game so far this season for Everton. But his last goal came for France at the Under-21 European Championship in the summer. How Everton need a goal, trailing as they are by 3-0 on 5 Live this evening. Updates to come from Tottenham against Fulham from 8 o'clock tonight. That'll be into 6:06 with Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton. 08085 909 693, the number you need to have your say. We'll also bring you live reaction, hopefully from the Hill Dickinson Stadium tunnel with Chris Sykes. He'll hopefully get a word from Eddie Howe and David Moyes. Eddie Howe in discussion with Jason Tindall. Eddie Howe's got his black winter coat on. Jason Tindall in a bright white training jacket. Another goal for England at Wembley, Katie Smith.
Yeah, we played less than 10 minutes in this second half. It's a 6th for England, a hat-trick for Georgia Stanway. England 6, China 0. Another really well-worked team goal from the Lionesses, played through the centre. Loads of 1-2 passes, intricate little touches, finished off by the Bayern Munich player. England 6, China 0.
Thank you, Katie. Sports Extra 2 for commentary of that one. Grealish on the left-hand side, played it off Livramento. Everton have a corner.
That's better from Grealish. First time he's tried to go around the outside of Livramento. Every time in the first half he's looked to check inside on that right foot and move the ball quickly with either a pass or a cross. This time he tries to go around the outside of him on his left boot. He looked dangerous on his side of corner.
So far side corner, which is Everton's left. Toskowski stands on the penalty spot unmarked. It's swung right in towards Ramsdale. He punches it, and then a blasting shot from Alcaraz off the bar. He had a full run up to that. Newcastle players in the 6-yard box. Alcaraz just charged onto it 10 yards out, and he smacked the crossbar. Ball flew away, and Newcastle survived. That was Everton's moment of hope.
Alcaraz has absolutely walloped that off the crossbar. It's hit the crossbar that hard, it's ended up in Everton's half.
And watch Newcastle try and go on the counter-attack now. Alcaraz wins it back as the ball is trying to be switched from the right-hand side to a more central position. That was a big moment for Everton, and it is the bar that saves Newcastle from conceding in this second half. 8.5 minutes played, Newcastle lead 3-0.
It was a really good delivery on the far side from Everton, in swinging corner. It went on to Aaron Ramsdale's goalmouth at like shoulder height. Aaron Ramsdale had to dive towards his near post, clawed it out with 2 hands, missed everybody in his 6-yard box, and it was rolling really nicely for Alcaraz, bobbling just after the penalty spot. He got his head down and he absolutely sent a thunderbolt towards the crowd of players, past everybody, and rattled the crossbar so hard.
Hall down the left-hand side, draws level with the corner of the penalty area, the near side of the pitch as we look at it in this second half, with Newcastle going from right to left in their green shirts, all green outfit, shirts and shorts with the white socks for Newcastle United this evening, their away strip. I've just seen producer Chris check his fantasy team. I wonder who's out there that he's hoping scores a few points in this second half for his side. As Barry tries to hold up on the halfway line, he can't. Malik Chow wins the ball back for Newcastle. Here's Dan Burn and now Joe Linton.
It's all about managing it now, Newcastle. The scare there from Everton. Actually, we talk about the pace of the shot from Alcaraz. I think he had a lot more time than he realised. He just went for pure power. I mean, it missed everybody in the box. Goalkeeper was beaten, rattled against the crossbar. Can't help but think he maybe could have picked his spot a little bit more cultured with his finish.
Yeah, he definitely latched onto it, didn't he? Hit it cleanly and sweetly as Elanga just pushes it through the Livramento right hand side, looking for the pullback of Voltemada. Everton have enough bodies in the way, and Dye's got to be clever here. He plays a angled ball towards Dewsbury Hall, who's got Elanga chasing back behind him and catches him, and that's going to be an Everton free kick. No yellow card for Elanga. Yet to see a yellow card at all this afternoon so far. 10 minutes gone in the second half. Newcastle lead 3-0.
Clever play from Dewsbury Hall, who was under pressure from Elanga. Newcastle looking to turn possession over again quickly. But once again, it's all too slow from Everton. It's too methodical. Tarkowski going a little bit longer now, trying to open up the defence. Dewsbury Hall looking for a penalty. He's not going to get that. Not really working for Everton today. It's been a tough watch for those in blue.
Just watching a replay of Aaron Ramsdale's save from that corner initially that then led to the Alcaraz shot hitting the bar. He's had to sort of claw the ball around the back of Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes is restricting his own goalkeeper there. He does well, Aaron Ramsdale.
Done well to get it off his goal line. But actually, you see the opportunity for Alcaraz. I believe how that's not either hit anybody or gone in the back of the net. It's gone through clean as a whistle onto the crossbar. And like I say, it hit the crossbar that hard, almost rebounded back into his own Everton half.
Ball over the top and Barnes will chase. Pickford doesn't know what to do. Here is Barnes, and Pickford's legs save the day, and it goes behind for a corner to avoid any further Everton embarrassment. Barnes in on the left-hand side, trying to roll it around the goalkeeper, but Pickford was in the way. It is a Newcastle corner.
He gets lucky, Jordan Pickford. He gets so lucky. Ball over the top from Lewis Hall into the path of Harvey Barnes on the corner of the 18-yard box. Jordan Pickford decides to come, then he stops, holds his ground, and he's in what we call no man's land between the corner of his 6-yard box, corner of the 18-yard box. Ends up standing up, makes himself big. In the end, makes a decent save.
So corner to Newcastle, near side, in towards the 6-yard box, headed away. It will drop on the edge of the penalty area to Livramento. Miley, right-footed first-time delivery. It's in. Voltemada can control it. Gets it on his left boot. Pickford, great save. Left-handed, right-handed rather, down towards his right-hand side, just before the goal line, and stops Newcastle having a fourth. It's swung back into the box. The header's there. They're not stopping that one. And it's Malik Chow again. Got his first goal in the first half. He's added to it in the second half. A header at the back post. And Malik Chow is able to head it past Pickford. And Newcastle are loving their first trip to the Hill Dickinson Stadium. They lead Everton by 4-0.
Christmas has come early for the Geordies. It's a wonderful header again from Chow at the far post. Lewis Hall on his left foot. It's a cultured ball to the far post. The Everton defenders again nowhere to be seen. The space, the holes, the gaps, and Chow at the far post rises above everybody to power it past Jordan Pickford. And 4-0 now away from home. Surely that's job done for Newcastle.
They kept Voltemada's effort out as he was looking to add to his collection this evening. They recycled the ball. Everton's line couldn't adjust quick enough, and Chow just ghosting it at the back post. Beats his man. Angled header back across the direction of which it came from. It is a good header, and it is one that has Newcastle sailing. Everton fans, those who did eventually come back for the second half, are quickly heading back down towards the concourses. David Moyes was ever so hunched in his dugout watching what will be Everton's biggest defeat at their new stadium. And again, it comes in a period where Everton aren't playing badly, but defensively are having a nightmare this evening. They've won a corner here now on the far side.
Decisive finishing from Newcastle. Such good play in and around the 18-yard box in the final third. The ball from Lewis Hall, it was absolutely perfect to the far post. Malik Chow attacked it with power, with pace, powered it past Jordan Pickford. Been really impressive. The last third of the pitch, Newcastle, when they get the opportunity, they've been clinical. And as you say, just as Everton were trying to get a foothold back in this game, trying to get something, it's surely now, on the hour mark, been taken away from them.
Newcastle are going to win back-to-back Premier League games for the first time this season. Their Premier League form this season so inconsistent. Draw, lost, draw. One drawn, lost. One lost, won. Lost, lost, won. And then now, on the hour, 4-0 up against Newcastle for what will be certainly another W. Everton throw-in, level with the right-hand corner of the penalty area, near side the right. Jake O'Brien wipes the ball on his royal blue shirt. Tarkowski and Byrne side by side in the penalty area. That's a good combination of height and muscle to watch out. Malik Chow's in there as well. Jake O'Brien steps up to the touchline, launches the ball in. It's Dan Burns' header that goes behind. Ramsdale tries to keep it in. That was a lost cause. Everton throw-in turns into an Everton corner.
It's been a very uncharacteristic-like performance from Everton today so far in the game. Defensively, all at sea. They've been found wanting too many times. Going forward, it just hasn't worked for them in the final third. Struggling to find any way back into this game.
What are we, 3/4 full probably now inside this stadium?
Well, everybody tells me how bad it is to get away from, but I don't think we'll have a problem tonight, will we?
It'll be easy out in the car park this evening. As Everton's corner is headed away, comes to Mikalenko midway inside the Newcastle half. Tarkowski uses his body to shield it. He'll run out towards the far corner for Jack Grealish, who squares up against Livramento. Two England potentials for the World Cup, perhaps. Cross comes in. O'Brien's header is down, but can't find a Everton teammate. And the ball bounces away up towards the halfway line from the Newcastle clearance.
Defending very resolutely. Newcastle at the moment. Chow and Byrne in deep conversation, talking to the midfielders in front of them, trying to close the gaps, not allow Everton any type of space. They haven't given them an inch really all day. We've got Ramsdale coming in today. It's been a very, very comfortable evening for him.
08 085 909 693, the number you need for 606 on 5 Live tonight with Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton. Newcastle fans, you finally get that first Premier League away win of the season. Everton fans, let's hear from you after this performance today has left your side defensively stricken at times. Certainly want to hear from Manchester City fans, but also Leeds fans. How impressed were you by Daniel Farke's side performance today, coming from 2-0 down to test Manchester City to the very end for 2-2? Sunderland into the top 4 of the Premier League with a comeback win over Bournemouth.
You'd think it was going to be a tough week for Leeds. A lot of questions over Daniel Farke and his future this week. Very tough away game at Manchester City today. They play Chelsea midweek. They've got another very tough game against Liverpool at the weekend. What looked to be a defining week for him. His team have somehow dug out a performance today and almost got a result, the most unlikeliest of results.
Well, they've scored 4 here. In their previous 7 away games, they'd only scored 3. Newcastle United in the Premier League. They have had a trip to remember from one side of the country to the other. I can tell you shortly we're going to bring you commentary of the closing of Q3 for the Qatar Grand Prix. Qualifying this evening for tomorrow's Grand Prix. Can Lando Norris, the main protagonist in this F1 three-way title battle, put his McLaren on pole, or will Oscar Piastri do what he did in sprint qualifying and the race earlier today and start from top spot and win from top spot? Or maybe, and never write him out, Max Verstappen might still have something to say. Qatar qualifying coming up shortly. Right now we're watching Everton 0, Newcastle 4. You can hear how Q3 begins, by the way, on Sports Extra commentary, uninterrupted on there of that on Sports Extra 2. England thrashing China by 6-0 in a women's international. O'Brien on the ball for Everton, trailing 4-0. Alcaraz, 5 live from the Hill Dickinson Stadium. And it goes towards the far side. A little bit of space for the cross to come in. It's not a bad one. It's towards Barry, who turns and shoots, and there is a way through. It wasn't the cleanest of strikes from Thierno Barry, but it's his first goal for Everton. They will hope it means something. At the minute, it doesn't, but suddenly a little bit of hope around the Hill Dickinson. And it is Everton 1, Newcastle 4.
If nothing else for Everton this afternoon, that's Barry off the mark, and he's a popular figure here at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. You saw him get applauded off last week after another goalless performance. He's finally got his goal, and it was celebrated like a winning goal. It wasn't the cleanest of strikes. It came off the outside of his boot, kind of looked up and over Aaron Ramsdale into the side netting. It was a pretty ugly strike. He went for the header first, and VAR are just checking that it hasn't come off his hand on the way down. But I think the rule is, isn't it, if it hits a part of his body and then goes onto his hand, he should be okay. Oh, his hand does come out, though. They are checking. They're having a good look at this VAR.
So the cross has come in.
That was Summy's look up, wouldn't it? That had really Summy's look up this season.
The cross comes in from the left. Dan Burn misses his header. Barry's just behind him, but as he's stooping with his header, does it come off his right arm?
Listen, that'd be harsh. That would be really harsh, but VAR are taking a good long look at this. He's headed it almost down. Dan Burns put him off in front of him. He's gone to head it. He's headed into the ground. But VAR are just looking to see if it's brushed his hand on the way down. This is a matter of opinion. It's going to be very close.
Comes off his head first, rolls onto his right arm. He has a shrug of the shoulders. There is an ironic cheer from the Newcastle fans. Here's the decision. Well, I'm not sure you could hear that. Clearly, I struggled too. But it has been given as handball, so the goal doesn't stand. And Everton don't have their first goal of the evening. And Thierno Barry just walks back to the Newcastle penalty area because what he thought was his first goal is now a Newcastle free kick. Everton 0, Newcastle 4.
And that sums Barry's look up this season. It's a real opportunity for him to get off the mark. I mean, it's a scruffy goal. It's not a clean strike. He's headed it down and it's rolled down onto his arm. VAR took a long time to look at it, and they've decided that it was an accidental handball.
Closes his eyes, tilts his head to the sky, almost in a regrettable disbelief on the face of Thierno Barry. Everton 0, Newcastle 4, almost at the midway point of this second half, as Pickford hurries the ball away from his penalty area under a little bit of pressure. Now Dewsbury Hall chases down the left-hand side. That will be Malik Thiaw's all day long, and he rolls it back to Aaron Ramsdale, who gets a touch. And I think maybe for the first time this evening I can bring you into the conversation of Aaron Ramsdale getting his chance in goal with the injury to Nick Pope, Paul Robinson.
And quite ironic, isn't it? Not last season, but the season before. It was Everton away where Mikel Arteta relieved him of his duties as number one goalkeeper for Arsenal, having just played for England at the midweek before. Played as England's number one against Scotland, and then found he was dropped at Goodison Park for the Arsenal team, and then never really got another look in since. Difficult season for him last year, bided his time here at Newcastle, but now some would say deservedly got his chance. Top goalkeeper Aaron Ramsdale is a goalkeeper that I like.
Has played in a couple of League Cup matches this season for Eddie Howe's side. And maybe he would be hoping to impress this evening. He hasn't had a lot to do to impress.
I don't think he's going to have to now because of what Eddie Howe said midweek. If you listen to his press conference, he was asked about the goalkeeper's situation, about the recent mistakes that Nick Pope had made, and he said, look, if I am to change, it's not short term. He said, I believe that my goalkeepers need to have a relationship with the defenders need to understand how the goalkeepers play as a team, as a unit, and if I am to change, it will be for the mid-term, not the short term. Hence the reason that I think maybe the line might have come out from Newcastle that Nick Pope was injured. Might be a case of maybe just best to leave him out for a couple of weeks. Aaron Ramsdale's going to be in the team now for the foreseeable, if you go off what Eddie Howe said midweek.
Nick Pope not part of the side today, hasn't travelled, we don't believe. It's John Ruddy, who's the substitute goalkeeper for Newcastle United. As Aaron Ramsdale gets his chance.
Interesting with the England squad as well, isn't it? I mean, you look at Thomas Tuchel's last England squad. Nick Pope was unfortunate. He was called into the squad, then missed out with a concussion protocol. And now, only a couple of weeks later, he's lost his place in the club side to Aaron Ramsdale. But listen, Aaron Ramsdale had exactly the same done to him.
Gave the Newcastle fans a wave as he came out the tunnel at the start of the game. Aaron Ramsdale, Everton 0, Newcastle 4. Newcastle are going to make a double change in a minute, which we'll see both Jacob Ramsey and Joe Willett come on. They are stripped off, ready to come on. Number 28 and number 41 for Eddie Howe's side. Everton enjoying a bit of possession, but not really doing anything with it. Now they send it long to Dewsbury Hall, tries to control it over his shoulder. That's a tidy finish from Dewsbury Hall. Controlled that over his shoulder as it dropped out of the air. Sent it into the bottom right-hand corner and quickly gathers the ball to get Everton back to the midway point to start again. Everton's goal will stand on this occasion, and it is Everton 1, Newcastle 4.
We've been treated to some brilliant goals this afternoon. That's the best of them. It's a hopeful ball over the top. Dewsbury Hall finds himself tucked in behind the Newcastle defenders. Keeps his eye on the ball in between Livramento and Chow. It's an unbelievable first touch with his left foot. Brings the ball under his spell and then passes it past Aaron Ramsdale with the instep of his left foot. That really is a superb goal. That goal itself is worth the entrance fee. What a lovely finish.
One touch to bring the ball down over his shoulder, the next to send it past Aaron Ramsdale. And Everton have one back. They've got 20 minutes to try and make this game slightly more exciting. Everton 1, Newcastle 4 on 5 Live. And interestingly, we talk about England, we talk about Ramsdale and Poe. We've looked at Jordan Pickford at the other end. Kiernan Dewsbury Hall said after the win on Monday night he'd be doing himself an injustice if he can't work his way into Thomas Tuchel's World Cup plans.
Certainly with touches and goals like that, he's not going to do himself any harm. I think the thing that he's up against is the plethora of talent and the quality that England have got in those areas. Very, very blessed with a number of attacking wide players, attacking midfielders in the same kind of role.
Watch Everton go forward here. Tarkowski down the right-hand side, loses his pace, loses sight of the ball, but then Newcastle have just given it away. And Dye with a lot of work to do. Ramsey straight into the action to try and defend the ball. It's up towards Barry, header behind. It will be a goal kick. Everton fans feel that should have been a corner. They're screaming and gesticulating towards the referee, Craig Pawson, but it won't change his mind. It is going to be a goal kick. Newcastle lead 4-1. What do England lead by now, Katie Smith?
They lead by 7-0 here against China, the Asian champions, and this the most humiliating yet for China. A mistake at the back, complacency passing between the goalkeeper and her centre-back, and Ella Toon just gifted the ball and able to just guide it into the back of the net. England 7, China 0.
On top of a Stanway hat-trick, a Hemp goal and 2 for Beth Mead. England rampant at Wembley. Their first game since winning the Euros at the National Stadium. 7-0 they lead. That's on Sports Extra 2 for you right now. Everton trailing here by 4-1. Alcaraz tries to spread the play. Livramento cut that out well enough. Now Willett wants to push it around the back of Mykolenko and go chasing for it. Mykolenko, the Ukrainian, wise to it. Back to Pickford it goes.
They're trying, Everton. They're trying to get themselves back in this game. The supporters that have remained in the stadium, they're getting behind their team. This is the first time really this evening that they've played with any kind of belief going forward, any desire.
Everton want a free kick, and Dye felt he was tripped as he moved in from the touchline. Joe Linton had a little leg stuck out of him. Jacob Ramsey too. Throw in is the settlement for Everton. 25 yards from the byline on this near side. 08085 909 693 is the number you need for 606 this evening. Wins for Brentford, Manchester City and Sunderland earlier. Newcastle winning here. Maybe you're a Coventry fan. Coming from behind, still 10 points clear at the top, and already racking up half a century of goals in the Championship as Coventry came from behind to beat Charlton 3-1. Middlesbrough win in Kim Hellberg's first game in charge. 2-1 at home to Derby. Cardiff back to the top of the League One table this evening. They beat Mansfield. Brian Barry Murphy's got them ticking along. It also reminds me, Cardiff City's the focus of Colin Murray and Pat Nevin's football songbook tomorrow morning on BBC Radio 5 live between 10 and 12. Here come Newcastle United down the right-hand side, looking to get 4-goal cushion back. Livramento crosses it in, deflects behind, Newcastle corner.
They always carry that threat on the counter-attack, Newcastle, with the pace that they've got in Livramento in the wide right areas. And now with Willock and Ramsey coming on, Barnes and Elanga going off, they've got fresh legs, fresh opportunities to break on the counter-attack. Paul walking over to the far side. He's certainly not in a rush to take this corner.
And he's going to get the applause from the Newcastle fans in that corner of the Hill Dickinson Stadium on the bottom tier that sweeps around as he walks over to that right-hand side to take the corner. Many of them singing his name, no doubt. Busy 6-yard box that. Everton have everybody inside their own penalty area. 8 players inside the 6-yard box in a blue shirt. It goes right towards the near post. Pickford punches it away, comes back out to hold the corner taker. His cross blocked immediately by Ndiaye and ricochets away for a throw on the far side.
Well defended by Everton, good decisive play from Jordan Pickford, but it's not where Everton want to be at this stage of the game. Got a foothold back in the game somehow by getting a goal. Once again, they're sat again deep. Newcastle really controlling things now. This is all they have to do now, Eddie Howe's men, between now and the final whistle. Control play, take the time over throw-ins, corner kicks, ensure they don't concede again, don't give Everton a glimmer of hope, and manage their way through what's been a very, very good away performance.
Well, Everton have won it midway inside their own half. There's a lot of work for Jack Grealish to do, but he's heading down the left-hand side of the field, stopped by Livramento. Ball stays in play. Newcastle United have it back. Newcastle who go back to St James's Park and take on Spurs in midweek. That'll be a really interesting fixture. Tough one for Everton, although they might fancy their chances against an out-of-form Bournemouth.
I think they've got a tough run, Everton. I do. When you look at their fixtures, away at Bournemouth, then at home to Forest, and then they go to Chelsea, and then they've got Arsenal here. They've got a few tough games ahead, especially if they play like today. They're going to have to shore up defensively.
Newcastle 2 home games, Spurs and then Burnley, then they go to Leverkusen, and then they go to the Stadium of Light just before Christmas for a Tyne Weir derby, and it's going to be an interesting one to watch, certainly at the Stadium of Light, given Sunderland's home form yet to lose this season. Everton having some defending to do here. We'll be off to Qatar in a moment. Let's see what Newcastle do with this attack down the left-hand side. Ramsey. O'Brien squares up, the long-range shot comes in, deflects. Everton are able to head it away. Dewsbury Hall wants to get the touch on it, he can. Let's go to Qatar then. Could be a pivotal moment for Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri or Max Verstappen as we head to the penultimate Grand Prix of the season, qualifying the last few minutes with Harry Benjamin.
Welcome along to the last 13 seconds of qualifying. We think Lando Norris is out of this one. He's currently in provisional pole, but his final lap scuppered after a mistake. So all eyes on Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri. Piastri is currently in second. 35 thousandths of a second split him and pole position. Piastri's quicker in the middle sector, but Max Verstappen is fastest of anybody in the first sector. This could be pivotal for Piastri. It is! It's Piastri on pole for the Qatar Grand Prix by just over a tenth. But can Max Verstappen, who's struggled all weekend long so far, find anything at the close? To the line, he puts it in third, and the top 3 are Piastri, Norris and Max Verstappen at the moment, but George Russell is flying out there too. But our championship protagonists are all within an inch of each other. Antonelli comes to the line in 5th. George Russell's bailed out of this one, I think, so that'll be that for qualifying. Oscar Piastri on pole position ahead of Lando Norris with Max Verstappen in third. They are your 3 title contenders, all inside the top 3 ahead of the Qatar Grand Prix.
Harry, thank you. What a race that will be, and the whole race live on Sports Extra tomorrow. If you've got the BBC Sounds app, what you'll be able to do at any point is flick between our choice of commentaries across BBC Radio 5 Live, Sports Extra 2 and 3 tomorrow with more Premier League action to come. Newcastle coming forward on the left-hand side with 13 minutes to go, leading by 4-1 here at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Any hope that Everton had when they got a goal back through Keane and Dewsbury Hall has slowly evaporated as the time starts to tick down and Everton need to find 3 goals.
Yeah, Newcastle somehow, seemingly today, they've replicated the St James's Park form away from home, this wonderful stadium. A really good performance from them. Controlled the game from start to finish. They got the early goal, obviously filled them with confidence, and from that point on, the game plans worked really well from Eddie Howe. They've defended when they've needed to. They've not allowed Everton any space. Not really looked susceptible at all, apart from the goal, which was a really well-taken goal from Dewsbury Hall. Once again, they're rotating the ball now. Dan Burn, Ramsdale, Chow at the back.
And just a reminder, Oscar Piastri on pole for the Qatar Grand Prix over the course of the weekend. Lando Norris needs to beat both Piastri and Verstappen by 2 points. If he wins the Grand Prix, he'll win the title. Talking of winning games, Newcastle look to have done that. They're going to try and wrap it up here with Ramsey, saved by the legs of Pickford. Shot on the corner of the 6-yard box. The angle was probably against Ramsey there. Pickford did well. Newcastle still have it alive here. Another goal at Wembley there in a second, as Willock just tricks his way into the penalty area. It will be a goal kick. That gives us a chance to go to the National Stadium. Is it 8, Katie?
Oh, you guessed it right, Mike. Well done. England 8, China 0. And how many times do we say this during the season? Alessia Russo, with so much great hold-up play throughout this match, finally rewarded with a goal. A lovely weighted pass to the centre-forward in the 6-yard box. Tucks it home. Was reviewed for an offside by VAR. Very, very marginal, but the goal stands. England 8, China 0.
Katie Smith with that report there for BBC Radio 5 Live. Double change for Everton to quickly move on from that terrible pun. Illiman and Dye and Jack Grealish are coming off the field. Dwight McNeil, much out of favour this season, is going to get the final 10 minutes of this game as the fine rain starts to fall down from the jet black skies above the Hill Dickinson Stadium this evening. And Tyler Dibbling, the youngster, moved from Southampton in the summer, just 19 years old. He's on as well. Hasn't featured since mid-October and the defeat to Manchester City. It is his 5th Premier League appearance in an Everton shirt and his 4th from the bench.
I think that's David Moyes managing his players' minutes. I mean, he knows this race is run, and Dye and Grealish are going to be very, very important to Everton going forward. Just approaching the 81st minute now. Looks to be a very tough way, if any way, back into this game for Everton. They've certainly not been at the best today. Newcastle have come here and they've done a job on them. They've been quite easy to play against. Defensive mistakes and a very good performance to Newcastle have combined to get the scoreline that we look at now.
Dan Burn in the left-back position sends it forward. And now here's Joe Linton from one side of the centre circle to the other. Newcastle very relaxed in how they're approaching this game now, leading by 4 goals to 1. BBC Radio 5 Live from the Hill Dickinson Stadium from 8 o'clock tonight. Reports from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium where Spurs host Fulham, and with the team news, James Gregg.
Evening to you, Mike. Yeah, Tottenham make 4 changes from the side that lost 5-3 in Paris in midweek in the Champions League. So we've got Kevin Danso, Joao Paulinho, Destiny Origi and Mohamed Kudus replacing Jed Spence, Rodrigo Bentancur, Pape Sarr and Christian Romero, who is suspended today. And just one Fulham change from the side, who beat Sunderland a goal to 0 last weekend, with Samuel Chukwueze replacing Kevin. Sasa Lukic is back on the bench for the Cottagers after a ban.
Thank you, James. Regular reports from there during 6:06 then, which tonight is Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton. 08085 909 693 is the number you need. Newcastle has spread the play well, working it from the right-hand side. Now to Jacob Ramsey, who's on the left. Now Voltemada, played through in the penalty area, trying to find the space to shoot. Too many Everton bodies in the way. One of them gets a little leg to stick out and take the ball away from Nick Voltemada, and Newcastle have to think about their approach again. Jacob Ramsey, who is taking on Everton for the 9th time. He's never lost to them. 7 wins in those previous 8 games. I think it's going to be 8 wins in 9.
Yeah, the complete control now, Newcastle. This game's done. They're camped in the Everton half, just making the blue shirts chase after the ball, rotating possession from side to side.
Miley's going to get a sprint on towards the byline, slides in, can't keep it in play. A little bit too much grease on the surface to slow that ball up, and it will be an Everton goal kick.
It's a key for the Everton supporters to leave the stadium once again en masse. It's been a poor performance from Everton today. There's no other way to dress it up. Defensive mistakes individually and collectively have cost them in what has been a really good Newcastle performance. Every time Newcastle have had the opportunity, they've been decisive and they've punished a poor Everton side.
Bright moment, probably from 10 minutes to the 25-minute mark, where Everton were in this game. They were 1-0 down, but the next goal looked like it might be theirs, but they never had that clear-cut chance. They've had a fair amount of the ball. They haven't looked disastrous, but they also haven't looked accomplished at the same time, and the scoreline reflects that Newcastle have quite simply taken the chances that they have been presented with. As Everton do get into the penalty area, the cross will be looped behind the goal from Kiernan Dewsbury Hall. It deflects, so it's going to be an Everton corner.
Spoke before the game, didn't we, about the 6 changes that Eddie Howe made to the side today. few eyebrows raised that Tonali was left on the bench. Gordon was raised on the bench. Ramsdale's come into the side. But as you said, they get the result. It'll be touted a genius. It's worked for them today, hasn't it? Really has worked for them.
Certainly has. We'll hopefully hear from Eddie Howe live into 6:06 with Chris Sykes. In goes the corner for Everton. Heads are up. Tieno Barry was in there. It's going to drop to Alcaraz, who's hit one from similar range earlier in this second half. That one skies over the bar, though. Goes into the Everton fans in that south stand. Away to our right. Well, actually goes into probably an empty chair in the south stand away to our right-hand side. That many have left. And it'll be a goal kick to Newcastle.
It's been one of those afternoons for Everton. It's been a really uncharacteristic performance. I'm sure David Moyes, this is one of those games where he'll go home and he'll scratch his head and say, not so sure, can't really put my finger on that today. Individual errors, defensive mistakes, but uncharacteristic defensive mistakes and individual errors from players Michael Keane, James Tarkowski, the goalkeeper Jordan Pickford, who's so reliable. You know, that triangle of players, the trio of players, they're normally the bedrock of Everton's stability and strength. When actually it's not really come together for them in any way, shape or form today. It might even be one of those games where he goes, do you know what, let's put that to bed and we move on.
He's just unfolded his arms, David Moyes, and slammed them into his pockets of his thigh-length overcoat. A little bit of a breeze whips around the top of this brand new stadium on the banks of the Mersey. The old, now heavily greyed and blackened through air pollution stonework of the dockyards where the ships used to line up once upon a time. If on a clear day you look out through the glass panels behind the North Stand that are part of this smart featured brand new stadium, you can get a good vantage point across the Liverpool waterfront, the Liver building and the arts centres. But not tonight, not in this darkened skies, but also with the drizzle that is falling. It'll be a miserable trudge back to the cars in the town centre for Liverpool fans. Pickford's got his foot on the ball. He's under a bit of pressure from Voltemada. Sends it away with one of those bright lime green boots. His gloves to match as well. Coordinated outfit for Jordan Pickford, who's seen 4 goals go in the back of his net this evening on Merseyside. Beto is preparing to come on for the final 5 minutes or so. He's just jogging around on the edge of his technical area alongside David Moyes, who is motionless and doesn't utter anything to Beto. It'll probably be a simple message of, if you get a chance, great. If you don't, well, you've got some minutes in your legs.
Yeah, I think it's been a combination of too many individual players not performing to the level which hasn't allowed the team to play to any kind of level at all. You find it very, very hard to identify anyone in a blue shirt who's had a decent game today, in all honesty.
In the Scottish Premiership, by the way, second bottom at the start of the day. Kilmarnock had the lead against Dundee United. Dundee have equalised, so it's 1-1 in that game. That was a 5:45 kick-off. Here comes the change. Tieno Barry's going to go off. He'll feel a little aggrieved. He had the ball in the back of the net, but VAR chalked it off. His header came down onto his arm before his left-footed curling shot away from his body found the back of the net to get Everton what they thought at the time was first on the score sheet. They have since scored, but he'll go off and know that he still is yet to officially score in an Everton shirt.
I mean, you do have to feel for him, don't you? I mean, it was a very, very unfortunate handball off his head, rolled down his arm, and then it was kind of a matter of opinion. The VAR official deemed that there was enough contact on his arm, which he did. He looked to head the ball into the ground, hit his arm, and as I say, it wasn't a clean finish from it. It all came off the outside of his boot, looped into the net, and he scored it like it was the winner, didn't he? Celebrated it like it was the winner. You could see what it meant to him. It was the weight lifted off his shoulders, only to have it taken away from him. And we've just seen an image of him on the big screen in the stadium, sat on the dugout, head in his hands.
Yeah, you can see him bent over there. His head still in his hands, almost as if, I imagine, that maybe a little bit of a watery eye there from Tieno Barry. I'm disappointed that he still can't get off the mark after his big money move from Villarreal. Newcastle leading this one by 4-1. What's interesting, in terms of goal difference, I know it's early days in the Premier League, I know things are tight, but when Newcastle took the lead for 1-0, they leapfrogged Everton into 11th. Everton were 12th. It's now 4-1 to Newcastle United, and Everton have now slipped below Manchester United, who play Crystal Palace at lunchtime tomorrow, and Liverpool, who go to West Ham in our 2:05 commentary at the London Stadium.
It's not too early. The clocks have gone back. You're allowed to look at the league table now. That's the official rule. Did you know that?
I didn't.
When the clocks go back, you can start looking at the table and making judgments.
Unless you're a Sunderland fan, in which case I'm sure you've been looking at the league table since August the 10th or whenever the league started. And that opening day win over West Ham. A collision of players here James Garner being one of them, Jacob Ramsey being the other. Double change on the way, triple change on the way for Newcastle United, leading as they are by 4-1. Tonali, Gordon and Cher are going to come on, so that's Anthony Gordon going to get a few minutes against his former club, just to add insult to injury, I think, of the night for Everton.
Interesting to see what type of reception he gets from the remaining Everton supporters inside the stadium. Bruno Guimaraes is the first one to come off. He's put in a shift today. He's been quite quiet, but effectively quiet. He's gone about his business, protected the back four, walks off slowly, hands the captain's armband to Dan Burn, turns, claps the supporters over in the far right-hand corner.
So he's off, Guimaraes. Tonali on in his place. Said he's taking his Newcastle future 1 year at a time, but he is happy. On Tyneside is Sandro Tonali. Also on, Fabian Cher. He replaces Lewis Hall at left back, or the left back comes off. Cher goes into the centre defence. Dan Burn comes out to left back, and there are a few boos for Anthony Gordon, who played 65 Premier League games for Everton, scored 7 goals in his time at Goodison Park. He's yet to score in the Premier League this season for Newcastle United. We'll see whatever is added on to see how long he's got maybe to change that record, but he's on, and he replaces Nick Voltemada, who got Newcastle's third just before half-time.
Yeah, he wasn't warmly welcomed onto the pitch, was he? And that's a number that the Everton fans won't want to see. 5 more minutes to endure for those supporters that have remained in the stadium. I actually think there's more Newcastle supporters inside the stadium than there is Everton fans.
Yeah, there's not an empty seat to be seen in that northwest corner from where we're sat. And nobody sat down in the Newcastle away end on that bottom tier. It curves around at an angle. Away to our left-hand side, plenty of blue seats on display. Even more head for the concourse every time the ball goes out of play. 4.5 minutes of added time to go. Everton 1, Newcastle 4 on BBC Radio 5 Live. Earlier today, Brentford 3-1 winners at home to Burnley. Manchester City through Phil Foden won it late after a Leeds fight back 3-2. Sunderland 2-0 down. Beat Bournemouth at the Stadium of Light by 3-2 to move into the top 4 this evening. Plenty more to come on 5 Live tomorrow. Commentary on 5 Live of West Ham against Liverpool. Sports Extra will have the Grand Prix build-up and coverage. So on Sports Extra 2 you have Forest Brighton from 2 o'clock, you have Villa Wolves from 2 o'clock on Sports Extra 3. Before the big one at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea against Arsenal. 4:30 kick-off, the top 2 in the Premier League. Bayern Munich couldn't stop Arsenal in the week. Could Chelsea perhaps, Paul Robinson?
It's a mouth-watering clash, isn't it? One that we've been looking forward to. We spoke about the tests that keep coming for Arsenal. Tottenham Hotspur last week, which they dispatched of very easily. Bayern Munich in midweek, which they also dispatched of very easily. They seem to be answering all the questions that are being asked of them at the moment. Tough place to go, though, at the Bridge at the moment. You never quite know what you're going to get from Chelsea.
Chelsea beat Barcelona. That Estevao brilliant goal to help them to that 3-1 win on the night. Here's Dewsbury Hall, tries to flick it out towards the left-hand side, and Charlie Alcaraz, but he can't, although at Newcastle then give it away. Here's Dwight McNeil, not much game time for him this season. Might have to be used a little bit more with Everton's midfield crisis at the minute. David Moyes did point out McNeil could play a central role if needed, but in this game started with Irabuna in replace of Idrissa Gueye, who was of course suspended after his red card. Cross comes in from the left for Everton, deflects up into the air. Does that carry it into a helpful path? Beto goes to the bicycle kick. Jake O'Brien's in there. Newcastle have poked it away. I think the referee has called it back anyway for Beto's wild attempt at a bicycle kick. Is he given that for that reason? Newcastle free kick anyway, inside their own penalty area. They're leading by 4-1. 2 minutes of added time left.
Yep, Aaron Ramsdale got the ball in his hands. There's a free kick to Newcastle inside their own 18-yard box. Certainly won't be in a rush to take this. He'll run the clock down. The green shirts will push forward.
It is all over at Wembley, and what a performance on their homecoming at the National Stadium for England, Katie Smith.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about proper English performances in the summer at the Euros. That felt pretty proper and pretty easy for England against China. England 8, China 0. They carved them open time and time again. A hat-trick for Stanway, 2 in 2 minutes for Mead. Goals for Russo, Hemp and Toon as well. All established regulars, though, for Serena Wiegmann, who resisted the opportunity to throw on some untested players despite that one-sided scoreline. A clean sheet for Anna Morehouse on debut in goal. I think I counted just the one save she had to make. So England's homecoming continuing with a win at Wembley. England 8, China 0.
Katie, thank you. Newcastle, not quite as comfortable as England, but not far from it, leading by 4 goals to 1. With just over a minute of added time to go. Then it's 6:06, 08, 085, 909, 693. Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton, your team, taking your calls tonight. Everton move it out to the left-hand side. McNeil's cross is over everybody in a blue shirt. Dan Burn can volley it away. Everton bring it down. But Newcastle have seen the danger away for now.
I certainly celebrated the Newcastle fans. You can see a bit more skin than I'd like to. In fact, far too much more skin than needed at this time of year. But they've made the trip, as you say, down and across the country. And they don't get many away days to celebrate this season. And it's certainly a good day for them today.
Yeah, next away day in the Premier League for Newcastle is Sunderland. So that really will be a test.
I'm going. I'm doing that game. I can't wait. Absolutely delighted to be doing that. That will be a crackling atmosphere up at the Stadium of the Light.
Some time since we've had a Tyne-Wear derby. Red and white taking on black and white. Right now it's blue against green. Everton's blue swinging across on the left-hand side. Newcastle's green are able, or should be able to see it away. Jacob Ramsey caught in possession on the edge of his own penalty area there. Everton have the ball, but 4-1 down with seconds remaining. It's only to perhaps make the scoreline a little less flattering to Newcastle. O'Brien and Dibbling, short passing between them. Dibbling nutmegs. Jacob Ramsey gets round him on the right-hand side. It's a tidy ball into Dewsbury Hall as well, who then takes the curling effort just high and wide away from Ramsdale's goal, and that is the last action of this match, where Newcastle United have finally got their first Premier League away win of the season. They were dominant in the first half. They took their chances as quick as 52 seconds when Malik Chow headed in from a corner. Lewis Miley with a half volley from the edge of the penalty area made it 2-0, although Pickford will be at fault for that. You can watch it back on Match of the Day tonight to have your assessment of Jordan Pickford's failed save. Nick Voltemade, with time in the penalty area, made it 3-0 at half-time. In the second half, Chow was added again, a back post header for him as Newcastle recycled the ball from a set piece. Later on, Dewsbury Hall got an attractive goal, bringing the ball down over his shoulder and rolling it into the bottom corner in a 2-touch move, but it was never going to save the day for Everton. The hope was only temporary. Newcastle managed the game well, and it has been an impressive performance from Eddie Howe's side. Everton 1, Newcastle 4. Paul Robinson.
An excellent away day for Newcastle, and we haven't had many times to say that this season. He rung the changes. Eddie Howe made 6 changes to the personnel before the kick-off. They set up with 4 at the back, 5 across the midfield. Voltemade up front on his own. The early goal certainly helped them, but they managed the game from that point. They never really looked in much danger. A really, really good performance. The fullbacks, Lewis Hall and Livramento, they looked a threat going forward. Guimaraes was quiet but effective. Voltemade led the line well. They always carried a threat in Langer and Barnes, and it was excellent away performance from those in green down there. The Everton performance, it'll disappoint David Moyes defensively, and I think the easiest way to sum up the Everton performance today, it was uncharacteristic, and most of the Everton supporters will be in the car listening to us now. I mean, it was very, very poor from them defensively. They caused themselves a lot of their own problems. Like I say, unlike them, but Newcastle won't mind. They were decisive, they were direct, they took their opportunities, and they were clinical in front of goal. A really good 3 points for Newcastle.
And those Newcastle players now head over to the northwest corner in the bottom tier, where their fans, no one has left early in that away and can safely say that, and now they're applauding. Dan Burns got his arms aloft, as has Joe Linton, who was replaced just a few moments ago, but he's not put any tracksuit on. He's still there in his full Newcastle kit. Aaron Ramsdale will go over. Tidy performance from him. Didn't have a lot to do. Dewsbury Hall's goal was just a moment of creativity from him that has to be applauded. But that is a good performance from Eddie Howe's side. What will that do now? Eddie Howe has been asked about this away form consistently throughout the season. the media are going to have to find something else to try and pin on Newcastle now.
Well, coming into this game, the stats didn't add up for them, did it? I mean, you look at their performances at home, especially their last performance against Manchester City. They beat Athletic Club at home 2-0. They beat Manchester City at home. They beat Spurs at home in the EFL Cup. They beat Fulham, Benfica. And then they go away on the road and they lose games away at West Ham that you wouldn't expect them to lose. And the record on the road, the defeat against Marseille as well. He had to change something, Eddie Howe, and he did that today. Winless in their last 9 away from home before this, drawing 4, losing 5. 1 win in their last 11 away from home in all competitions. So you can't underestimate the magnitude of what they've done today. They've not only changed it and come away from home, they've not just nicked a performance, they've not nicked a result. They've come here, they've dominated from start to finish. They've scored 4 past a good Everton side, who are normally a good Everton side, I must add, because they weren't today. And it's an excellent 3 points for Newcastle.
Newcastle fans and players still applauding one another. Eddie Howe's got a big smile on his face and looks promisingly towards those Newcastle fans. They'll hope it can really kickstart them now and build a bit of momentum. Spurs at home in midweek to start building a little bit of run of form. Back-to-back wins in the Premier League for the first time this season for Newcastle. Where Everton are concerned, their players have trudged off quickly down the tunnel. You did allude to it in commentary, and I think it was a fair comment that it was just one of those days. There wasn't any glaring errors from Everton. Newcastle took their chances.
It's a head-scratching performance from Everton, especially on the back of their last 2 results. I mean, the win here against Fulham, the 2-0 win here, good performance, great atmosphere, another good performance at home, a clean sheet. The performance last time out against Manchester United was superb. I know they were down to 10 men, they had to dig in, and they ground out a result. When they went down to 10 men, I, like a lot of other people, probably Everton fans too, sat there and watched the TV and thought, OK, I wonder how many this is going to be now. It's going to be a long evening. It's going to be a difficult night for Everton. They showed togetherness. They were combative. They dug in. They got the clean sheet. Not only did they get the clean sheet, at that point when they were down to 10 men, David Moyes would have taken a point. I guarantee he'd have taken a point. They got a fantastic result. They got a clean sheet. They win at Old Trafford. This performance today from Everton hasn't been coming, and that's the thing that'll frustrate David Moyes. When we hear from him after the game, I'm sure that's what he'll say a bit. I don't know where that's come from, because in the recent weeks, that performance, there's been no sign of it.
Paul, thank you. We will hopefully hear from David Moyes into 6:06 with Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton. That's next. Earlier today then in the Premier League, Brentford beat Burnley 3-1. Chris will be able to talk about Manchester City beating Leeds at the Etihad. He was there for 5 Live earlier. City 2-0 up. Leeds got it back to 2-2, but Phil Foden won it late on. Sunderland from 2-0 down beat Bournemouth, 10-man Bournemouth by 3-2. And here at the Hill Dickinson Stadium, Newcastle rampant. First half certainly, they've beaten Everton by 4-1. At 8 o'clock tonight, we'll bring you updates of Tottenham against Fulham in the Premier League. But now, at 7:30 on BBC Radio 5 Live, it is time for 6:06.
Are you ready to have your say? In the UK's biggest football debate, your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 6:06 with Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton on 5 Live.
Yes, a very good evening to you. It's time for you to have your say about your club on 6:06. Chris and I taking the calls until 9 o'clock tonight. Some thrilling games to react to in the Premier League today. Manchester City left it very late against Leeds.
This is Foden inside the penalty area. Foden keeps his balance, gets the shot away and scores. Phil Foden finds a way. An injury time goal to break the heart of Leeds United.
Chris, I listened to you, Andy and Dennis at the Etihad today. Great effort from Leeds in the second half there. Do you think City were a little bit lucky to walk away with the 3 points?
I think so, Bruce. Better to be lucky than good. I thought City were good in the first half, but Leeds United, Daniel Farke, often accused of not being proactive with his substitutions, put Dominic Calvert-Lewin on. He changed the game. I think that Leeds fans need to have faith in Farke.
OK, Leeds fans, what do you make of it? Chris and I both triple captained Erling Haaland in FPL. That went well. Manchester City fans, what do you make of the way your team's playing at the moment? The number to dial is 08085 909 693. Earlier on, Sunderland moved back into the top 4.
Corner from the left, swung in here, headed goalwards in. Roby! It's 3-2 to Sunderland. Woo! 3-2. In the 70th minute, Brian Broby heads in the third for Sunderland.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live terms for our terms of use and privacy notice.
How about that for a bit of commentary on Sunderland's winner at home? They came from 2-0 down to beat Bournemouth 3-2 at the Stadium of Light. Their next 3 games, Chris, for Sunderland: Liverpool away, Manchester City away, Newcastle home. I don't think any of those 3 will be relishing taking on Sunderland.
No, they've been brilliant all season, haven't they? Do you know what, Bruce? I was thinking, in recent times, have they been the best promoted side I can remember?
Ipswich?
Oh, come on, Bruce. I'm
not talking about recent Ipswich. I'm talking about...
Yeah, but you think last decade or so, Sunderland have made a real fist of it. And, maybe Leeds under Bielsa, were quite good to watch.
Yeah.
But gotta say, Sunderland, in my mind, the best promoted side in recent years.
OK, Sunderland fans, do you agree with that? You probably will. Give us a call, 08085 909 693. Bournemouth fans, 1 point from the last 4 games, and you've conceded 12 goals in those games as well, although I think played their part in a great game this afternoon. Bournemouth fans, give us a call as well. Chris, who else this evening do you want to hear from on 606?
Well, I want to hear from Brentford fans, Brucey. They are 8th in the table tonight, and Thiago is the 2nd top goal scorer. At the start of the season, there was a lot of talk, wasn't there, about Brentford possibly being relegated. What a job Keith Andrews is doing. But Burnley fans, just sense, are you going straight back down? Let us know. Newcastle fans, back-to-back wins in the Premier League. Brilliant win on the road at the Hill Dickinson today. I think Roman Kemp said that would be a fortress for Everton. Didn't seem so today. But Newcastle fans, are you going to start climbing the league table now? In the Championship, Coventry City fans, 10 points clear at the top. Scored 50 goals. That's incredible. But the big game of the day, Bruce, Norwich City under Big Philip Clement. I've always liked Big Phil. First home win of the season. Leicester City fans, a 3-2 loss at home to Sheffield United today. What is going wrong? North of the border, Bruce.
Yep.
Hearts drew 0-0 away at Motherwell. Are they blowing that sort of title charge?
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Corner of the penalty area. Murphy went beyond. Willock didn't play the cross. Then slips it in for Tonali. No offside. Looking for Gordon. And Harvey Barnes has scored again. Harvey Barnes' run of goals continues, and Newcastle take the lead in the south of France. And a ball forward up the right wing, and Nick Pope's left his goal, and Marseille have equalised inside 30 seconds of the second half. Weah on the outside of Livramento, and at the near post, the cross is converted, and Marseille inside 5 minutes at the start of the second half, through Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang again have tipped this match on its head.
This season, for whatever reason, has brought about a set of circumstances really that I of course have to comment on, and rightly so. But sometimes you don't have necessarily all the right responses or answers, should I say, to the set questions. And I think anyone that comes out with one definitive answer, I think that's a difficult one to judge. We're disappointed. Look, we started the games really well. We've scored at good times. And historically, I think from those moments we've gone on and either been able to keep a clean sheet, because there's 2 ways of looking at that. One goal is enough, and defensively we pride ourselves on being good enough to maintain that clean sheet. And also the other side of it is we should go on and look to score the 2nd and 3rd goal and really consolidate our strong start. We haven't done either, and that's a disappointment, not just for me but for the players.
That's 3 away matches in a row that they have taken the lead and conceded an equaliser after a goalkeeping error, and Nick Pope misses out for Newcastle United today. He's not in the squad here at Everton. The club are saying that's because of an unspecified injury. So Aaron Ramsdale is in, his first Premier League start for Newcastle, his 4th appearance in total, something that many had been calling for after recent errors leading to goals, and Ramsdale plays in one of 6 changes here at Everton. Also coming in are Hall, Miley, Joelinton, Elanga and Voltemada from the team that started in Marseille. Newcastle United look like this: Ramsdale in goal, Livramento, Chow, Byrne, Hall at the back, Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Elanga and top scorer Barnes either side of Voltemada up top. On the bench, Ruddy, Cher, Tonali, Gordon, Jacob Murphy
Alex Murphy, Willock, Ramsey and Neve. 5:30 kickoff. You can listen to our commentary from Everton's brand new Hill Dickinson Stadium on the BBC Sounds app, as well as on BBC Radio Newcastle tonight. John Anderson with us as always, the former Newcastle United defender. Ramsdale's in, but Newcastle is saying that's because of an injury to Pope, or that's why Pope's not part of the squad. And lots of changes. He is using the players that he has available to him, Ando, but I think most interestingly it is about the goalkeeper, and we're going to see Aaron Ramsdale from the start with a back four ahead of him rather than a back five like the other night.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were crying out for Ramsdale to come in. He gets his opportunity. I suppose conveniently enough that Nick Pope picked up an injury, but there you go. That's what we've been told, that he's picked up an injury, so that's that. Lewis Miley gets an opportunity. Joe Linton comes back in, and Alanga gets that right-sided bird. So he's utilised the squad. He's made the changes that he's made. It's something that he's going to have to do. With the amount of games that we've got, it's going to be. I think we're going to see players get opportunities, like we're seeing here tonight. So it is what it is. Ramsdale is in goal. We always thought that Livramento and Hall would be the full-backs. Dan Burn, I think, was always going to come back in at left side of centre-back, so no real surprise there. So he's looked at it, he's watched the boys since they got back from Marseille. Obviously felt that he needed to freshen it up a little bit, and that's what he's gone and done.
It's high time things improve away from home. Not just the results this season, and I mean in all competitions away from home. 8 matches, 1 win, 3 draws, 4 defeats. The win was in Belgium in the Champions League, where they did play well. They were pretty good at Aston Villa, finished 0-0. Most of the others, probably all of the others, haven't really been that great. It hasn't just been results, it's been performance on their travels that hasn't quite been there. But Eddie Howe felt they were good in Marseille, that the performance overall, with the exception of particularly the equalising goal, represented an improvement on recent away performances and showed a continuation to a degree of what they did against Manchester City. But they've got to put it all together, haven't they, for 90 minutes here at Everton to try and get that elusive first away win.
Yeah, look, I agree. I don't think the performance in Marseille was poor. I thought we played quite well. It was just a rush of blood right at the start of the second half that led to the equaliser. I think the second goal, to be fair, is a good goal because the good ball whipped in near post. Aubameyang did what he's done all his career. He's got a cross share and he's just rifled it into the roof of the net. I don't think any goalkeeper's stopping that. But okay, we've got to put it together in the Premier League. I think our performances away from home in the Premier League will be poor. I don't think anybody could argue that fact. I suppose you could take the opening day performance of Villa when we drew, when we were the better side, probably should have won it. Apart from that, we've been very, I suppose timid is the right word to use away from home. We haven't had that intensity that we've become accustomed to, closing teams down, putting them on the back foot, squeezing them in. We haven't seen that away from home. But look, it's another one tonight. Games are coming thick and fast as well. We've obviously got one midweek and then another home game next weekend. But first and foremost, we've got to get this one out of the way. Everton being hit by injuries and a suspension as well, which doesn't help their cause. But the one thing about Everton Newcastle games in previous seasons, they haven't been great. They haven't been a great spectacle. They're not great on the eye. But first and foremost, the most important thing is to get 3 points on the board. It's not about a performance, it's about the points.
This is Newcastle's first visit to Everton's brand new ground, the Hill Dickinson Stadium. at Bramley Moor Dock, just outside of Liverpool city centre, about 2 miles from their former home, Goodison Park. It holds 52,769, which is about 500 more than St James's Park does. It's absolutely spectacular. It still has the new feel. Everything is still sparkling and glistening and clean and fresh, really setting the standard for a brand new and modern football stadium. And I'm sure Newcastle United will be taking note. Just before we hear from Eddie Howe, just want to mark something that has happened outside the stadium today. This week is 14 years since the death of Gary Speed, and Everton have today unveiled a memorial bench at Hill Dickinson Stadium in tribute to a player who is still so loved at both clubs. It's a talking bench which is there to encourage conversation, tackle loneliness and direct us to support for mental health. There at the unveiling is Gary Speed's mother, Carol Speed.
I think it's a fantastic idea, because the simple reason of my story, we didn't know that Gary was struggling. Obviously people sort of on the outside looking in would think, and it just shows, you know, what's going through people's minds. So I think this is just a fantastic idea. Yeah,
it's a really significant and meaningful thing to do, isn't it? And coincidentally, today's match, Ando, falls 14 years on from this week from Gary Speed's untimely death.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea as well. You know, I think you've got to encourage people to talk. There's no point in sitting bottling it all up. You've got to be able to talk to people. You've got to be able to get it off your chest. I mean, 14 years, it doesn't seem like that. You know, it's still a little bit surreal, to be quite honest, because he was a great ambassador for both clubs. You know, great player at Everton. He was fabulous when he was with us as well, and he's a sad loss.
Newcastle United away to Everton here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. They produced their best performance of the season last Saturday, and then they tried to build on it when they were in Marseille.
We did use it as a catalyst to a degree for a strong start in Marseille, and I left the game with the feeling of that was a strong performance from us. Was it perfect and faultless? No, and that's why we didn't win the game. But I thought you saw an attacking team, a dynamic team, a really good athletic team as well, and a very good attitudes from the players, as you'd expect, but ultimately disappointed. And then it's how we handle that disappointment then for this game and make sure we control our emotions and put things in perspective and move forward into another tough Premier League game. Everton are doing well at the moment, so it's a good challenge for us.
Newcastle wearing their green away kits tonight. The shorts and shirt are green, the socks are white. Ramsdale wearing purple. In the Newcastle goal away to the left. Everton blue shirts, white shorts, blue socks. Goalkeeper Jordan Pickford, and 2 changes to the outfield players. Jake O'Brien comes in at right back for the injured captain Seamus Coleman, and Tim Irabunam, the former Aston Villa midfielder, starts in place of Idrissa Gueye, who is serving a suspension for slapping his teammate Michael Keane. That incredible incident in Everton's brilliant win with 10 men at Manchester United on Monday night. So Pickford in goal, O'Brien, James Tarkowski, Michael Keane, Vitaly Mikalenko at the back, James Garner alongside Irabunam in the middle, Iliman Ndiaye, who is having a terrific season for Everton. He's got 4 goals for them, the former Sheffield United player. Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall, who scored the winning goal on Monday, and Jack Grealish on loan from Manchester City. And up front, Tierno Barry, 23-year-old French striker, yet to score since his £27 million move from Villarreal in the summer. They have got a few outs, Ando, but in Grealish and Ndiaye, creative players who are in very good form, particularly Ndiaye.
Yeah, I mean, they've got good players. They are missing 1 or 2, but I think you look at Jake O'Brien at right back. He's a natural centre back. A little bit like the situation with Dan Bourne having to play at left back for us. He's having to play at right back. Tall, big boy, not the quickest. So I think you've got to get the ball to Harvey Barnes. Let him get at him. Let's see what he's made of. But look, it's not about them. It's about what we do, how we go about it. You know, the performance, as I said earlier on to you, Matthew, the performance in Marseille I didn't think was bad. I thought there was a lot of good things to come out of that game. Okay, we didn't win it, but it was a better performance than we've seen away from home in a while.
Everton kick off and we're underway on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Whistle was about to go, but referee decided not to. Newcastle on the attack. Voltemada to Elanga, who's got the pace to get away. Elanga's shot tipped wide by Pickford. Whoa, what a start that would have been. 20 seconds on the clock. Dan Burn down under a challenge at one end. Newcastle get it forwards. Voltemada held it, turned, rolled in Elanga, who raced towards goal, got past the defender, and Pickford low down pushed the shot wide. Corner kick on the left.
Yeah, good break, used his pace, got away. Not too sure whether it was going in. It always seemed to be drifting away from that right hand post, but Pickford wasn't taking any chances.
Corner sent to the near post, it's in! They've scored early. Malik Chow has got his first goal for Newcastle United. One of their players of the season. The German centre-back has got his head on the corner that was whipped into the near side, and the away supporters at the far end are going absolutely wild. What a start for United on their first trip to the Hill Dickinson Stadium, almost ahead through Elanga, and from the corner that followed, Chow has glanced the ball in to make it Everton 0, Newcastle United 1.
It's a great delivery, it's a fabulous delivery into a great area, and he just rises above everybody else. The pace that was on the ball, it just needed contact. He got a great contact on it. It's flown into the back of the net, into that top corner. What a start. 1 minute 20 seconds, 80 seconds on the clock, and we're ahead 1-0.
Blimey. Well, that's now 4 away games in succession that they've taken the lead in. What they must do this time is not throw it away, like at West Ham, at Brentford, and in Marseille. Lewis Hall gets past a challenge on the far side into midfield towards Lewis Miley, making his third Premier League start of the season after the draw at Bournemouth and the home win over Fulham. It's also Hall's third Premier League start of the season. I think everyone's still recovering from that early start. What a start. The break from Voltemada and Elanga, and then from the corner, Newcastle taking the lead. We're now in the 3rd minute. Grealish. Livramento's won it with a bit of help from Elanga. Voltemada, lovely flick for Livramento, and they look for Barnes in the centre, but it's cut out by Everton through Tarkowski, who defended it well. And now the centre forward Barry to Dewsbury Hall, and here's Everton's first proper attack, and Jai in the box on the right. 2 green shirts with him, trying to block his route towards goal. They forced him out wide near to the corner. Hall still with Njai. Joelinton there as well. He's produced a pass for Dewsbury Hall. It goes back up the line to O'Brien. Played short to Dewsbury Hall. He wanted the return. Irabunam here. Everton with Grealish. Newcastle win it, and they're looking to break. Miley from Livramento's pass. Bruno now turns, centre circle, finds Voltemada, got it caught between his feet, but now he's brought it away out to the left hand side. But Everton, through a combination of Garner and Jai, win it back. BBC Radio Newcastle, 4 minutes played, and they lead 1-0 through Malik Chow. On the diagonal, Everton out to the near side. It's away from Tierno Barry, and Tino Livramento with a throw about level with the edge of the United box when he gets there.
been a lively start to the game. Obviously scoring inside 80 seconds helps, of course it does.
They've got it through Miley. Bruno looking for Elanga. It's cut out. Michael Keane on the halfway line. Up to Grealish on the left wing. Mikolenko at left back, inside to Garner. Speaking of players being out of position at fullback, he played there at St James's on the final day of last season when Everton
He didn't play badly either.
He's another that's had a good season for Everton, but he's in his midfield role, James Garner, who's from nearby Birkenhead, just across the water, isn't it? On Merseyside. They got him from Man United. Well, started his career at Manchester United, James Garner. Newcastle didn't really get at him that day, though. Unfortunately, the 1-0 defeat at St James's, thanks to a bit of help from Aston Villa and the officiating at Old Trafford, limped across the line into the Champions League. But it doesn't matter how you get there as long as you do. Ball into the penalty area. Chow's got it back from Barry. And Bruno now to Joelinton. Wide left, Harvey Barnes just behind halfway. Voltemada has made a run in behind here, out towards the corner, left side, and the flag stays down from the assistant. Voltemada holding it up, turns, goes on the outside again and leaves it for Barnes. He's getting to the middle. Barnes sends in a cross which was lacking height. Everton managed to get it clear, and it's going to be a Newcastle throw about 20 yards from the goal. They take it from quite a bit further back, or they're about to. It's left for Lewis Hall by Harvey Barnes. 1-0 up. Chow's early goal from the corner. Back to Byrne on halfway. Chow takes a touch at the back of the centre circle, up to Livramento. Nice take on the turn. Gives it to Elanga, back through for Livramento in the corner. Mikolenko makes a challenge. Corner kick, Newcastle United.
Ooh, another set piece.
They scored from the last one. Now they've got their first on this near right hand side, and Hall comes across to deliver it.
Just stick it in the same area again.
The noise is coming from the away section as Lewis Hall puts his right arm in the air. Here's the corner, flat to the near post, or played back by Voltemada from the goal line towards Miley. Everton get it clear.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest corner kick, was it?
It's a strange ball in because it looked like it was going out, but Voltemada by the post kept it in, and Newcastle, Byrne and Joelinton, nice move. Barnes in the area, Harvey Barnes, deflection on the effort, and it's gone across the face of goal and out for another corner. That was a brilliant move, Joelinton and Byrne, and they found Barnes in space, left side of the box, and he took the shot on with his left, looking for another goal. Everton managed to deflect it behind, crucially.
Well, I spoke about O'Brien earlier on, didn't they? And they just got in behind him. They just took him out of the game. Could have been 2-0.
Michael Keane, that's great defending to get across. Here's the latest corner. This one towards the back post. Pickford pushes it wide for a corner. However, the whistle has gone from referee Craig Pawson, citing a foul on the goalkeeper, who is punching the air after getting the ball clear and then winning the decision. See that again? If anything, Pickford's backtracked into Dan Byrne on the line. But goalkeepers always get those, don't they? And Jai from the long goal kick. He's turned away from Hall, who's trying to get back to him. Here's the cross, too high for Barry, and Livramento sticks it behind. Everton's first corner.
Dangerous ball, wasn't it?
In the 10th minute. Taken by Grealish quickly. Gets it back from Garner. Elanga makes a good challenge to put it out. has been an enjoyable start, but they perhaps ought to be 2-0 up rather than just 1-0 ahead, Newcastle. Mykolenko to take the throw, and it's a long throw in towards the 6-yard box where Voltemade stands to head clear, and Newcastle have got it now with Elanga trying to break towards the halfway line. Important challenge from Irabunim, the Everton midfielder. Back out wide to Mykolenko. Tarkowski down to Keane. One centre back to another in the box. Tarkowski chested it down and Keane hit it pretty well, but a deflection took it over Aaron Ramsdale's goal, and Everton have another corner, this time on the far right hand side.
Yeah, good ball played in, good chest down, wasn't it? Good technique from the big centre back.
Dan Burn with the important touch to take it over the top. Referee keeping an eye on things in the middle. There's lots of pushing. Everton header onto the roof of the net. Aaron Ramsdale there getting moved around.
Yeah, there's plenty of pushing and shoving in that box, isn't there, from set pieces at both ends.
He had it covered though, Tieno Barry's header. The Everton bench, by the way, 2 goalkeepers, Travers and King. McNeil, Beto, the big centre forward, Dibbling, Alcaraz, Asnu, Welch and Campbell. Newcastle leading 1-0 away from home again. Eddie Howe, who is celebrating his 48th birthday today, is at the front of the technical area. Jason Tyndall standing a couple of metres back next to the Sikhs on the bench. Dewsbury Hall with it 30 yards out, and Jai back to giant Jake O'Brien, 6'6". That is the build and the height of a centre back, not a full back, as we've mentioned, playing out of position. Grealish inside, Garner tries to play it back to Grealish, finds him in the penalty area on the left, then the cut back, Newcastle get it clear, Garner bends a shot wide from about 15 yards.
Yeah, good play, wasn't it?
Lewis Miley got out to him quickly and narrowed the angle. Everton 0, Newcastle United 1.
Yeah, Grealish gets in behind, just give and go, wasn't it? Hasn't the presence then to try and pick somebody out.
Trying to win back-to-back Premier League matches, Newcastle, for the first time this season, the first time since they managed a run of 5 between March and April earlier this year, last season. Voltemade blocks a clearance on the far side in the Everton half. O'Brien gets the ball. Prepares to throw it back into play. Garner comes short, it's a diagonal throw. Good first touch from Dewsbury Hall. Lewis Hall tries to win it back. Everton through, and Jai then have it on halfway, but he's passed it straight to Elanga, who's got his head up and found Livramento, but the first touch from Tino Livramento gave the ball back to Everton. Mykolenko to Pickford, up the line to Grealish, who has taken it under control and rolled it back to left back Vitaly Mykolenko. And now Pickford, lots of space at the edge of the penalty area. Newcastle drop back, and David Moyes' side bring it forwards. Barry, who's pulled out wide right onto the touchline, trying to get away from Barnes and Hall, and he made a bit of progress, turned back and played the pass back up the touchline to another teammate in blue. Swept across the pitch from right to left, and now it's with Grealish, 30 yards from Aaron Ramsdale's goal. Grealish lays it off to Irabunim, makes his run in behind, but the ball sent over to the far side from Garner. And Njai slowed the game right down, stopped the ball. Hall and Barnes there doubling up on him. Dewsbury Hall back to Tarkowski. Everton possession in the Newcastle half. Close to halfway now, though, in fact, back into their own half for Tarkowski, and on to Keane on the left-hand side on halfway. 15 minutes played on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Baltimore's tripped Grealish, getting on for 35 yards from the goal. Grealish tried to take a quick free kick. Bruno wouldn't let him, and there's a bit of afters there, but the referee's bringing the ball back for the Everton set piece. Newcastle lead 1-0 through Malik Chow.
Yeah, I mean, he's just standing there, isn't he? He's trying.
Or quickly taken free kick to Grealish in the penalty area. Voltemada, more defending from the big centre forward, managed to cut out the cross. And it's back with Everton still in Newcastle's half, 35 yards out. Garner on the ball. Nobody in blue in the penalty box. They were quick with the free kick, even though they had to bring it back, Everton. Newcastle just didn't switch on quick. No. It's on halfway with the home side, who've settled into it more following the Newcastle goal, and then the other big chance for Barnes. Baltimore, another foul just ahead of the halfway, the centre circle. Everton play this one square to Keane. Grealish inside to Garner. Mikalenko forced back. And Joe Linton stepped out of midfield and into the forward line to put pressure on Tarkowski, the big centre-back. Started every game this season for Everton, rolled it back to Jordan Pickford. Grealish got 3 green shirts around him. He scoops the ball up away from them and onto the feet of Tierney Barry, left of centre. He finds Grealish again near the corner of the area. A through ball for Dewsbury Hall, and Dan Burn sliding across turns it behind.
Yeah, it's been a good response from Everton, hasn't it? Good defending by Dan Burn. Tracked him all the way in there, made sure he didn't get the cross in.
Here's Everton's latest corner kick. They were 3 points above Newcastle when the match kicked off. Here is a header from United across the penalty area, collected by Grealish, who turns, and Dewsbury Hall back out to Garner on the near side, scoops it up into the middle, comfortably headed away, and back to Mikalenko, the furthest outfield player from the Newcastle goal for Everton, on the halfway line, and Garner to Dewsbury Hall. Having a spell here, Everton, who, as well as being above Newcastle, were above and still are above Liverpool in the standings. Into the penalty area, header there from Tarkowski, then Dan Burn with a header. Lewis Hall challenged by Tarkowski on the far side. Newcastle think that went out. Assistant referee nearby says no. Irabunam to Garner. Dewsbury Hall tackled by Elanga. And a throw for Newcastle. Everton think it should be theirs, and they've taken it quickly. David Moyes is in the ear of the assistant referee and is told by the fourth official to get away.
I think he might have a point.
Joe Linton is down with an injury. This might well be a tactical stoppage from Newcastle, because they've been up against it in the last 10 minutes or so. Elanga did have the last touch, no doubt about it. He started pretty well, Anthony Elanga, as did Newcastle, with the early goal from Malik Chow after a minute. Less than a minute, 55 seconds. It's the quickest goal in the Premier League this season. 55 seconds the time of Malik Chow's goal. Since then, Everton have come into it a bit more, John Anderson.
Yeah, they've had a bit of the ball, got in behind us once or twice, but that final ball has let them down.
Tottenham Hotspur are the only away team to leave the Hill Dickinson Stadium with 3 points this season. Everton have beaten Brighton, Palace and Fulham here. also had a cup win over Mansfield. Malik Chow with the only goal. Joelinton has had to come off following treatment, but we're going to send him back on by the looks of things. 6 changes tonight. Nick Pope not in the squad. Newcastle say that he is injured. Ramsdale in goal. Livramento, Chow, Byrne, Hall, a back 4. Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Elanga, Barnes and Voltemada. That's the 11. Chow wins a header. It's collected by Njai. He scored the very first Everton senior goal here against Brighton in August. He's still on the ball, but in a deeper position. Plays it square to Irabunam. Grealish, Livramento in front of him. Rolled up the line to Mikalenko. He sends in the cross. Dan Byrne down for Lewis Miley, who looks up and finds Elanga. And Anthony Elanga on the break. And he's carried it well, done really well. The pass is slightly behind Harvey Barnes, but Newcastle still have it. Elanga wanted a free kick. He asked the referee, who said no. And this is Chow onto the feet of Livramento on the near side, just past halfway. Back to Chow. 21 minutes on the clock. Byrne square to Hall. Barnes drops in and he gets it on the far side. Joelinton goes beyond. Barnes looks for Hall, gives it back to him. But under pressure, Barnes could only knock it forwards, up the line and out. Everton with the throw. Tarkowski here. Long pass. Over halfway. Dewsbury Hall knocks it on. Chow heads it, but it goes straight to Barry. And Grealish to centre half Keane. And back out to Grealish, who looks for the run of Dewsbury Hall, edge of the area. Byrne at his back, laid off to Irabunam, away from Byrne. And then Bruno manages to get something on the cross, and it's in the hands of Aaron
cross,
Ramsdale.
wasn't it? Yeah, claiming handball, never handball.
Came off
Monday Sundays.
Came off his studs, didn't
it? Nowhere near his arm.
Newcastle out to Hall, heavy touch, or good drop of the shoulder to get away from Dewsbury Hall. And Bruno bringing it over halfway. Miley back to Joelinton, almost lost control there, Newcastle. Bruno back to Chow. Elanga's available, he gets it and plays it against Mikalenko and out. Livramento wanting an option from the throw. Voltemada comes short, goes back to Chow. Ramsdale on the edge of the penalty area. Ball is played just inside the box. Oh, that's a risky pass towards Bruno. Fortunately, he missed it, and so did Dewsbury Hall. They took a huge chance there, and they got away with it. Miley up the line. Lovely ball for Livramento. Oh, he's brought it inside and away from Keane. Now they've got the chance to go forwards. Voltemada plays it back to Byrne, but a good first touch from Byrne. Up to Joelinton. Back to the big man on halfway. Inside to Bruno. Exchanges passes with Miley. Bruno into the penalty area. Oh, O'Brien, don't think he knew Barnes was coming in.
He was all over the place.
He was waiting and waiting, and then at the last second smashed it behind for a corner when he caught sight of Barnes.
He didn't have a clue, did he?
Everton players shaking their heads. Must have been a lack of communication, but the through ball was between Hall and Voltemada, and the run of Barnes forced O'Brien eventually to stick it behind. And here is the corner kick. It's a header from Byrne that's gone back out wide. Lewis Hall will retrieve it, and he's gone into his own half to Ramsdale rather than anything complicated up the pitch. On to Livramento here, and he finds Elanga. Another chance for Anthony Elanga to run. He's had some good moments so far. There's another. He beats his man. The cross is straight at an Everton player, but the clearance is straight to Livramento, who finds Barnes, and he cuts it back. Livramento, shot blocked. Lewis Miley hits one and scores! Newcastle have got a second goal. Lewis Miley brought back in for only his third Premier League start of the season, into the ground, and that's gone through Jordan Pickford, who might want to reflect on whether he could have kept it out. A second goal has arrived in the 25th minute. Everton 0, Newcastle United 2, from the left boot of Lewis Miley.
Well, Everton have been all over the place defensively, didn't clear the lines, felt it. He swung his left foot on it, hit it into the ground. Just goes straight through Pickford, doesn't it? Keeper should do better. I mean, they don't clear the lines. Balls recycled back in, half cleared again. Oh dear. Won't to see that again, will he?
Livramento had a shot from the cutback from Barnes after it was cleared, and it was heading out towards the corner, but Dan Burns stopped it, and when it came back to Miley, it's into the ground, and Pickford,
I'm not even sure what he's trying to do, Pickford.
Just go straight through. There's a phrase, isn't there, and it's crisp packet hands, because he's tried to stop it, and he's just sort of flapped it in.
I don't think he even flapped at it, did he? Just
listen, we shouldn't laugh because he's England's #1 goalkeeper, no doubt about it, but he will be bitterly disappointed with that. But what a position to be in. Should have been 2-0 ahead earlier on. Everton have come into it more, but now they've got their second goal, Ando.
Yeah, I mean, Everton had come into it, but they haven't looked comfortable defensively all evening, Everton, especially from those set pieces as well. But I mean, they had numerous opportunities to clear the lines there and didn't do it, and they've got paid the penalty for it.
Well, they've been this season in the Premier League 1-0 up away from home in their last 2 matches and blown it. Now they are 2-0 up, and they've got the ball with Barnes and Voltemada back out wide to Barnes. Oh, there's options here in the middle. On the corner of the area, Harvey Barnes forced away from goal, finds Joe Linton, who drags it back and rolls it to Byrne. Slowed it down there. Hall inside to Joe Linton. They're keeping possession, Newcastle, here, when they had perhaps not a numerical advantage, but they had numbers in the attack. But keeping the ball, that's all right. Chow here, got to be quick. Barry's on his shoulder. This is Elanga inside to Miley, then inside to Bruno, next to the centre circle. Bruno, big diagonal switch. Barnes backpedaling, brought down on his chest. Support inside from Hall. Flicks it back to Lewis Hall. Bruno comes to receive it. Everton 0, Newcastle United 2 on BBC Radio Newcastle, the BBC Sounds app. You can also listen to us if you have a smart speaker. Ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Decent football on the far side. Barnes has got it. Now Miley, a run through the middle from Livramento. Miley's pass has reached Voltemada, who gives it to Livramento, and Lewis Hall at the edge of the area. Couple of step overs. Hall with a shot off the top of the bar. Via a deflection. Lewis Hall so close.
Oh, they're all over the place.
Third goal for Newcastle tonight. They've got another corner kick on the far left-hand side.
So much space. There's inquests going on in that Everton defence. Just too easy to play through, isn't it?
Deflection off Keane. It looped up and it dropped on top of the frame of the goal. This is the corner from Miley. It's a deep one. It's an Everton header. What's the referee seen there? Free kick for the home side.
No idea.
That's 2.
No idea what he's saying.
Well, we haven't been able to properly review that, but it didn't look like there was anything there. I think a player got bumped, but whistle from Craig Pawson has gone again. Elanga trying to keep the ball in, but it's going to be an Everton throw just inside the Newcastle half on the near side, and we've got a commentary position right at the back of what is the main stand of the Hill Dickinson Stadium, right up high. It's a beautiful view, unobstructed view, unlike at Goodison Park, where some fans might get a couple of pounds off their ticket because of pillars in the way. Everton into the box looking for Barry, who's not going to get around big Dan Burn, who eases him out of the challenge and watches the ball roll behind.
Poor touch, wasn't it? Just got away from him. Burn just got his body in the way. Never going to get round them.
Hill Dickinson, by the way, who bought the naming rights, are a law firm from the city of Liverpool.
Doesn't sound right though, does it?
No. Bramley Moor Dock is what it was going to be called, because that's the location. But yeah, naming rights are a thing, aren't they? Elanga flicking the ball on, away from Tarkowski. Challenged well in the air, Anthony Elanga. I think he started brightly.
Yeah, he's done all right, hasn't he?
I thought he was decent enough when he came on in the second half in Marseille. Everton playing it about at the back. Pickford lets it run as Voltemada closes in and then releases it forwards to Keane. Newcastle are 2-0 up, and the chant from the away end was, "How bad must you be, we're winning away," or something like that. 31 minutes played. Another statistic for you: Newcastle are the only Premier League team this season that hasn't conceded inside the opening half an hour, and that record continues.
Yeah, it's when they've conceded after that.
Yeah, I know, that's the problem. Pressure on the ball from Bruno and Joe Linton in midfield, with Everton still in possession. Lifted up the line, Burn comes across, cushioned header down to Joe Linton. Oh, he's played it against Bruno, looking for Miley and Dewsbury Hall, and Barry's trodden on the ball at the edge of the area. United up to Elanga here, back to Miley. Livramento now to Bruno, and they can play quickly, and they want to play quickly and go forwards, which is exactly what they're doing. Everton have got to get back, and they look nervy when Newcastle break. Barnes on the outside to Hall, and they've still got it, those two. Flicked on to Joe Linton in the corner, back to Hall. Voltemada's in the centre of the box. Hall has lost out in a challenge to Njai, and Everton with only 3 players advanced here. Dewsbury Hall on the right wing, he's protected it really well.
Did.
Inside to Grealish, who's in the centre, on to Dewsbury Hall again, and Njai out wide. Grealish didn't expect the pass, and Dan Burns got there first and cleared it. Barnes takes a touch, back to Hall. Bruno on the 18-yard line sees that Livramento's in space, clips it out to the near side, applauded by the away fans, and Livramento gets forwards. Carries it inside now, and then turns and goes back to Chow. It's been, with what you will always have, moments from the home side, a pretty good away
performance. Big chance for Barry, wasn't it, when he was clean through the middle on the edge of the penalty area. Just didn't know where the ball was.
Couple of passes on this near touchline. Elanga up to Livramento. He's carried on his run, and Livramento looks for him again. Elanga's beating Mikolenko to the ball. Played it back to Livramento inside, but just behind Miley. Then Everton passes it straight out, and United get a throw 35 yards from goal. Livramento to Bruno, near side of the pitch in Everton's half. Still with it, Joe Linton back to Burn behind halfway. Over to Chow. Livramento's picked up a good position and received it from Chow's pass. Here's Joe Linton. It's between Miley and Elanga, but the latter has kept it in. Bruno in behind for Lewis Miley. Dinged cross. Oh, just too high for Voltemada. And for Joe Linton coming in behind him. And he had the space away from the defender Voltemada, but it needed to be pinpoint onto his head. He was lifted up, not a lot of power, just a bit too high. They still have possession, and a 2-0 lead for Newcastle. Chow on 55 seconds, and the second goal arriving.
Good ball.
Lewis Miley. Bruno to Barnes, standing off. So he's got space to attack on the outside of O'Brien, who recovers well with a good challenge and an important one for Everton too. Barry holds it up with Byrne at his back, and Jai has slipped and won a block challenge, and then Bruno slides in and lets out a scream of delight for stopping the breakaway. And it's out on the halfway line. Garner puts his foot on the ball at halfway. Diagonal pass, Livramento climbs, heads it forwards. Ilanga takes a touch but can't keep it. Mikalenko inside, that would be a soft free kick and Everton don't get it. Dewsbury Hall, to be fair, gets straight back up. Challenge came in, but Newcastle took the ball. And Dan Burn here back to Aaron Ramsdale, who as yet, Ando, has not been required to make a save.
No, it's been comfortable, hasn't it?
Hall tries
Unlucky.
around the defender and in behind for the run of Barnes. It's intercepted. And James Garner was actually linked to Newcastle a couple of weeks ago, the midfielder. Tries to get play moving for Everton. He's on it here, just inside Newcastle's half, left side. Grealish, that's a Mikalenko. 9 Premier League away matches without winning this season, and a couple from the end of last season, but 2-0 up at Hill Dickinson Stadium. Byrne has dispossessed Dewsbury Hall in the far corner, and Lewis Hall and Joelinton help United bring it away. Miley, centre of the pitch, to Bruno, away from Barry and on to Chow, then Miley. It's just found Livramento inside towards Voltemada. Sliding challenge from Everton, then a sliding challenge from Miley for Newcastle to win it back, but then they lose it again. And it's at the feet of James Tarkowski at the back of the centre circle. 37 minutes played. Grealish back to Mikalenko. Irabunam, central midfielder, but out left wing at the moment. Gets a return pass from Garner, looks for Mikalenko. Livramento makes the block on the cross. Miley, gonna be quick, gets it back to Livramento, and it's up to Joelinton on his chest to Ilanga. Then a return ball to the midfielder, who helps it on towards Ilanga again, and Everton go back to Pickford. Grealish on the halfway line. They've had the ball a lot around this sort of area of the pitch. Only 2 or 3 times have they really got in behind. And they've got the players to do that, Grealish and Njai. They've both been able to do it maybe once each. But Newcastle have defended well enough, haven't they?
Yeah, they've passed it well enough, but it's that final ball, isn't it? They've got nothing up top, really.
Tarkowski over to the far side, gets it back from O'Brien. Groans there from the home supporters, out to O'Brien. This time he sticks a cross in. Livramento volleys clear. That's what they wanted O'Brien to do the first time. Keane to Irabunam, and then Mikalenko, he delivers. Chow with an important header. Livramento with a header. Miley swings at it but can't clear. Irabunam to Garner and Grealish. Lots of short Everton passes. 6 minutes to half time. Newcastle still lead 2-0. Chow's header in the first minute, Miley on 25, and Bruno makes a block. They were almost away on the counter-attack there, but the touch from Bruno's block was a bit heavy. Here's Grealish twisting and turning, facing his own goal. Plays it around Bruno to Dewsbury Hall. Every Newcastle player behind it, brought forwards by Keane now. Irabunum to Mikalenko. Back inside to Irabunum. Garner 20 yards out here. It's just a lot of defensive work and concentration at the moment, and teamwork, team shape, which is...
Yeah, they haven't got a great deal of movement in those forward areas, Everton.
Garner floats one in, far side, looking for O'Brien. Lewis Hall gets his head to the ball first. Harvey Barnes lifts it away, chases his own touch, and Barnes stopped by the challenge from Tarkowski, who had to get the timing of that absolutely right, and he did.
Yeah, won the ball cleanly, didn't he?
Having got it back from Newcastle's throw, Everton have gifted United another throw, a slip from Tarkowski, and this one is in the attacking half of the pitch. One of the things that we used to experience at Goodison Park, Ando, and you went there many, many times, were the Everton fans who were all around you, and their tendency to berate the referee, whatever the score. Don't quite get here in this. Here's Voltemada from Joe Linton's pass. Elanga runs into a challenge, but it's come from Miley. Don't get that in the rather plush surroundings of the Hill Dickinson Stadium, do you?
No.
Got a lot more space.
Plenty of room in here.
Yeah. But a beautiful stadium. Newcastle
space again.
Enjoying their first visit here. 2-0 up. They want a third before half-time. Hall from Barnes' pass. Hall beats his man. Lewis Hall tries to pick out Voltemada, but it's blocked. It's come back to Hall in the penalty area, though. Everton all over the place. Bruno, the cross. Voltemada with a flick. Barnes has run across the penalty area to get there before anybody in blue. Wide to Livramento. Elanga to Bruno. Spins away from Dewsbury Hall. Now Lewis Hall to Elanga, first time ball to Livramento, back to Elanga, heading out wide, two blue shirts with him. Elanga wins a throw. They look terrified every time Newcastle attack.
Well, there's no sharpness about Everton, especially in those midfield areas. Irabunum's really struggled. It's all happened too quickly around him. I know he's not a regular, but he's got to be doing better in there.
Livramento's throw, about level with a penalty spot, gets it back from Joe Linton, inside to Miley, who rolled it through the legs of Bruno. He let it run, but nobody made the run beyond. Bruno dummied it, and all it needed was a runner. Pickford lifts it up and sends it upfield. 2 minutes of the 45 remaining. Then at half-time, reaction to Sunderland's comeback win over Bournemouth, and the non-league roundup here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. And then the second half from Merseyside. And Jai, cross blocked by Hall, out for a throw in line with the penalty box. Forwards go Tarkowski and Keane. Two big centre-backs. Chow's got his hands on Tarkowski. Joe Linton is marking Keane. Dan Burns there as well. It's Chow's header, and Barnes has brought it under control, edge of the box. Made his way forwards, got tackled. Everton with a cross. Ramsdale comes and brings
Easy
it
take
into his hands, plucks it from the night sky, and a quick roll out to Livramento. He's chipped it forwards. Elanga the target. Elanga's got there behind Irabunum, and Voltemada is in. Voltemada over Pickford and scores! What a first half for Newcastle United. It's 3-0 in the 45th minute. And Nick Baltimore ends a run of 5 games for United without a goal to get his 7th for the club. Elanga just got the better of Irabunam, played it inside, and Baltimore with a delicate lift over Pickford, who was well out of his goal. And it's Everton 0, Newcastle United 3. What a first half of football.
Well, I mentioned Irabunam earlier on. I mean, that David Moyes would be absolutely livid with that. That is so weak, so poor. It's a great finish, mind. Just lifts it over England's number 1, but Irabunam he's been pitiful this first half. But he has to do so much better there. He's got to be stronger.
Nick Baltimore, that is.
But Everton have been defensively all over the place, but it's a scoreline that.
Well, it reflects the way Newcastle have attacked, because they've really had Everton frightened every time they've gone forward.
Yeah,
they could have made more of other situations. Edge of the penalty area, Dewsbury Hall here. A challenge in the D, no foul, and away go Newcastle. They've got 3-0, they want 4-0. Barnes tried to switch it. That's handball, surely, by Mikalenko. And 2 minutes were added to the first half. We're into the second of those. They have a free kick behind halfway on the left. The Baltimore finish, it was so precise, nonchalant almost, and that's exactly the sort of technique you associate with him.
Hasn't really been involved in the game either, has he? He hasn't seen a great deal of it. Great little finish for him.
Elanga, who has played well and played his part there in that third goal. Back to Ramsdale. Baltimore tries to head it on there. Keane to Tarkowski under pressure. James Tarkowski's done well. Then Mikalenko slams his forward ball into the shins of Elanga. It comes back to him, and Ghana now. Goodison Park was known for booing, wasn't it? Everton have had their struggles in recent times. I think very shortly there will be loud boos, although hang on, Dan Burn makes a good recovery challenge after his clearance was blocked, and Everton have got a corner. Burn complains to the referee about something, doesn't get a decision. Newcastle have got to get back to defend. Lots and lots.
Yeah, you're 3-0 up, just put your foot through it.
Lots and lots of empty blue seats emerged after the third goal for United from Baltimore. There's not many in from an Everton perspective to watch the corner. Now in the 3rd minute of added on time, Burn heads it away. And Jai back out wide. Dewsbury Hall headed away. Oh, and they could go. Oh, the referee stopped it when they were on the counter, and they had 4 on the charge, Newcastle. But Craig Pawson has blown for half-time, well beyond the minimum 2. They have scored 3 times without response in an incredible, stunning first half at the Hill Dickinson Stadium, Newcastle United. Malik Chow
value for it
with a header on 55 seconds. Lewis Miley with a shot into the ground and up and through Jordan Pickford on 25, and then Nick Baltimore in the 45th minute after Elanga nipped in and pinched the ball from Irabunam to play in the striker, who dinked it, lifted it over Pickford. You said good value for it.
Yeah,
absolutely. A scoreline that reflects the way the first half has played out, Nando.
Yeah, I mean, Everton probably had more of the ball, but they haven't carried a threat whatsoever, and every time we've carried a threat. Everton at 6s and 7s at the back, they're all over the place. I think the second goal probably sums it up. They've got 2 or 3 occasions when they could clear their lines, they don't, and it ends up, I'm not too sure what the goalkeeper's doing. No idea what he's trying to do. Just goes straight through him. And then the second one, or the third one, is just all about desire. It's all about wanting to get to the ball. Irabunam didn't want to get to the ball. He didn't have that intensity, that desire to get to the ball first. And Baltimore, that great little finish, Pickford comes, he just lifts it over him into the back of the net. I don't think 3-0 flatters us at all. As I say, Everton plenty of the ball, but we're the ones that have got the attacking intent. No attacking intent whatsoever from Everton. Get to the edge of the penalty area and they just run out of ideas.
We'll be looking forward to coming to the spectacular new stadium, and we've enjoyed it so far.
Yeah, so far so good, and you wouldn't rule out there being a few more in the second half if it keeps going the way it is.
We'll bring that live to you here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. The half-time score at the Hill Dickinson Stadium: Everton 0, Newcastle United 3.
You about? Join me, Roman Kemp, and me, Tom Grennan, for our weekly catch-up, otherwise known as a podcast.
Oh, Race Across the World.
Yeah, absolutely.
You like it?
Brilliant.
One time, we walked past this bloke's shop and there was a mattress on the floor. I said to him, how much for the mattress? And we just slept in the back of his bloke's shop.
Really?
That's how desperate you are for a bed.
Did they not look after you, like,
what?
when the cameras are off?
No way.
No?
It's real, man.
You about? Listen on BBC Sounds.
At half-time at the Hill Dickinson Stadium then, Newcastle United 3-0 up on Everton. Malik Chow, Lewis Miley and Nick Voltamanda will be back with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson shortly for full coverage of the second half. Elsewhere in the Premier League today, our first commentary of the afternoon saw Sunderland come from 2-0 down to beat Bournemouth 3-2, keep their unbeaten home record in the league going as well. The goals came from Enzo Lefebvre from the penalty spot, Bertrand Traore's first for the club, and Brian Brobby's second in as many games at the Stadium of Light. A 3-2 win for Sunderland puts them up to fourth as it stands. Manchester City also won 3-2 at home to Leeds. Phil Foden scored in the first and the 91st minutes after Leeds had come back from being 2-0 down. Brentford beat Burnley 3-1, all 4 goals coming in the final 10 minutes of the game. Igor Thiago scored twice for Brentford, including one from the penalty spot. And Coventry are still 10 points clear at the top of the Championship. They came from behind as well to beat Charlton 3-1. Former Sunderland striker Ellis Sims scoring twice. Middlesbrough remained second after they came from behind too. They beat Derby 2-1. They'd been a goal down after a couple of minutes at the Riverside, but that comeback included a goal from the former Newcastle defender Matt Targett. Let's talk non-league football, shall we?
Local football, total sport, Northeast. BBC Radio Newcastle.
You are listening to the local football roundup on BBC Radio Newcastle, a somewhat abridged version again this week. We'll get some reaction to a couple of today's games that did survive the weather in a moment, but first here with all of today's results is Dominic James.
Thank you very much, Colin. We begin in the Enterprise National League. Sutton United 4, Gateshead 2. The Enterprise National League North South Shields game with Peterborough Sports was postponed. The pitching in Northern Premier League Premier Division, Rushall Olympic 0, Hebburn Town 1. Warrington Town 0, Morpeth Town 0. In the pitching in Northern Premier League East Division, just one game ended in a result. Ashington 3, Brickhouse Town 0. The games between Blythe Town and Redcar Athletic, Ossett United and Concert, and Bridlington Town against Blythe Spot were all postponed. Dunstan's game with Hallam and Heaton Starrington's games with Grimsby Borough were abandoned during the matches. Moving to the EBAC Northern League Division 1, Gisborough Town 1, West Allotment Celtic 0, Horden 0, Kendal Town 4, Penrith 2, North Shields 2, Shildon 3, Northallerton Town 1, and Carlisle City 4, Easington Colliery 2. The game between Newcastle Benfield and Berkeley Town was abandoned. Moving to the EBAC Northern League Division 2, Durham United 0, Alnwick Town 3, and Brighton and Croker Albion 2, Prudhoe Seniors 2. The games between Chesley Street Town and Darlington Town, Park View and Tow Law, Eschwinning and Sunderland RCA were all abandoned. And in the Scottish Lowland League, it finished Caledonian Braves 3, Berwick Rangers 0. Back to you, Colin.
Thank you, Dom. I don't think I have ever known an afternoon with as many abandoned games. We've had afternoons with more postponed games than this. You know, we've seen entire league fixtures just wiped out completely. But I don't remember an afternoon where there have ever been as many games start and don't finish. One that did finish, though, at the Old Hollage Stadium, which is where Paul Dixon remains, our non-league reporter, after one of the few games in the North East that survived the atrocious weather, Paul. It was a Tyne Valley derby that had plenty of goals.
It was a Tyne Valley flood nearly, Colin, really, yes. The full-time score was Wrighton and Crowcrook 2, Prudhoe 2. And after the game, I caught up with Nathan Beckham, the manager of Wrighton and Crowcrook.
Nathan, that's probably one of the worst conditions I've ever seen a football game. It was like monsoon for at least 70 minutes of the game. And I would say the players deserve an awful lot of credit to play the football, especially they did in the first half. But you were 2-0 up, and you probably thought you were going to get all 3 points. But got to give a little bit credit to Prudder.
Yeah, credit to the lads for playing the game in the conditions that they did, and credit to the club for getting the game on. I thought the lads were really good in the first half, but like you say, second half, Brothers came back into the game and they've got back into it. So, story of football.
Well, it is, and I mean, you had lots and lots of chances. I mean, the young keeper from Prudder played exceptionally well in the first half, but we must give a mention to Lewis Anderson, who's Elliot Anderson's brother. 2 good goals he scored, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been outstanding, Louis. Really good since he's joined the club. He's heads and shoulders above the rest of the league, if I'm honest with you. Really good. But their keeper today, I think the players in there probably owe him a pint because he's kept them in the game. If it was 5-0 at half time, there's nobody in either dressing room would have complained.
Well, that's right. And Nathan, you're still pushing and want to push for a playoff position, yes?
Yeah, the club obviously has an expectation that we need to do that. There's been so many opportunities this year where we could have killed teams off and been in a better position. But credit the lads for getting the game on and playing. But we should have seen the game out.
I believe it's 2 weeks till your next home game. It'll take 2 weeks for the pitch to dry out. They've got a bit of work to do on there, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, yeah. I think the pitch probably needs a good rest. Hopefully the rain slows down a little bit and the groundsman can get on there. But there wouldn't have been much football played today. But I thought the lads done well for 45 minutes. We got the ball down and played, but the conditions really took over in the second half.
Nathan Beckham there, the Wright and Crock Group manager, after their 2-2 draw with Prudder. We'll come back to Paul Dixon in a minute. 2 other results to pick out as well. Hebburn up to 3rd in the NPL Premier Division after their 6th win in a row. 1-0 at Rushall Olympic. Joao Gomez in the 87th minute. And Ashington have won back-to-back games for the first time since September. They won 3-0 at home to Brighouse Town, 2 for Josh Gilchrist, 1 for Louis Burns. A short time ago, I had a chat with their manager, Nick Gray, starting inevitably with how bad the weather conditions had been in south-east Northumberland.
But to be fair, credit to the ground staff, Scott. The pitch was heavy. It got us heavy, but it was playable. I mean, it took a hammering now, but the ground there, there was a lot of good work on it, and credit to Scott and the staff there for getting it on today. But it was playable as well. When I used to play years ago, I used to play on them type of pitches every week. but that was credit to getting the game on, and obviously the new games weren't getting played today, and we'll have to try and take advantage of that.
And that's exactly what you have done. And people talk quite a lot about conditions being a leveller because obviously the rain and the pitch and whatever it is are exactly the same as for both teams. Therefore, for you to have beaten a team that was on paper quite far above you in the table and beaten them very convincingly, you must be really chuffed with that.
Yeah, delighted. I mean, the league, I know the league standings, I don't think there's a lot between the top and the bottom, really. Yeah. There's 2 or 3 outstanding teams, and then I think a lot of people can beat each other on the day. And the first goal is very crucial. The first half, I thought they started better than us. We grew into the half, and then we started playing well the last 10 minutes of the first half, and we scored a great goal, a good goal from a set piece, and we played some great stuff after that. And I was a little bit disappointed we didn't actually get a second 54 half time, and the wind was really strong today, and we were against it the second half, and it was hard getting out our half the second half, and credit to Brighouse again, who put us under pressure, but we withheld it, and we got the second goal, and the second goal for me and for them, I think that's the one that killed the tie, really.
And just finally, that's 2 wins in a row. That's the first time you've managed that since September. It had been a tricky run, but I mean, you know what you've got at your disposal. You know the squad you've got. You know what they're capable of. Was it more about keeping their spirits up through the bad run rather than actually making too many changes?
It is 2 wins in a row, but we had 7 without a win. I think, and so it gets hard. And, and it's not just the spirit of the players and the supporters. It's the spirit of yourself as a person. It's it's hard to keep yourself. I mean, Liam the assistant and Tom the keeper were coach, but it's hard to keep yourself going, and you look. I'm not going to lie, we do look to try and freshen things up, but where we're competing with, we kind of compete with other players, teams going for the players. So we have what we've got. The lads have done smashing. We're a good side on paper. I've always said that, but paper means it wins you nothing, and today, and it's starting to show now. And it's just the key way that we got to look for is consistency, and let's hope we get a little bit of consistency. We had, we've got another 2 home games coming up, and we've got to take advantage of them. And we haven't done what we really want to do in the first half of the season or the first 3 months of the season. But we're just winning breeds confidence, and now we've got 2 in the bounce, and put this way, it's a lot better than things were 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, well done to Ashington and Nick Gray this afternoon. Paul Dixon, it's been, you've watched one game in the rain. It's been a really, really difficult afternoon, and it's just it sounds really daft. It's difficult to play anything like the kind of football you've prepared all week for when the conditions are so ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, it is. I mean, the first half here at Brighton was very good because the pitch was very good. And there's Nick there. He's just talking about how the pitch was there. But, if it's rained for 45 minutes and then there's another 15 minutes for half time, you're going to come out the second half and, it's going to be hard the second half, which it was very difficult to get the ball and pass it around. See, I mean, the player now, the lads, it's all about passing the ball on the floor. But like if it's hog deep, as you would say, there's a good Geordie expression. It's hard to do that, Colin, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Paul, safe journey back home, back to the office, first of all. And thank you this afternoon, because the conditions have not been fantastic. Back to a more normal time for the local football roundup next week as well. We're back to 2-3 o'clock kickoffs for Newcastle and Sunderland. So the local football roundup will be at 5:45. Just a little bit of time to tell you a couple of other things. Anna Moorhouse, former Durham goalkeeper, making her England debut this evening in an England friendly against China at Wembley. England are 5-0 up at half-time. Beth Mead with a couple, Georgia Stanway with a couple, Lauren Hemp with the other. The former champion hurdle Constitution Hill fell once again. That's the 3rd time in 4 races before the 22-1 outsider Golden Ace, ridden by Lorcan Williams and trained by Jeremy Scott, came through to win the fighting 5th hurdle at Newcastle Racecourse in Gosforth. Anzadam was 2nd, Nemeen Lyon was 3rd, and the new Lion, who had also been talked about as a potential winner, also failed to finish. And congratulations to Whitley Warriors Ice Hockey. 4-3 winners after overtime away at Paisley Pirates in the Scottish National League earlier on today. Right then, Newcastle United 3-0 up at Everton at the break. Who will prevail in the second half? You can have a chat with us after the game as well. I'll be here with Ando until 8 o'clock. But in the meantime, for the second half commentary, Matthew Racebeck and John Anderson.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Quick roll out to Livramento. He's chipped it forwards. Elanga the target. Elanga's got there behind Irabunam, and Voltemada is in. Voltemada over Pickford and scores! What a first half for Newcastle United. It's 3-0 in the 45th minute, and Nick Voltemada ends a run of 5 games for United without a goal to get his 7th for the club.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Racebeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
A thoroughly enjoyable first 45 minutes on Merseyside for Eddie Howe, who grew up supporting Everton despite being from the south. He watched them in the 1984 FA Cup final against it was Watford, wasn't it, when Everton won, and decided to support Everton from there. Eddie Howe, but thrilled with his Newcastle team and their performance. 3-0 up through Chow, Miley and Voltemada. Everton have made a change at half-time, John Anderson, and the player that you identified, Tim Irabunam, who didn't quite seem up to the speed of the match, has been replaced by Carlos Alcaraz, known as Charlie Alcaraz, and he is the midfielder, straight in alongside Garner in the centre. Scored the winner at St James's Park on the final day of last season.
Good header, wasn't
He's
it?
He's a good player.
Yeah.
You wonder why he didn't start.
it just passed him by. There was no intensity about the way he played. There was no desire to win the ball. Third goal probably summed it up. No surprise not to see him come out for the second half.
Craig Pawson blows the whistle. Still lots of empty blue seats. Maybe Everton fans just taking a bit longer to digest the first half and pick it apart with their fellow Evertonians. Newcastle in the green away kit. Jordan Pickford picks the ball up next to the away end on the far left corner in his penalty box.
Yeah, just as well he didn't let that second goal in, and that goal, wasn't it? Imagine the stick he would have taken.
Yeah, he may have been blocked off by Tarkowski.
No, I'm not having that.
But it's a shot that he would expect to save. But one that I'm sure many black and whites will like to remind him about. They are shooting towards the goal at the left, Newcastle, which is where the away supporters are. Very similar layout if you watch matches on television, or if you've ever been to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's that corner of the ground. It's on the far side of the pitch, the northeast corner, appropriately enough, of the Hill Dickinson Stadium. And Newcastle, Ramsdale, Livramento, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Elanga, Barnes, Voltemada. Everton, Pickford, O'Brien, Tarkowski, Keane, Mikalenko, Garner and Alcaraz, and Jai, Dewsbury Hall, Grealish, Barry up front. A diagonal from Garner. Livramento heads it back to Ramsdale.
You see, the difference in the play is ours is sharp and slick, quick. Everton's so pedestrian.
They look like they know what they're doing or what their next move, the next pass is, whereas Everton don't really seem to be full of ideas. It's gone out on the near side. It's a throw for the home team. David Moyes applauds them. They take the throw from about 30 yards from Newcastle's goal, go back into their own half. Here's Alcaraz across midfield, out to the left. There are still several, across the ground there'll be several thousand empty seats.
Probably gone home.
Surely not. Grealish, diagonal ball to the other wide player, Iliman Ndiaye, Everton's number 10. Inside, Garner's cross blocked by Joelinton. It was a delivery that lacked any sort of power.
There was no intensity about it at all, was there? No commitment to it.
It's back with Keane to the far touchline, and Mikalenko. Foot on the ball from Grealish, 10 yards from the corner of the box. He's come infield with it. His through ball deflects away. Newcastle find Bruno, lifted out to the right wing. Voltemada's there. Elanga goes beyond and can chase on to Voltemada's pass, but it's good defending from Tarkowski, who came across, and that's his sort of challenge, isn't it? Tarkowski.
Yeah, he needed to get there though, didn't he?
A 33-year-old defender. He's made a couple of challenges like that and got them spot on. And Newcastle are probably better having Voltemada play the pass and Elanga run than the other way round, given their individual respective strengths and qualities. Bruno to Miley, back to Bruno, and then first time to Chow, 5 yards from halfway. Livramento is making his way up the touchline, and he brings it in field and still going. It's Bruno. That's a good flick onto Joelinton, who holds off his man and passes it to Hall, onto Harvey Barnes in the area, and the flag stays down. Barnes cross, Anthony Elanga back post, cleared by Keane. Elanga's caught Mikalenko, who's off the pitch. The referee might need to stop the game here.
He's off the pitch, doesn't need to stop the game.
Yeah, he's rubbing his head though. Now there's an offside against Elanga from a Newcastle forward ball. They played it well.
No, ball was out, throw in.
Oh, sorry, okay. Thought it was offside against Elanga. Well spotted. Mikalenko's come back onto the field. Referee's got his hand on his back, just checking on him. They played it well there with Livramento and Joelinton in the middle part of the pitch there in that last move. Elanga climbed to try and win the header, but Everton got it away. Newcastle from the throw, back to Chow, halfway line, inside to Byrne, and Ramsdale just ahead of the penalty box receives it, closed down by Alcaraz, and he's looking for Elanga here. It's an accurate ball. Elanga flicks it on, nobody beyond. That's Everton's ball. Keane back to Pickford. No criticism of anyone there. Elanga got up and flicked it on, but he was in a wide position. Voltemada was in the centre and a bit deeper. 5 minutes, nearly 6 minutes in the second half played. Barry, edge of the area, tries to get away from Byrne, stumbles. It's now come to Njai. Curling shots.
At least it's a shot on target.
Easily
the centre forward. Dear oh dear. Didn't know what he was doing, did he?
I say claimed by Ramsdale because it's one of those where it's come to him rather than him having to really go and make a save. He's just sort of shoveled it up. And Barry didn't look convincing, edge of the area, did he?
No.
The 23-year-old striker.
No, he looks so out of his depth.
He's played in all 12 Premier League matches and yet to score. On the far side, Newcastle through Elanga played up the line, but it goes out. They still lead 3-0. And first half goals from Chow, Miley and Voltemada have them in this commanding lead. I think you're right. I think a lot of Everton have gone home.
Yeah? Do you blame them?
I mean, they've been having a decent enough season. They were above Newcastle in the table at kick-off, and now, well, it's all fallen apart. This is a team that with 10 men won at Manchester United.
How bad must Manchester United be?
O'Brien's given it straight to Byrne, and Bruno for Joelinton, and Elanga with a lot of desire to make a forward run, but Joelinton just ran into two blue shirts. Now they don't want to give Everton any encouragement, which they have done here. Dewsbury Hall to Grealish on the outside.
Good defending again, well played.
Concedes the corner. BBC Radio Newcastle, and our commentary tonight is also on the BBC Sounds app, so if you're going to be moving about, going out, or just on the move around the house, then go to BBC Sounds. It's free to download from the App Store, and you can listen to the BBC Radio Newcastle coverage, the black and white angle right there. Corner kick on the far left side for the home team towards the near post. Ramsdale's punched it away, has he? And the follow-on hits the frame of the goal.
Bar again.
Alcaraz, the half-time substitute, has cracked one off the post, and Newcastle now trying to go up the other end. Well, maybe the corner hit the post rather than it being Ramsdale beating it out, but they were lucky there, Newcastle, twice, and now
they're in.
It's Elanga with Livramento free on the outside. Livramento, he's rolled it back into midfield to a blue shirt, and that's uncharacteristic from him to be sloppy with the ball. Everton clear it, and Newcastle through Chow onto Hall, back to Bruno, and now Byrne. He might just start again with the keeper, and no, he goes square to Chow. They slow it down, but Everton there, two massive moments, and Newcastle who've been largely untroubled at the back tonight survive.
Yeah, the first one whipped in, hit the post. He smacked it, comes out of the penalty area, he smacks it straight against the crossbar.
Barnes, lovely drag back and flick through his legs away from O'Brien. Hall played it against O'Brien, and the big defender has the chance to clear, but Lewis Hall's got in between man and ball, won it back, and surely that's got to be a free kick. It's been pulled to the floor. He looks at referee Craig Pawson with his arms out, and play continues. Everton towards halfway. Chow on. Tarkowski heads clear. Chow then takes the ball away from Barry.
He looks like a little boy lost, bless him. He's just getting pushed and shoved.
He's starting ahead of the giant centre forward Beto, who has only got a couple of goals himself this season, hasn't scored since August. Everton really do need a new centre forward.
They need something.
Bruno for Voltemada, just outside the box, back to Bruno, who holds off Alcaraz, and it's to Elanga, and through for Livramento. His cross is cleared, and it's come to Njai, who holds off the challenge of Hall. And now Elanga gets back and stops the run of Dewsbury Hall, but the referee says that's a foul. So Everton get a free kick. Newcastle still lead 3-0. Just going to see again that corner. Get you to watch it, Ando, if you can. A slip in the box from Dewsbury Hall.
Likes falling over, doesn't he?
It was a combination of Barnes and Ramsdale on the line next to the post who turned the ball away. I'm not quite sure which one got the key touch, but then the follow-up from Alcaraz.
Great strike.
The frame of the goal was wobbling for some time afterwards. But Newcastle's 3-0 lead is intact. Dan Burn up from centre-back. His pass is intercepted, but they've got a bit lucky. Lewis Hall's got it. In behind now for Barnes. From Hall's ball. Pickford's come out. Barnes. Harvey Barnes hits the legs of Pickford, and it's going to be a corner kick. He could have gone for the chip like Voltemada did, but he went low and tried to nutmeg the goalkeeper, and it's a corner. And Barnes is frustrated with himself that he couldn't finish off that chance.
Yeah, O'Brien again. Just gets in behind O'Brien yet again. Got caught in two minds, didn't he? Didn't really know what to do, and he's gone low. Keeper spread himself.
Lewis Miley takes the corner. Headed away by Everton at the near post. Livramento back out to Miley. Goes in again. First time. They've got players queuing up for it. Voltemada brings it down. Oh, that's a great save. Harvey Barnes, left side of the area, keeping the attack alive for Newcastle. Lewis Hall, he delivers a cross. Back post is headed in. Malik Chow's got another. He's got two, and Newcastle have four. And what a night this is turning out to be. 58 minutes. Chow heading in at the far post. Lewis Hall's cross. Everton 0, Newcastle United 4.
What a great ball in as well. Just kept the pressure on. Smashing header as well, isn't it? Boom. Plenty of power, and it goes back across the keeper. Game, set, match. Pack your bags, go home.
They're already on their way. Even more are leaving. Making their way down the steps to the exits. Nobody leaving in the corner on the far side. They are having a great time. Voltemada, that was brilliant composure to bring the ball down and get the shot away.
Unbelievable save.
Having got past his man. I don't know whether it was Pickford or the defender, but then the recycled move. Lewis Hall, perfect cross onto the head of Chow, back post. Barnes playing it back to Hall, who took a touch, clipped it in. It was ahead of Byrne, but perfect for Chow into the back of the net. 4-0.
If Everton aren't careful, this could get really, really embarrassing for them.
Newcastle have gone 4 matches against Everton without a win in this fixture. Grealish wins a corner from Livramento as they tried to respond straight from kick-off. Prior to that, the record had been good, 5 wins out of 6. But 4-0 tonight. Malik Chow with 2 goals.
He's on a hat-trick.
David Moyes can't believe it as Everton lift the ball in following the corner. Dewsbury Hall, it's gone out for a throw for United on the near side. And the away fans are singing about the number of empty seats. It's a number that's increasing, a bit like Newcastle's lead. Bruno gets the ball from Hall, and the return pass goes straight out. Jake O'Brien. And you cannot possibly tell us what you're laughing at either, Ando.
No, I can't.
Might have to turn that down, it's a bit loud.
Turn it up.
No, turn it down. Don't turn it up. Turn it down, please. An hour gone. Everton 0, Newcastle 4. Jake O'Brien waiting for a long throw. Referee's giving them the signal to send the ball in. Dan Burn heads it behind. Ramsdale can't prevent the corner. Lots of holding and pulling and all sorts of contact. They had a player down there, Lewis Hall. Left-footed corner. Easy header away from Bruno. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall tell Newcastle to step up, get out the box, push forwards. Mikolenko back into the area, and Tarkovsky helps it out towards the corner for Jack Grealish. He's got it on his right boot on the left side, it's where he likes it. Voltemada there with Livramento. Grealish has turned well and delivered a cross. Bruno's able to clear. It's just not happening for Everton at all.
They don't deserve anything.
O'Brien got the ball at his feet and he just did not look comfortable. He didn't have it under control.
He's been all over the shop, hasn't he?
Listen to BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. They keep showing replays on the screens that we have in the commentary box of the moment when the ball was cleared away from the corner before Alcaraz hit the bar. And I think what they're insinuating is that Barnes handled it, but his hand was right in on his leg and not in an unnatural position. Ramsdale may have got his glove on the ball as well. They both may have connected with it. It's very hard to see because of the pace of it, and when you slow down, obviously the picture becomes blurry, but I think that's what they're trying to suggest. Maybe Everton could have had a penalty.
No. We know VAR never gets anything wrong, Razor.
That's what it's there for, to get things right. Previous 7 away matches, they'd scored 3 goals in the 7 combined. They'd scored 4 tonight, and we're in the 63rd minute. Chow scored on 58. Ando will be sticking around for a little bit after the match to discuss the game. If you want to send a message now on WhatsApp, put BBC at the start, and it's 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333. Remember to start your message with BBC, or if you have got a minute to send us a voice note, you can do that as well on WhatsApp. Same number, put in the letters BBC and then voice note us your thoughts on what, with the exception of something absolutely incredible, will be their first Premier League away win of the season. Alcaraz, centre of Newcastle's half. Everton having a bit of a spell of possession. Joe Willock, Jacob Ramsey and Anthony Gordon warming up for United, while the ball is played out to the left wing, and Mikolenko sends in the cross towards Barry. Barry's got one back. Well, the challenge for the ball with Big Dan Burn, and it dropped nicely for him. Looked like a bit of a miss kick into the corner. Everton, who've had a terrible night, have added a little bit of respectability to the scoreline. Tiano Barry in the 64th minute. Everton 1, Newcastle United 4.
Yeah, they're looking at handball here, Razor. Thinking it's come off his arm first before he's... Wasn't the cleanest strike in the world, was it? Will be his first goal, wouldn't it? First of the season if it's allowed. But they're having a good look at it.
There's the groan from the Everton fans in response to the VAR graphics. The VAR tonight is Darren England. Rowland Ramsdale beaten on his first Premier League start for Newcastle. And let's see whether this gets given. They are 4-1 up. Should be further ahead, to be honest. There margin might be reduced to 3.
It's going to be disallowed. Bet you.
We wait for the decision. VAR signal from Craig Pawson, the referee.
Handball.
Goal is disallowed, and it's back to Everton 0, Newcastle United 4, and the young striker Tierno Barry is denied his first goal for Everton, and the night has just got worse. They said it was accidental handball, didn't they? If they play the decision on the big screens, which are at the top of the stands at either end of the ground, there'll be an angry reaction, because depending on where you look, they're going to play it now. It isn't totally clear, and the Toffees who remain at Hill Dickinson Stadium don't agree. Or a back pass to Pickford, and Barnes almost nipped in, and Jordan Pickford berates his outfield colleagues for that ball. Dewsbury Hall trying to run in behind. Chow back to Ramsdale. Joe Willock's going to come on, and I think we're going to see Jacob Ramsey as well. They're just preparing some substitutions down below. Newcastle up to Voltemada. He's held it well, and he's got away from 2, and then a square ball to Lewis Hall. Joelinton in the left wing position receives it. Elanga runs in behind, gets on the end of Joelinton's pass. No offside against Elanga.
Whipped it.
Looked like he timed the run well, and he's taking on his man here out on the left wing, back to Joelinton. He's had a good game tonight, Elanga. Joelinton beats one inside to Miley, another who's had a good game. Livramento to Miley, right of centre. Back to Chow, who's got 2 of Newcastle's 4 goals. Up to Barnes, tried to take it and turn away, but couldn't get the important second touch. And Ramsey and Willock are going to be brought on shortly by Eddie Howe, midway through the second half. Live on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. It's 4-0. Garner to Njai. David Moyes has made 1 change. I mean, that's quite telling, isn't it? Yeah, he's got 2 goalkeepers there, 2 academy players, a young fullback who hasn't played yet. And he's got Dwight McNeil, experienced left winger, but still only in his mid-20s. Beto, the big centre forward, and Tyler Dibling's on the bench. They paid 40 million to Southampton to get Dibbling, the left-sided attacker, in the summer. England under 21 international, but it's a move that hasn't really worked out yet. And they're 4-0 down, and he obviously doesn't feel like he has the options on the bench to make changes, to have a positive impact.
Obviously not.
Alcaraz, square to Garner. It's behind Tarkovsky. If Newcastle really want to go for it, you could see this being 5 or 6.
You could see it getting really messy for Everton.
Diagonal ball into the box. Dewsbury Hall's brought it down and finished well. That's very nicely taken by Kiernan Dewsbury Hall. Everton do have 1 back. He got in between Chow and Livramento, and Newcastle will not have a clean sheet, and that is disappointing. Probably shouldn't have scored from that position with 2 defenders around him in the 69th minute. Everton 1, Newcastle United 4.
Yeah, he's gone in between Bourne and Cher, hasn't he? Good take. Or Bourne and Chow, wasn't it? Good finish. Only a consolation though.
Newcastle substitution coming off, number 20, Anthony Elanga, his replacement.
Elanga,
number 20.
He's done all right tonight, him. Everybody in green's done well tonight, to be fair.
It's probably his best game. Elanga replaced by Willock, and Jacob Ramsey is coming on for Harvey Barnes.
Newcastle is this time number 11, Harvey Barnes. His replacement, number 41, Jacob Ramsey.
No goal for Barnes tonight. Voltemada is now level with him again on 7 as Newcastle's leading goal scorers this season. He's had 2 chances, Barnes, the deflected effort in the first half and then the one when he got in behind O'Brien up the left wing, and as you said, he got caught in 2 minds whether to go for the lob or take it on. He took it on and hit the legs of Pickford. Looking forward to seeing more from Ramsey, and Willock hopefully building on a big performance in Marseille. Lewis Hall's given it away to Everton, who got 1 back. You don't want to be allowing them to get 2 back. Joe Linton's won it and then played it straight to Njai, who heads for the goal line. Deep cross, Barry over the bar. They ask for a corner, but they don't get a corner.
No, never a corner. Just comes off the top of his head. Sloppy giving it away there though. Don't want to get too complacent.
They need to make sure they cut that out of their game. Ramsdale up to Voltemada, backing into his man. Ball bounces away and behind both of them. Header on in midfield towards Njai, looks for Barry, laid off to Alcaraz. Livramento's cut it out and finds Willock, knocks it one side of Mikalenko, tries to go the other. Recovery from the defender, gets it back to Pickford. Everton with a little bit more belief and spring and energy. Njai away from a couple of challenges. They want a free kick, they're only going to get a throw here. 30 yards from the goal. Maybe a bit closer from where O'Brien's actually going to take the throw, but he goes back to halfway with it. 2 youngsters for Newcastle, Sean Neve and Alex Murphy, are warming up. If Neve comes on, it would be his competitive debut. Murphy's played 3 times in competitive matches, all as a substitute. Everton lose it to Voltemada. Oh,
O'Brien again.
It's a throw on halfway for Newcastle. He took a touch and then tried to chop back inside Tarkowski, but he was able to block and put it out. The throw from Hall to Byrne, back to Ramsdale. A reminder, Newcastle say Nick Pope missing tonight. He's not on the bench either because of injury. We'll speak to Eddie Howe after the game and try and find out more. Joe Willock, great hold-up play. Lewis Miley sidesteps his man and rolls it up the line for Livramento. Voltemada wants the cross. Livramento plays the cross and wins the corner. And set pieces have been a problem for Everton tonight, and Newcastle have another in the 74th minute.
Everything's been a problem for Everton tonight. Just stick it under the crossbar again. Young Hall going across to that far side, swinging in with his left foot, stick it under the crossbar.
BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Chance to increase their lead again at a half-empty Hill Dickinson Stadium. Hall's corner to the near post. Pickford's punched it. It was that type of delivery that you asked for. It's come back to Hall, and his second cross is charged down by Njai, and it's a throw over on the far
There's not
side.
many left in here, is there?
It's an awful lot gone home. Don't blame them when it's gone cold, doesn't it?
The throw to Voltemada, trying to find a teammate in green. It's Willock out on the far side. Livramento received the ball from him and then is then tackled by Grealish, who takes Everton up the pitch. Still going, Livramento then wins it back, atones for the error in losing the ball. Miley inside to Joe Linton, turns away from Dewsbury Hall, onto Miley, and Willock back to Chow. Bruno gets it from Chow, plays it to him again. Byrne here in front of the penalty area. Hall at the near touchline. Ramsey onto Joelinton, flicks it back to Hall. Ramsey wanted the return pass and wanted to carry on, but it went backwards. They've still got it, Newcastle. Chow, who's got 2 of the 4 goals. Miley and Voltemar are the other scorers. And Dewsbury Hall for Everton. Just keeping it now. Ramsdale forwards to Chow. Livramento on the touchline.
Oh,
and look at this
huge
space for
space
Willock in the centre of the pitch. Onto Joelinton. Ramsey on the outside. He gets it from Joelinton's pass. Running at O'Brien. Finds Joelinton edge of the area. It's gone for the shot, which takes a big deflection. Everton had it clear. Dewsbury Hall then to Mikalenko. Long ball over halfway. Dan Burn across. Heads it over to the far side. Livramento to Chow. Everton want handball. They don't get it. And Willock
space again.
It's exactly the same position. Joe Willock. Loads of room. Plays it with the outside of his right boot to Livramento.
Ooh.
He went to play Willock in again up the line. Everton have managed to put it out. They take the throw. They go back to Chow. Then Miley sweeping pass into his own half to Burn. Short ball to Lewis Hall just behind the halfway line. Jacob Ramsey comes to get it. He's playing on the left of the attack following the substitutions. Voltemar, a nice flick, gets it back from Willock and then plays it to Miley, who has to turn. Bruno here away from Dewsbury Hall. Everton with a couple of strong challenges and Pickford's got it in his hands. Charlie Alcaraz, the half-time substitute. And signed him permanently for 12.5 million from Flamengo in Brazil. He was on loan last season. Alcaraz. Ball from Dewsbury Hall there, stopped by Joelinton. Voltemar facing his own goal, holds it up. Goes wide right to Willock. Chow here to Joelinton, first time back to Burn. Everton pressing through Garner. Ramsdale goes long, looking for Voltemar. Mikalenko's header, Joelinton's onto that, and is then beaten his man, and they could get away here. Newcastle, they could go and get another goal. Joe Willock carrying it, plays it to Jacob Ramsey. Oh, it sent him wide, he couldn't control it at the first attempt. He's got it just down the side of the penalty area. Back to Hall. Everton get lots of blue shirts into a defensive position, and Bruno here stumbles under pressure. Then back to Chow with the pass. Chow finds the skipper again. He steps over the ball. It's in the centre circle, and it's a short pass to Dan Bird. Everton have dropped deep. Hall now to Ramsey. Back to Hall and now Burn. Everton with 2 changes, 2 players ready to come on. Tyler Dibbling and Dwight McNeil, the 2 wide men that we talked about a few minutes ago. 79th minute, still 4-1 to Newcastle. Burn to Bruno. Ramsdale, foot on the ball. It's flat along the floor, up the centre of the pitch to Willock, and Voltemar back through for Joe Willock. He's got Ramsey to the left. Willock plays the pass. Jacob Ramsey. Ramsey saved by Pickford, and it comes back out to Ramsey, who finds Willock on the edge of the penalty area, twisting, turning, and still with it. Joe Willock. What's he going to do? He's beaten a couple of challenges, and the decision is goal kick.
Big chance again, wasn't it? Pickford's made a couple of big saves. Could have been so many more.
Voltemar turned, and he had the vision for the run of Willock to then play the pass.
So much space to play it in. They were wide open yet again, Everton.
Iliman Ndiaye is going off, as is Jack Grealish. 2 wingers, so Dwight McNeil on for Grealish and Tyler Dibbling on for Ndiaye. 10 minutes to play on BBC Radio Newcastle. gone up away from home, and very good value for it. But I know you mentioned the chances that they've had a moment ago. They've been wasteful as well at times, and could be so much further in front. You don't normally get huge score lines like that, but this could have been an even bigger lead. Joelinton, it's a bit loose. Ramsey's done well to win it from Dibbling. Didn't really fancy the challenge on the near side.
That's been the case all night. Those in blue haven't fancied the challenges.
Burn, that's a good ball up to Joelinton, who turns well, then turns again really well. Joelinton, ball playing midfielder here with two good moments. Chow over halfway to Willock, back to Chow, inside to Bruno. They could still go and extend the lead, and you would not be surprised if it finished 5-1 or 6-1. Do wonder whether we might see Neve and Alex Murphy. Eddie Howe would be able to then rest the likes of Tanali, Jacob Murphy, Gordon, Cher on the bench as well, who started the last two before tonight. No Sven Botman this evening with a back problem. Be a good night for the squad if they were able to do all of that. 6 changes to the 11 from the start. Livramento, some lovely play on the far side. Voltemada brings Hall into it. Up the line to Ramsey, closed down, gets it back from Hall. Voltemada just inside the area, beats his man. Voltemada then runs into Dewsbury Hall, couldn't get the shot away. Lewis Hall's got it onto Jacob Ramsey. Now Joelinton knocking it about with plenty of confidence. Livramento wants it rolled in behind. He gets it here from Bruno. From Chow back to Bruno. McNeil with the pressure. Chow for the run of Miley. Can he keep it in? No.
There's so much room and space for them to go and play in. Everton are just...
Pickford plays a short goal kick to his left to Keane, and Dewsbury Hall gets it deep in midfield. Garner to Dibbling. He's got the socks pulled right down and wears those tiny shin pads that offer barely any protection. Casual style. 19-year-old. McNeil, who's on the left wing, and Dibbling on the right after the substitutions. Barely any home fans remaining. Everton 1, Newcastle 4, and it was 3-0 at half-time. Dewsbury Hall, who got the goal, back into the penalty area, deflected cross. They get a corner on the left. Still have to defend at times, United. Tarkowski makes his way towards the penalty spot, now running round the back. Here comes the corner. Header there away from Everton. Alcaraz following up. His earlier effort was a million times better than that, which he's just prodded behind the goal. Newcastle fans there singing, "This is the best trip I've ever been on." Some of those will have been in Marseille and had it really...
What were they singing earlier on?
I can't repeat that. And
why not?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, because they'll stop the connection to the ground, because there are some words there that are unbroadcastable. But some of them would have been in Marseille and had an uncomfortable time in many respects with the security measures there and the police escort to and from the ground, but being held back in uncomfortable and unpleasant conditions, and Newcastle launching a complaint about their treatment. This will have been a much happier experience watching their team play for many tonight here at Everton's new ground. 4-1 the score. Back in action at home on Tuesday against Spurs. It's one of those 8:15 kickoffs, isn't it?
Stupid kickoff times.
Not very good for Spurs, who, by the way, play tonight at 8 against Fulham. So Newcastle got a little bit more recovery time by a couple of hours. Ramsdale has the ball in his hands, rolls it out to Chow. Beto's going to come on for Everton next time the ball goes out of play or the match stops. And Neve and Murphy still warming up. Bruno looking for Joe Linton. Oh, that's gone backwards off an Everton player, but Voltemada couldn't get there before Keane, who plays it to Pickford. And the goalkeeper takes it out to the right. Dan Burn gets there. Header from O'Brien above Ramsey. Hall to Ramsey, back to Joe Linton.
Well played.
Hall finds space and a pass for Dan Burn. And another opportunity for Newcastle to come forwards in the 86th minute. Miley to Willock. Looked for Bruno. Dewsbury Hall cuts it out. Bruno wins it back. Dear. Miley to Bruno. And now Willock for the feet of Voltemada. There's two around him. But he's managed to produce the ball to Bruno, and the skipper out to the left for Joe Linton. Newcastle not in a hurry to try and get a fifth goal. And Everton with everybody behind the ball apart from Barry. Bruno lifts it in behind. But there's nobody anywhere near that, and it's a goal kick. And here comes Beto for Tierno Barry, who was denied his first Everton goal after a VAR check spotted a handball. Tough night for him.
Yeah, feel for him.
£27 million from Villarreal. Tierno Barry, 27. And that goal was in the 64th minute when it was 4-0. Sandro Tonali is about to be introduced by Eddie Howe. But the referees restarted the match. Craig Pawson's whistle has gone. Everton playing short passes out from the back, and then a long one up the far touchline, which Livramento heads clear, and Bruno from halfway scooped up and back to the goalkeeper. There's another change in green. Who's that? Fabian Schär. So we won't see both youngsters. We could still make one more substitution. 2 minutes of normal time still to play. Ramsey up for Voltemada, but Keane is across. Finds Tarkowski, back to Pickford under pressure from Willock. And Garner, that's a good first time ball over to the left hand side to Mykolenko, who finds McNeil, back down the line to Mykolenko. Inside to the keeper again. Pickford's touch takes him across the 6-yard box. He's comfortable in that sort of situation though. And then Keane, it's not the best pass. Joe Linton's got an interception, and then Newcastle are judged to have committed a foul, even though it looks like Jacob Ramsey's come off worse there.
I think the foul was the original foul was before that, wasn't it?
This will only rub salt into the wounds. Here's Anthony Gordon as well. So there will not be a debut for Sean Neve, and there will not be another appearance for... Ramsey got caught there, and he's all right, but the way that he had his foot planted in the floor could have been nasty. Not be another brief appearance for Alex Murphy either. 3 late changes from Eddie Howe. Schär, Tonali and Gordon all about to come on. Bruno leaving the pitch. Dan Burn's going to be staying on. Lewis Hall is coming off, so Burn will go to left back with Schär at centre half for the final few minutes. And Gordon, you would imagine it's for Voltemada. Yeah. Big striker applauds the away supporters. There just aren't very many Everton fans left to boo Anthony Gordon, but those who are here are giving it their best.
I've never seen a stadium empty as quick, I don't think.
There's 10 seconds of normal time remaining, but there have been quite a few stoppages in the second half. We're going to get the numbers board for the additional time from fourth official Dean Whitestone. and it says 5 minutes, and it would be a fairer reflection of the game if Newcastle were able to go and get goal number 5. That's got to be a free kick. Push on Livramento from McNeil, edge of the area. It is, and they've got time to go and score it. Give us a call if you like. Ando will be sticking around. Colin White's back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio and to join in our conversation, and we'd love you to. 0800 234 6565 0800 234 6565, or if you're on X and want to send us a message there, if you've got a moment after the game, or you can do it now if you like. I think the outcome is pretty much determined. It's just the final scoreline. It's at BBC Newcastle. Couple of headers there. Everton with the ball back. Gordon's won it. Miley and Tonali, short passes. Livramento into his own half again to Chow. Ramsdale over to Cher. Burn up the line for Ramsey, who gets a throw off Dibbling, who was strongly linked to Newcastle before the move to Everton this summer. They've moved up to 11th in the table, above Everton on goal difference. Both have 18 points. Miley with a challenge to dispossess Beto. Shares then played it straight against Beto, but got it straight back. Willock here on the half turn, away from a sliding challenge from Alcaraz. For Livramento on the right wing, inside towards Tonali, but Dewsbury Hall's won it. He's eligible for Ireland, Dewsbury Hall.
Yeah.
You think we'll go for him?
Doesn't want to, does he? He wants to play for England. If I was him, I'd take the offer.
Might be at the World Cup if he does that, like Harvey Barnes in Scotland.
Well, I'll tell you who he won't be at the World Cup with. England.
Deflected Everton cross from the left. Beto trying to make something of it with an overhead kick. And O'Brien there as well. Joe Linton has won it. Newcastle on the counter-attack, and the referee's blown his whistle.
High foot for the overhead kick.
Dear me. It's from Newcastle free kick, not for a head injury or... 3 minutes of the minimum 5 played on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Total Sport back as usual on Monday as well, every weeknight 6 till 8 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. All the latest from Newcastle and Sunderland, who earlier had a comeback victory 3-2 against Bournemouth at home. And if you miss any of our Total Sport North East show, you can find it, catch up wherever you are on BBC Sounds. Share with a backwards header. Beto on the chase. Byrne is there to stop him from making forward progress. Back to O'Brien. Alcaraz. Dibbling a long way from the goal. Ball goes backwards to Tarkowski. Alcaraz to Dibbling again. And they found Dewsbury, Mikalenko rather, edge of the area. McNeil's cross. Dan Byrne gets it away. Dibbling retrieves near to the halfway line. Inside to Tarkowski. A minute remaining. Everton 1, Newcastle 4. There are probably more people in the away section than in all the home areas combined now. And the exit started at half time from some Everton fans who, with Newcastle 3-0 ahead, had seen enough. 30 seconds of the 5 minutes remaining. Don't think they're going to get a fifth goal unless they get it back immediately and then go on a quick break. Deep Everton cross. Oh, they might now. Ramsey. Oh, he's been tackled at the edge of the area. Then he's won it back. But Everton regained possession through Alcaraz. O'Brien It's just up to the referee now, and when he wants to blow his whistle, dribbling through the legs of Ramsey. Dewsbury Hall trying to shoot at the edge of the area, misses the target. Craig Pawson blows for full time. Newcastle United have their first Premier League away win of the season, their first 3 points in the league since the beginning of April, and back-to-back Premier League victories for the first time in this campaign, and they've cruised to it. 4-1 over Everton on their first trip to the Hill Dickinson Stadium. 3-0 at half-time, could have been more. Chow in the second half increasing the lead, his second of the night, with the other goals from Miley and Voltemada. Ramsey, Barnes, Voltemada all had chances. A margin of victory by 3 goals, more than plenty, but could have been even greater. But it's a significant result, John Anderson, and a very, very comfortable win. You won't find many victories as straightforward as that.
No, can we play here every week? Look, from minute 1, when we scored the first goal, it was pretty plain sailing. 4-1, could have been so many more. Pickford's made a couple of decent saves. I think we carried a threat every time we went forward. Everton were pedestrian in everything that they did. No pace about it. It was so comfortable. In fact, it got boring towards the end, didn't it? It was that comfortable because Everton never really had a threat. Scored a decent goal, I suppose, but it was one of those. He made changes. He wanted to see a reaction. The players that came in all responded. Everybody in the green shirt put a shift in tonight, worked so hard. Everything they did was meaningful. There was nothing meaningful in anything that Everton did. And Ramsdale, even though he's conceded, he's never really had a save to make. At the end of the day, it was very, very comfortable. As you rightly say, we probably won't have an easier or comfortable 90-odd minutes all for the rest of the season than we did tonight.
The Newcastle players are over in the corner applauding the away supporters. Big celebrations across there, and why not? They've had some tough away trips this season and not really come away with a lot to smile and shout about, and their team's only come away with before this one 3 points in the Premier League out of 6 away matches, but tonight 4 goals and their first victory on their travels in very nearly 8 months in Premier League terms. They've struggled away from home. By the end it felt like a home fixture though, because of the advantage they had with the supporters, with Everton fans leaving quickly and leaving early. They've enjoyed it here tonight, and also he was able to use the squad, which is a really important thing.
The supporters have suffered away from home, and they've travelled in their numbers, travelled in their thousands to support the team. Haven't had a great deal to shout about, but tonight, right from the off, inside 50 odd seconds, get the goal, and from then on they never had anything to worry about, because from that moment on to the end of the game they totally controlled the football match, and 4-1 could have been so much more, and it's nice to get that away win, and the players that came in, as I said, he rotated a bit tonight. They've come in, they've played their part, and now he's got decisions to make for the Spurs game in midweek. So look, it was good that he gave the players the opportunity. He knows he can trust them, that they can come in, they'll do a job. But look, it was a really, really comfortable 90 odd minutes.
Newcastle United players being serenaded. Joe Linton has handed his green shirt to a supporter at the front of the away section. You can send us a message about the match. If you want to text an SMS message, put BBC at the start, send it to 81333. Or on WhatsApp, we need you to start your message with BBC. We'd love to hear from you about the match. The number for WhatsApp is 08000 321 333. That's 08000 321 333. John Anderson with us for a little bit longer on BBC Radio Newcastle, live from the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Colin White back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio. You can also give us a call on 0800 234 6565. The Premier League table looking a lot better, up to 11th now, one of 4 clubs on 18 points. Another one of those Spurs. Their opponents on Tuesday night at St James's host Fulham at 8 o'clock. The other team on 18 points is Manchester United, who play at Crystal Palace tomorrow at 12 noon. So the table may change again before the weekend fixtures are completed, but then there's midweek football and 2 home games coming up, Spurs and then Burnley next Saturday. You're suddenly, Ando, finally from me to you, they have a situation where they could, and they have to get the results, but they could put a nice little run together in the Premier League, which from where they were just a point above the relegation zone when they kicked off last weekend, it would look a lot healthier given the concerns and anxieties a lot of supporters had. Consecutive wins, or more if you can get them, are the way to climb the Premier League table, and that's what they've been able to do in the last week.
Look, the Premier League table is so congested, so tight. Yeah, what was it, 0.2 points above the relegation zone, but I never ever felt we were going to be there for long. Look, they've got too many good players, too many good players in this side to be in that position, and I think it showed tonight. It showed at Marseille. You know, even though we lost the game, we played well, we created chances, and we did exactly the same again tonight. You know, it was a stroll in the park. We've got a midweek game, but tonight's game didn't take an awful lot out of us, Razor. You know, we didn't have to do. It wasn't really full pelt. Let's go. We controlled the game. We played it at a decent pace. You know, and as you rightly say, 2 home games coming up, and come the end of Saturday evening, 5 o'clock, table could look an awful lot different. But as I say, the Premier League table at this moment in time is very, very congested.
Couldn't really have gone much better tonight, and a birthday. Eddie Howe, who's turned 48 today, will be very, very happy to celebrate after his team recorded a big victory, their first away from home in the Premier League this season. Malik Chow with the fastest goal in the Premier League of any player on 55 seconds this season. Lewis Miley on 25, Nick Voltemada in the final minute of the first half, and then the second for Chow, another header on 58. Everton got one back from Dewsbury Hall, but it's finished here on Merseyside. Everton 1, Newcastle United 4.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
One of the big stories this morning is a woman who's charging £20 a head to come to her house for Christmas dinner.
Really?
Yeah.
My controversial opinion is that a lot of the money on Christmas dinner goes on the stuff that people don't really like anyway. So if you cut the rubbish and just have the main elements of the Christmas dinner, it's probably going to be a much better price.
What's the rubbish on a Christmas dinner, Tom?
Mulled wine?
Mulled wine?
Nobody's ever finished a mulled wine because it gets sick after.
I've invited the family round for Christmas this year. We're hosting for the first time. I will say this, I'm not charging them. My mum has bought the turkey though.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
A comfortable early evening victory for Newcastle at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Then we'll come back to John Anderson in just a minute, because I'll tell you what else has happened in the Premier League today. Brentford beat Burnley 3-1. All 4 goals in that game coming in the final 10 minutes. Igor Thiago scored a penalty in the 81st. Burnley then equalised through a penalty from Zian Fleming in the 85th. But then less than 60 seconds later, Igor Thiago got his second, then Dango Ouattara in the final minute. So Brentford 3, Burnley 1. Manchester City were 2-0 up early on against Leeds United through Phil Foden and Josko Gvardiol, but then midway through the second half it was 2 apiece. Dominic Calvert-Lewin and Lucas Mecha had equalised for Leeds, but then Phil Foden, who'd scored after 1 minute, scored in the 91st minute as well to give Manchester City a 3-2 victory. Sunderland had a 3-2 victory as well over Bournemouth, and they were 2-0 down at home after 15 minutes. Amin Adli and Tyler Adams scoring from inside the centre circle to put Bournemouth 2-0 up. But an Enzo Lefebvre penalty after half an hour, Bertrand Traore's first goal for the club in the first minute of the second half, and then Brian Broby with the third with 20 minutes to go gave Sunderland victory. Of course, after Newcastle's win today, just one more game left in the Premier League. It is Spurs against Fulham at 8 o'clock, and we'll run through some of the other scores, non-league wise, local wise today as well shortly. But let's rejoin John Anderson in the Hill Dickinson Stadium, and a reminder that you can call and talk to him as well, 0800 234 6565. No Premier League match is ever easy, Ando, but that was a heck of a lot more comfortable than anybody expected.
That was easy. That was so comfortable from inside 50 seconds. That was probably the most comfortable win I've witnessed. Hard to make out what Everton did or tried to do. You know, there was no. They didn't try and win tackles. They didn't try and do things quickly. I suppose it's little like modern day football. Let's just keep the ball. Yeah. Let's keep the ball with no purpose whatsoever. Not looking to go anywhere. Just keep it. Pass it slowly. There was no intent. There was no pace to anything that they did. Every time we went forward, we carried a threat because of the pace that we played at. The pace we played the ball forward. Everton's pace of ball was slow and took an eternity to get to the man, where we were zipping it in there and breaking in numbers to get into their final third of the pitch. And Everton will be pleased that they only got out of this losing by 4-1, because it could have been and probably should have been so many more.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you, you've answered it, but I think it is an interesting conversation about where the balance lies between how good Newcastle were and how bad Everton were. But scoring in the first 60 seconds sets you up nicely.
It does, yeah. Well, it can go one or two ways, Colin, you know, because you can score inside, 50 seconds. The opposition still got 90-odd minutes to try and get back into the game. But Everton never looked capable of getting back into it. They never carried a threat whatsoever. The boy Barry up top was just so out of his depth. He really was. You know, they had midfield players who had no intensity about them, who didn't want to tackle, who didn't want to run. It was really, really comfortable, you know. And look, he made changes, and the players that came in all stood up and did the job that he expected them to go and do. They were all impressive. There was nobody in a green shirt who didn't put a shift in. But it was very, very comfortable. It really was.
Let's bring in Steve, who's given us a call this evening. Good evening, Steve.
Evening, lads. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Hey, Steve.
Thank you. That was nice and comfortable.
Yeah, it was a silly question I just asked there, wasn't it? I bet you're a bit less disappointed about not being at the races today, John.
I would have liked to have been at the races today. I would have liked to have watched that race. It didn't go the way that I thought it would. Well, there was a drop of rain here tonight as well, by the way. It was, but we're well covered in here, so we didn't get much of it.
Yes. Just to tell people, Steve, talking about the Fighting Fifth Hurdle when you talked about the racing today, that was won by a 22-1 outsider because Constitution Hill fell at the second. So it was Golden Ace that came through and won it. But yes, on the game, Steve.
I've been one of these people that for weeks have been saying, what you're talking about, these people that are going on about getting rid of Eddie. I've been saying, no, Ed. We knew it would come late. I'm not saying this is turning the corner, this one away game of away games, but it's a start of something that might happen. But what I've seen tonight, though, is I've seen some of the usual from Dan Burn, his same very dependable, very irrepressible self. But young Miley tonight, for me, that goal, when he scored that goal, just after when they were clearing out, it looked like their keeper and Podolski were blaming themselves for it, blaming each other for that goal. But the corner that he put in for the first goal, what a beautiful corner. And I'm sorry, but Everton to me didn't look as though they had a plan. I was disappointed with Everton. I would have thought that they would have had more about them. They didn't have a plan at all.
On Lewis Miley, Ando, specifically then.
Yeah, look, as I said to you just before Steve came on there, everybody in a green shirt put a shift in tonight. Everybody played well. Young Miley's had to wait for his opportunity. The ball in for Chow's first inside the first minute was into a great area, a lot of pace on it. And you're hoping somebody's going to get something on it and it flies in. His goal, I'm not too sure what Pickford's doing, to be quite honest. I
was watching, listening to you guys, but I've been watching the telly on it, and him and Top, what's his name? It's not meant as disrespect to the guy. They were arguing about you should have done something, and they were really having a go at each other. They were blaming each other. That was as far as that concerned, that was Pickford's fault. It was right at him.
You'd expect England's goalkeeper to save that. Yeah, I'm not too sure what he's actually trying to do, whether he's trying to punch it away or whether he's trying to catch it. But he ended up doing absolutely nothing. It just goes straight through him, and that was it. That was basically game over then, because Everton, as I said to you earlier, Colin, passed the ball, but with no intent. You never felt there was going to be an outcome to it. They never passed the ball with trying to do something in the final third of the pitch. It was slow, it was pedestrian, and they got exactly what they deserved out of the game, Everton, and that was nothing at all.
Yeah, I mean, they had 49% possession. They'd actually had more possession. You mentioned it, but in the first half, at half time, they'd had more possession and were 3-0 down. Steve, we're going to leave it there. Just your phone line was getting a bit tricky for us to understand the points you were making, but thank you for giving us a call tonight.
Cheers, Steve. Take it easy.
Read a message from John as well, just before we talk to Johnny. But John says, happy with the result and performance to go with it. He's mentioned how good Miley looked as well. He says he thought that was Anthony Elanga's best game for us, and you were giving him praise when he was taken off as well.
Yeah, I thought that was his best game. A bit more intent about what he when he got on the ball. There was times in games gone by where he got on the ball and you thought he's not too sure what he's going to do with it. He had more intent about what he was doing today. He wanted to get at the fullback. He wanted to try and make things happen. I thought that was very promising tonight from Elanga.
And John's other point was a question. He says, do you think Eddie Howe could have taken Voltemada off and brought Sam Neve on? 4-0 up, Everton weren't coming back into it. Could have given Voltemada a bit more of a rest and given some really good experience to Neve as well.
He could have brought a couple of the. He could have brought all. He could have brought some of his coaching staff on.
Could have brought Roddy on at one point, couldn't he? Yeah.
yeah. Could have put him on at centre forward. But yeah, look at young Alex Murphy and young Neve were warming up for quite a spell, and you thought he was going to bring him on, but in the end he didn't. He ended up bringing his senior boys on. But yeah, it would have been nice for them boys to get on, because it's an impressive stadium, even though by the time they got on there was nobody left in it, to be quite honest. But there you go. But he decided not to do that, but I'm sure that time will come.
Absolutely. Let's bring in Johnny then, who's a Newcastle fan on the line as well. Evening, Johnny.
Evening, gents. How you doing?
Hey, Johnny.
Ando's just described that as easy. I was going to be diplomatic and say there aren't any easy games. It was just comfortable, but Ando was happy to call it easy.
Well, I'll always listen to Ando. So easy, professional, well-disciplined, almost a perfect away performance. I think that's how good of a performance it was. From minute one, getting that early goal was massive, just to settle the nerves down, maybe with the fact that we haven't run away from home so far this season. But really, really good performance all round. Defensively solid. Midfield were absolutely fantastic. But Lewis Miley, absolutely brilliant. He's never really let Newcastle down, Lewis Miley. I don't think that will really get spoken about a lot, because the fact that Malik Chow scored a couple and Voltemada's got on the score sheet. But yeah, a really, really good professional performance, because let's be honest, Everton probably came at this game from the win at Old Trafford on Monday night thinking Newcastle are coming to town and be nice and straightforward, but it wasn't.
Yeah, look, we were talking at half-time and we were saying, asking the question how bad Manchester United are if a 10-man Everton side could beat them at Old Trafford. But look, I get what you're saying. It was a good professional performance. Started well, started with intent. Every time we went forward, we looked like we were going to cause Everton problems. They had a lot of the ball in the first half. They had more of the ball in the first half than we had, but they never ever looked like they were going to hurt us. I mean, Ramsdale's never had a save to make in that first half. I think he's had one to make in the whole game, to be quite honest. But the goal early on gave us a lot of belief, and we just carried it on from there. And once the second one went in, you couldn't see Everton coming back from that at all. At 2-0 down, there wasn't any way back for them. And the boys that he brought in, he made the changes, and the lads that he brought in didn't let him down. They all went and they did a job for him, and it gives him an interesting dilemma for the Spurs game in midweek, to be quite honest.
It certainly does, but I don't know how he hasn't saved that second goal. I have to be honest. I think it's such a big goalkeeping error, but that was probably what won us the game, to be 2-0 up away from home, and I think everyone was probably a little bit deflated because they were on top for that 10 minutes beforehand. But yeah, it has to be. When we talked about the Man City win last week, it was a case of that had to be the start of something in the Premier League. I know Marseille wasn't great in terms of the fact that we got beat, but this has to be the start of something in the Premier League, and I think 2 home games now, and you've got Spurs and Burnley ahead of the derby. Let's try and get 6 points on the board and see where we are, because that game is obviously, as much as we don't want to say it, it's a massive game, that derby game in a week on Sunday, and it's all, 2 weeks tomorrow, shall I say, but it's just, can we get into that game with a bit of momentum, and the fact that they've got Liverpool and Manchester City before they face us, that's got to be an opportunity now. But look, if you look at it back from tonight, what a performance, absolutely brilliant. Malik Chow, 2 goals and 2 headers, and it's amazing what can happen in a few days. You come out of that Marseille game and you think, I'm not too sure if the manager knows what he's doing. Is Nick Pope going to start? Is Aaron Ramsdale going to start? That's all quashed now. It's always the case of when's the next game, and it's a tough game on Tuesday night against Spurs. But confidence, take that confidence to Tuesday, try and back it up, and then see where we are after that.
You have rounded that out very nicely, Johnny. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us.
Cheers, Johnny. Take it easy, mate.
Evening. Couple more things for you, Ando. One, Brian in Gateshead had sent a message, says, I can't remember Ando criticising the referee tonight.
Well, he didn't have anything to do.
No, there is that. Yeah.
Basically, I was amazed, because I always, when you've watched Everton and in games, and when things aren't going right, they've got one or two who put themselves about and try and sort one or two people out. They didn't even try and do that tonight.
Yeah.
They couldn't be bothered to even kick anybody tonight. There wasn't a yellow card shown in the game, and the reason there wasn't a yellow card shown in the game was because there was never a tackle made in that all of that 90-odd minutes.
Yeah. You're going to give a similar-ish answer to when I've asked you about the referee, to when I'll ask you about Aaron Ramsdale as well. He didn't have nothing to do, but he wasn't. It's funny when you're a goalkeeper, he didn't really have many opportunities to show how good he is because he didn't have a massive amount to do.
To say he didn't have a massive amount to do is stretching it a bit. He didn't have anything to do.
Yeah.
Throughout the 90-odd minutes, he had nothing to do. The boy Alcaraz has hit the crossbar. Apart from that, there wasn't much he could do about the goal. It was a good goal, good take, but he's never. I think he's had one shot to make that was one save to make that was straight at him, but it was more like a back pass than anything else. Yeah. But that's not his fault. He's there, and I'm sure he'd be hoping to have an awful lot more nights like that. He'll have busier nights, that's for sure. But it was a very, we talked about comfortable night for us, but it was most definitely a comfortable night for him.
Newcastle with a corner left-hand side, swung in towards the near post. Oh, it's headed in. Newcastle are in front inside 55 seconds. A headed goal. I think it's Malik Chow who's got the final touch. It's swinging corner from the left-hand side. Chow rose highest and just glanced it in to the back of the net. And Everton, with the worst possible start, Elanga in towards the edge of the penalty area on the right, goes past Garner, gets a low cross in, good block there by Michael Keane, but Irabuman couldn't complete the clearance, and Newcastle attack, driven shot, might break at the far post. Oh, it's 2-0, it's gone right through Everton's Jordan Pickford. Tino Livramento with a shot from the edge of the penalty area. I'm not too sure whether it took a deflection, but it kicked up and right through Pickford. And Newcastle have double their advantage inside 25 minutes. And once again, it's pretty poor defending from Everton. And now it's Jordan Pickford who looked to be at fault on that occasion. And Aaron Ramsdale to collect the ball without too many problems, bowled it out underarm towards the right hand side to Livramento, down the line for Elanga, gets goal side of Eric Burnham, inside the penalty area towards Voltemada, lifts it over Jordan Pickford and into the back of the net. Newcastle have a 3-0 lead. Voltemada over the advancing Jordan Pickford, just lifted it over him. 30 seconds before half-time, Newcastle look as though they're home and hosed. Corner on the left-hand side, in towards the near post. Oh, just beaten away and driven shot. Oh, cannons off the crossbar. Terrific effort on goal there from Carlos Alcaraz. And Ramsdale was beaten.
I think it was that strong, the striker nearly uprooted the crossbar.
Newcastle still have it. And a cross deep towards the far post, headed down, might break for Voltemada. Voltemada shoots, it's blocked there by Pickford. Harvey Barnes still inside the penalty area. Everton defending desperately. Lewis Hall curls the cross in towards the far post, headed in. And Newcastle make it 4-0. And Everton, my goodness, are up against it now. It's another header there from Malik Chow. Header at the far post. He had all the room in the world. Everton defensively being ripped open. Newcastle have goal number 4, and now defensively for Everton, it's becoming an embarrassment. Forward ball might break for Keenan Dewsbury Hall, and now Everton have got one back. Long ball forward. Dewsbury Hall managed to get in between two Newcastle defenders, controlled it and then tucked it past the advancing Ramsdale. It's a goal that will stand. Goal number 3 for the season for Dewsbury Hall. Everton 1, Newcastle 4.
The Total Sport fan phone in. Everton fans, call us now 0800 731 9333.
BBC Radio Merseyside.
That's your invitation. We're through until 8 o'clock, and then it's Dave Monks with BBC introducing the result. Tonight means Everton 14th in the table, one place below Liverpool, who play West Ham tomorrow. Newcastle have gone up to 11th in the table. We've got Gary on the line. Good evening, Gary. I suppose the tone was set in the first minute, was it, tonight?
We didn't learn from Tottenham, mate. We did not learn from Tottenham on corners. I mean, why do you let them run at the back, straight through, bang, back of the net? I don't know. It's the first time ever I've left that early, 4-0. I'm back on the wheel now. I'll be home in about 10 minutes' time. I was disgusted, mate.
And of course, there was such optimism going into it, Gary, after the way they battled against Manchester United.
I said 4-0 to Everton in the terrace bar beforehand. It's just honest. There was no face. I'm not being honourable. I'm sitting in my car. That Tim's sitting in our dressing room. I'd rather stay in my car and he can stay in the dressing room. He gave away 3 non-tackles there, and he got 2 corners out of it, and he got a goal out of it. 2 corners resulting in goal, and then 1 tackle. He just looked as though he didn't want to tackle him. Take a yellow card or do something. Do not stop. Just put your foot in. There was nothing there. You had James Garner run round. He was just trying to do whatever he was doing. He was doing a 2-3-man job. I felt so sorry for him. Nobody was helping him, and how can you do that? You know what I mean? It's It's ridiculous.
It's consistency, or lack of consistency, I suppose. I mean, if Everton had won tonight, they'd have gone up about 6 places in the table. And again, we talk about what happened against United going into this one. But do you just draw a line under this one? I mean, they've got to move on quickly because they've got another tough one on Tuesday at Bournemouth.
I mean, you got to laugh about it. You know, you have to. Honestly, I've never left before. My mate Billy and Dave said, we've never known. You see, I just rang my wife and said, I'll be home in a few minutes. He said, you left that early? I said, yeah. I even going to the car park, usually sitting in the car park for an hour. I'm through the tunnel, I'm on the Whittle, I'll be home in 10 minutes. I'm pulled over, by the way.
Well,
but no, honestly, David Moyes needs to look at that and seriously think, I need to put 3 in midfield. Put Ndiaye in the middle, Jack Grealish on the left, and just go for it on Tuesday, because that Barry, 3 times he fell over and the ball was played through to him. Haven't we got someone in reserve that can just score goals, surely?
Well, no, it apparently not by the looks of it, and that's been one of the big talking points about where Everton are going to find somebody who can score, a decent amount of goals per season. I mean, he got one in the back of the net, and of course, it was disallowed. So whether he'll take some kind of confidence from that, I don't know. But that's been the issue, hasn't it? I mean, they didn't really create much, to be fair, tonight, did they?
No, there wasn't much. I think we had a fair shot. Well, we didn't say it because we'd actually left. Well, and I just don't know. Against Man United, I've never seen us run and tackle and charge and batter down their defence in midfield. Tonight, totally different team altogether. And I don't know what it is, mate. I've not got a clue. If I knew what it was, I'd be manager of the club. And I'm sorry, I don't know what it is. He needs to get all them play, give them tomorrow off and say, like, get back in Monday morning, sit down, watch that, frame by frame, and just say, like, how are we going to sort that out? Because Tottenham did exactly the same. They took the corners, scored goals. You need a big German at the front to cause trouble. Yeah, and honestly, as you said, we can draw the line under it. We've got Bournemouth next, hopefully do something there. And then we've got Nottingham Forest. And then hopefully it's Christmas.
Well, I mean, trying to look at it as in a positive way. I mean, we talked about the way the league is congested at the moment, Gary, and a win for Everton tonight would have moved them right up there. And imagine that. Imagine if they'd done that. And, it's easy to say, you've got to go out and do it. But, there is that. And we think about where Everton have been over the last 2 or 3, 4 years or so. At least that's the disappointment is that they missed the chance to go 5th or 6th in the table. It's a slightly different narrative, I suppose, despite the frustration tonight.
Yeah, it was, and you said imagine, John Lennon. That's about it, mate. Honestly, it's Saturday night. Let's get home. Let's put our feet up and have a cup of tea.
Absolutely.
Moyes has got to get that team in and look at that game again, and just then compare it with the Tottenham game where we gave it away. You know what I mean? Like. It's just disgusting. I'll say, Dave's sitting next to me now, and he's never known me to leave early before. I'm a blue, but that was embarrassing me.
I can hear it. Yeah. Okay, Gary, enjoy the rest of your night if you can. But thanks for joining us. Thanks for getting us underway. Thanks, Gary. That's Gary, who's been to the game tonight, and John has also been to the game. I think. Hiya, John.
Hiya, boys. You all right?
Hiya.
Listen, I went to the game on Monday, and I just said that only Everton can go from the Champions League to the Championship in one game, and that's exactly what we did today. That I'm sorry, as good as we were on Monday night, that is not acceptable from an Everton team. And people that have been calling Idrissa Gana Gueye, maybe they'll realise what he brings to Everton and what he gives to Everton, because we just look absolutely devoid of. The lines that Newcastle played through, they were just so gaping. You could have drove a double-decker bus down them. They were just totally so far apart from the defence and the midfield. No communication, no understanding. Tim De Bruyne's been screaming and shouting that he deserves a chance. Well, there's your answer. You know what I mean? If you play with that sort of intensity and that sort of desire, I don't mind if you're not good enough. That for me will show after a few games. But if the intent, the desire and the passion isn't there, then you don't deserve to be playing. And incidentally, Tyler Diblin that people have been calling, apparently
He is one of the laziest people, David Moyes won't say on record.
Well, we don't know that. John, we don't know that. So
people inside the club have said that when he's training, is that every sprint race, everything that he does is always coming, and that's why David Moyes won't tolerate, give him a chance.
Well,
let's earn that chance.
Well, let's see if he does, and we don't know that. But in terms of the game today, to go a goal down so soon set the whole tone for the rest of the night, really, didn't it? Never really recovered from that.
No. I think sometimes you can go into a game thinking it's Newcastle, they haven't won away, and it's about mindset. And that was how it was on Monday. It was our mindset and how we approached the game on Monday. We approached it in the right way, even when we went down to 10 men. And tonight, I don't think we approached the game in the right frame of mind. I don't know. It just looked very disjointed. It was an old Everton performance, which is the last thing I was expecting after Monday. James Garner looked like he was playing in midfield alone, and they just overflooded the midfield. Joe Linton and the big tall the German lad and that we just never got anywhere near them, and we let them just play through us so easily. And Barry, I feel Barry's getting a little bit of a raw deal because he's getting the ball on to who? I think to have Jack Grealish, Dewsbury Hall, and Ndiaye in the same team, we've got to have an engine room, and James Garner on his own isn't that engine room. It's as simple as that. It just showed how much we miss Idrissa today. I think it stood out a mile, and I think people will recognise that because he's not there.
Yeah, and I mentioned before about the need for some consistency. It's kind of, sometimes it can be, one step forward, 2 steps back, or 2 steps forward, 1 step back, wherever it is. It's, I suppose it's the same for all teams, actually, in that kind of middle part of the table is how can you build on a victory? How can you make it 2 wins out of 2 and 3 wins out of 3? This is the dilemma, and this is the problem.
Well, it doesn't become a problem, a dilemma, if you apply yourself. And I don't think the application was there. When we went 1-0 down, it was time to roll up the sleeves and say, come on. It just didn't change all the way through the first half. It was the same lacklustre performance. We get the ball, and I'm sorry, but Jack Grealish, how many times did he actually go forward? He's happy to go sideways and backwards. I know possession is you have to keep possession. I understand that. You can't just lose the ball. I understand that as well. But I'm saying you've got to be looking to create something a little bit more than what he did and what he has done.
So what are they going to need then at Bournemouth on Tuesday? I mean, that's a difficult looking game. Bournemouth are going really well this season, but they've just been to Manchester United and won, so they can do it.
We can do it, but again, I think that we had a different mindset. I think he's going to make some changes. I think Charlie Alcaraz might be keeping his place, but I don't think Charlie Alcaraz is the sort of player that we need in centre mid. I think maybe Tyler Dillon is going to get his chance. You know what I mean? And it's up to him to take it, but we've got to find the answers. I mean, that's why we have a manager of the calibre of David Moyes. It's up to him to sort it out and to make the right call for when we play Bournemouth, because we've got Bournemouth, and then very soon after we've got Nottingham Forest coming to us that are they're resurgent, and obviously Sean Dyche is going to be desperate for his team to do well. So I think we've got to everyone will have an opinion of what he's got to do, but I think what he has to do is make us more solid again and pick a team to go down there that's going to be not as easy exposed like it was, and give some support to James Garner, because it's not fair for him to do it alone. Tim De Bruyne's not the answer on today's showing.
All right, John, thanks very much for your call. 0800 731 9333. We're through until 8 o'clock tonight, and then it's Dave Monks with BBC introducing. 0800 731 9333. You could text 81333, start with the word Mersey. Paul has done that. He says, I've never seen a team roll over and have their bellies tickled like we've just been. If Moyes isn't kicking them all over the place, then he shouldn't be our manager. Absolutely absolutely unacceptable for a team of our stature. It's early days at our third ground, but come on, we deserve better. A very unhappy Paul there on his way home, but happy that my gorgeous wife, Marie, or Mary, has picked my dad and I up. Well, there's something anyway. Paul, thanks very much indeed. So, yeah, we've got about 30 minutes of the programme left. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be back again, 1:30 start for the 2:05 kickoff between West Ham United and Liverpool. Will have commentary on that one as well. Another one coming in, bring back Big Dunk. Well, I don't know whether it's got to that stage actually yet, and a win against Bournemouth might just make up. And as the lads were saying on commentary, maybe this one is just one of those nights where you draw a line under it and move on. Well, they move on down to the south coast, and we'll be there with them as well here on BBC Radio Merseyside. While we await any more calls, let's delve into the archives now. It was on this day in 1997 that Neville Southall played his last game for Everton, would you believe? Absolute legend in the Everton goal, and part of that great Everton side in the 80s. In fact, 751 appearances for the Blues. Mike Hughes spoke to him in 2012 when Neville released his autobiography.
BBC Radio Merseyside Sport on this day.
Everton were paying me a wage to do a job. So I could either do one or two things. I could either say, I'll tell you what, I'll do enough to get by, or I'll try and be the best I possibly can be. And I didn't see any point in messing around, really. I mean, it was a great club in a great city with great people. So you've got a duty of care, really, to actually go and try and be the best you possibly can. And you have to be selfish, because I don't think there's a sportsman alive who's any good that hasn't been selfish. You know, there's times that I wouldn't do things with my family. There's times I wouldn't speak to anybody. There's times that you stayed on a little bit extra. You just have to put all your energy and your focus on what you do, because, look, I've retired now. I don't give a monkeys. I can do whatever I want to do. But at that time, you've got to be so disciplined in what you're doing. You've got to make sure you do everything properly, and I think you have to be selfish. You know, there's no other way around it, because you have to give to the club, and you have to give to the game, and you have to give to yourself. And unfortunately, a lot of people along the way get shunned, and you have to do things that you normally wouldn't do. You know, end of the season, I'd feel like just doing nothing, and my family wanted to go on holiday. But so you go, well, I don't really want to go, but I went, and I go back training after 2 weeks, and I think sometimes I used to hate having to get people tickets, because it meant me losing my focus. I didn't once I was there, I went to work, so I didn't really want to be bothered with anybody outside. To be fair, I was just one of them where it's like I come in here, clock in, and that's my time. My time's to go to work. Nothing's got to interfere with my work, and if it did, then I didn't like it. And I think that's why sometimes I didn't like talking to the press or the media at all, because my focus was on doing what I did. And when they go, well, you did all right today, yeah, but that's what I expect, because that's what I go to work for. I go to work to achieve perfection, and to try and get it every time you go out on the pitch, and you just try that, and if it doesn't work some weeks, it doesn't. But nobody's career is littered with highs. Everybody's career littered with lows and highs, and the lows are low and the highs are fantastic.
You speak. There we are. That's Neville Southall, who, well, it was on this day his last appearance for Everton. Would you believe? But what a legendary player he was in the Everton goal for many years. It's Total Sport Merseyside. A reminder of the Premier League results from earlier on today: Brentford 3, Burnley 1. Manchester City needing a Phil Foden goal in stoppage time to beat Leeds by 3-2, and Sunderland beating Bournemouth by 3-2 as well. And Tottenham against Fulham is kicking off very shortly at 8 o'clock. I think we've got another caller now. It's Gary. Evening, Gary.
Evening.
Hiya, Gary. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that tonight?
Well, all the plaudits that Murray's got, quite rightly, on Monday, it's got to be criticism. That was abysmal. However, it's not all his fault. We haven't addressed a problem that we've had for at least 3 seasons. We haven't got any fullbacks. We haven't got any quality fullbacks. Mikalenko was abysmal again, and we're asking a centre-half to fill in at right back. It's not good enough, and that is down to the club. Just explain this one to me. What have you spent 50 million on 2 players who are deemed not strong enough, fit enough, or good enough for the Premier League at the moment, when we haven't addressed where deficiencies that we're crying out for, the fullback?
I think they were saying on commentary, I think Alan Stubbs was making the point that this might well take, I think he said 3, possibly 3 more transfer windows before Everton get back to where they really need to be. So, it's going to take time, isn't it? We've got evidence of that tonight, I suppose. It's there's going to be a certain amount of inconsistency about Everton until they get the squad they want.
Well, yeah, that might be true. If you can afford to spend money on players that can't hit the ground running, we'd have been better forget Diblin, forget the left back we bought from Bayern Munich. We need players to hit the ground running in our situation. We can't afford to be buying for the future. Certainly not spending 50 million on players. One who hasn't kicked the ball, and Diblin's been on 8 minutes in total. Unfortunately, we can't afford that. We need other ready players. You don't have to be the best in the world, but you could get a left back and a right back from the Championship who know the position and could do a job. We're asking O'Brien to fill in at right back. He's clearly uncomfortable. I think he's a good centre half, but he's clearly not a right back. We need people who know the position now, not in 12 months' time, and certainly not after spending 50 million on 2 players for the future.
Those points obviously are noted, Gary, but after Monday night, did you not think, there's something here now, there's something to build on, and is tonight just a bit of a blip, or is it going to be this kind of win-loss situation?
I don't know much about footy, but you're always not judged on your last game.
That's what they say.
Our last game finished an hour ago, so I think my point has been made by the performance. You judged on your last game.
Would you make any changes?
Would I make changes?
For Bournemouth on Tuesday?
Well, we don't have the personnel, and that goes back to my first point, that we have signed. We spent 50 million on 2 lads who are deemed not quite good enough for the Premier League yet, when it's been crying out for 3 seasons. Actually, the right-back situation has been crying out even longer since Seamus Coleman first got his leg broke. We needed a right-back, and we spent it on Patterson, who's clearly not good. And Mikalenko is a journeyman. He's a Division 1 player at best. Forget that he's an international. We need a left-back. We need a left-back. We need a right-back. And that's the first thing that's addressed in the transfer window. Oh, and by the way, Irabunum, playing Irabunum, all it showed us how vital our 37-year-old centre midfield is, Ghana Jay, because he's another one, Irabunum. Started off well at the beginning of last season. Unfortunately, not up to muster. Not good enough.
All right, Gary, I'll leave it there. We're just about out of time, but thanks for giving us a call. Obviously, you can sense the frustration among, I think, everyone who's been on tonight. And, of course, we'll have more in Monday night's show with Salty Total Sport between 6 and 8 on Monday. I'll be looking back on the weekend action, of course. And tomorrow we will be with Liverpool against West Ham United at the London Stadium. We'll have full commentary on that game. It's a 2:05 kickoff, and we'll bring you the whole match live. Phone lines will be open after that game as well for Liverpool fans. We'll think we're through until 5 o'clock tomorrow, and then back on Monday with Salty, Ben and Tony in the studio to look back on everything that's happened over this weekend. Thanks for listening. Thanks to Carlos. A reminder that Chester's game today in National League North had to be abandoned in the second half, which is bad enough, but Chester were leading 2-0 at the time, so that will have to be rearranged in National League North. Spennymoor 0, Chester 2, but the game was abandoned, and no luck for Southport and Marine because their games were postponed. Alfreton against Southport and Hereford against Marine both called off. England's women have thrashed China at Wembley by 8-0. Georgia Stanway scoring a hat-trick in that one. In the Northern Premier League division, Warrington 0, Morpeth Town 0 was our featured game, and that finished goalless in that one. That's it. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll leave you, I'm afraid, with Everton's defeat tonight. Good night.
Newcastle with a corner left-hand side, swung in towards the near post. Oh, it's headed in! Newcastle are in front inside 55 seconds. A headed goal. I think it's Malik Chow who's got the final touch. It's swinging corner from the left-hand side. Chow rose highest and just glanced it in to the back of the net. And Everton, with the worst possible start, Ilanga in towards the edge of the penalty area on the right, goes past Garner, gets a low cross in. Good block there by Michael Keane, but Irabuman couldn't complete the clearance, and Newcastle attack, driven shot, might break at the far post. Oh, it's 2-0. It's gone right through Everton's Jordan Pickford. Tino Livramento with a shot from the edge of the penalty area. I'm not too sure whether it took a deflection, but it kicked up and right through Pickford. And Newcastle have double their advantage inside 25 minutes. Once again, it's pretty poor defending from Everton. And now it's Jordan Pickford who looked to be at fault on that occasion. And Aaron Ramsdale to collect the ball without too many problems. Bowled it out underarm towards the right-hand side. Livramento down the line for Ilanga. Gets goal side of Eric Burnham. Inside the penalty towards Voltemada. Lifts it over. Jordan Pickford. And into the back of the net. Newcastle have a 3-0 lead. Voltemada over the advancing Jordan Pickford. Just lifted it over him. And 30 seconds before half-time, Newcastle look as though they're home and hosed. Corner on the left-hand side, in towards the near post. Oh, just beaten away and driven shot. Oh, cannons off the crossbar. Terrific effort on goal there from Carlos Alcaraz. And Ramsdale was beaten.
I think it was that strong. The striker nearly uprooted the crossbar.
Newcastle still have it. And across deep towards the far post, headed down, might break for Voltemada. Voltemada shoots, it's blocked there by Pickford. Harvey Barnes still inside the penalty area. Everton defending desperately. Lewis Hall curls the cross in towards the far post, headed in, and Newcastle make it 4-0. And Everton, my goodness, are up against it now. It's another header there from Malik Chow. Header at the far post. He had all the room in the world. Everton defensively being ripped open. Newcastle have goal number 4, and now defensively for Everton, it's becoming an embarrassment. Forward ball might break for Keenan Dewsbury Hall, and now Everton have got one back. Long ball forward. Dewsbury Hall managed to get in between two Newcastle defenders, controlled it and then tucked it past the advancing Ramsdale. It's a goal that will stand. Goal number 3 for the season for Dewsbury Hall. Everton 1, Newcastle 4.
Total Sport.
Live Premier League football.
BBC Radio Merseyside.